second day of January 2026. I declare that we have a quorum, which in our town is 50 people. The warrant has been properly served and returned to the town clerk's office. Please stand now and address the flag and recite with me the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I want to start with a big thank you to all the volunteers who work tirelessly in this community. Whether they're appointed or elected, they work tirelessly for this wonderful time. If you'd like a chance to be involved with all these wonderful people, there are talent bank forms available on the town webpage. They're at the town manager's office. Reach out to somebody who's on a committee, and they will drag you in and make you a part of all of this wonderful work. I especially, on me personally, want to thank Melanie, who you don't even know and don't even see, but she's behind the screen here, and she has to put up with all the changes that we go through on the fly. I do have a few announcements before I get into more of my specifics. Hank, our beloved dog, is retiring on July 1st. So, yeah, I know. So we're going to miss you, Hank. I don't know where you are right now, buddy, but thank you for everything. I want to make sure everybody knows that the otherwise known as Senior Center, the Adult Activity Center, are selling May baskets. I always get one. My mother loved the May basket tradition, so I think they're like $10 maybe. These are being sold by the 300th Committee. They're $5. They are beautiful, and I would suggest you think about getting one of them. This is the Lucky Ducky fundraiser. For $5, you can take a chance. You buy a Lucky Ducky, and he is eventually put into a river someplace. And whoever wins it will win 2 tickets to anywhere in the world that you want to go. It's kind of a neat little gimmick, okay? Lunch will be available to those of you that are still here at 10:30. I can't imagine it, but if you still are, lunch will be available out in the cafeteria. It's a bag lunch. While it's available, it is $8 per person. So at this point in time, I would like to explain to you electronic voting. You all have a clicker by now. Ta-da! The purpose of the electronic voting is to be able to accurately reflect the vote of the body. For many reasons, voters may not want to physically show their public support or opposition to a particular article. They may feel much more comfortable, I'm sure they do, by voting privately and anonymously. So we don't do hand counts unless we absolutely have a technical problem. Once debate has ended, I will declare then that it's time to vote. I'll say something to the effect of voting is now open, okay? And then you're going to use your clicker either in favor or opposed. You vote at the exact same time. You don't have to wait for the yays and then the nays. You vote it all at the same time. But don't do it until I say begin. Your clicker will display an A for yay, a B for nay, and if you want to abstain, I suppose you could do the C, but it might be better if you just didn't vote. If you hit the wrong button, simply wait a moment, hit the correct button before the voting is closed. Once voting is closed, I will ask Melanie to report the results on the screen in front of you. You do not need to have a sight with the clicker. It will record your vote just sitting there in your chair, okay? If it doesn't record right away, it'll say okay or something like that. You'll see something on your screen. Don't just keep clicking, okay? Just wait 15, 20 seconds and do it again to see if it goes through. Because if everybody's clicking at the same time, repeatedly clicking all at the same time, clicking over and over again because of a problem they think they have, then it will jam up the system and we'll have more and more difficulties, okay? There might be a time when I ask for a showing of hands, so keep your hands available as well. You've got to be present in the room when you're voting. You have to return the clicker at the end of the day. We are recording who we've given clickers to, but we're not recording how that individual clicker has voted on any particular matter, okay? You can't share your clicker with somebody else. You can't give it to your husband while he leaves so that you and he can both exercise your vote. It has to be just you, okay? So we will do a sample question, always submitted by the Historical Society, just for your education. So Mel, what's our first question? Did a Lunenburg resident ever hold a record world record in track and field? If you think somebody did, you'll say yes. If you think nobody ever did, you'll say no. And voting is now open. Did a Lunenburg resident ever hold a world record in track and field? Voting is now open. And part of, obviously, is you're getting an education, but obviously we want to make sure your clickers are working. Hello.
We can't see that.
You can't see it? Too damn bad. I mean, you want to move so you can see it? You want to tip it. Yep.
Usually it's turned.
Okay. You want to see the results. You're not going to count on me just letting you know? Okay, Mel? Okay? All right, Cesar? Yep. Caesar? Okay? Yep. Okay. All right. I'm going to declare voting is over, closed. So let's see the results. Did a world record holder track and field? 113 people believe yes, 62 said no way, and 5 abstained. Now, where's Bill Tyler? Bill, where are you? Okay, stand up and give us the answer.
Margaret Harley, 1928.
Margaret Harley, 1928. All right. And one more question, Mel, just so we can double check these things are working because it is important. Was there ever an observation tower in Lunenburg to spot aircraft during World War II? Whoa.
Are you sure not World War?
Okay, voting is now open.
2 more people came in after that.
Excellent. Okay.
Can we now move that podium forward?
Move me forward?
No, the podium.
This.
Yeah, so the line of sight.
Here, move it where you want.
Right.
I'm going to walk around anyway, so. Okay, voting is now closed. So I assume I'm not hearing any problems with clickers. We're doing okay. Wait, you don't think that one's working? Okay. Ruth, hello. So the young lady sitting in the middle says her clicker's not working. Okay, raise your hands. I'm sorry, Ruth can't see. This young lady down here thinks she needs a new clicker. Okay? Why don't you go out and see them at the desk and see if we can do it. Is she the only person having a problem with their clicker? Okay, good. All right, so voting is now closed. 192 people voted. The answer is 138 say yes, 48 said no. Bill, where's the answer?
During World War II, it was manned 24 hours a day by volunteers, located where the Boys and Girls Club.
Where the Boys and Girls Club during World War II, manned by volunteers looking for planes coming in during World War II. That's absolutely wild. Okay, so that is the issue with clickers, okay? All right, I want to go over the ground rules. Your ground rules are in the packet. I can't remember the page right now, but you'll find them. So I'm going to try to go through them briefly. Turn off your noisemakers, your cell phones, your beepers, if anybody still has such a thing, and the like. I'm going to put mine on airplane mode right now. Somehow in the last 2 days, right before town meeting, I become the most popular man in town. I get phone calls ringing off the hook, if there's such a thing as phones on a hook anymore, and I get an awful lot of emails. Turning it all off includes turning off your verbal noisemakers, which are inappropriate for a civil debate. So that by I mean no booing, no hissing, no hooting, no hollering. All comments should be addressed to me. I will seek an answer for you as necessary from the various boards, committees, and moving parties. It's not generally polite to refer to specific individuals by name. It is polite to say the previous speaker, the moving party, the member of the select board, etc. Your comments and questions should be at the microphones. There's one up front, and there's up here, and there's two in the aisles. The selectmen and the finance committee may remain in their seats and present their motions, and I will recognize them in the order that I hope I can. In my discretion, I may call on those boards out of order if I think it's necessary to get an answer. If you have a physical limitation, you can't come to the microphone, someone sitting near you will bring the microphone to you. The only time that someone may stand and address the meeting without going to the microphone is what's called a point of order, which is a legal, serious, procedural issue. Not just you don't like the way things are going. Wait to be recognized if you stand and say, point of order. Don't just start telling me what your point is, because I might not be concentrating at that point in time. The moving party on any article will be asked to speak first. They'll be given adequate time to present the article. Thereafter, speakers should be brief, and they will be given adequate time, thereafter speakers should be brief in keeping their comments to 2 to 3 minutes. Anyone other than the moving party allowed to speak a second time should be limited much more accordingly. Moving the question is cutting off debate. Must be at the microphone, it must be seconded, it must be voted, it must be approved by 2/3 of the body here. And I may decide that it is out of order because I think there's just too many people that still need to speak. Reconsideration of a vote. If we've just had a vote that required a majority, either the prevailing or the losing side may ask for a reconsideration. But I will not allow a reconsideration if there's been a lot of time that has passed and the attendance has greatly changed. This town conducts its business by town meeting time. I've shown it to you for many years. It's now a red cover. It's been updated. I can't afford the updated version, so I still use the old one. It's similar to the Robert's Rules of Order. Those who wish to accomplish something at this meeting but are unsure of what they want to accomplish or how to do it, I welcome your phone calls. I welcome your text messages, all in advance, I would hope. Call me at home anytime. I will help you plan and facilitate the process, attempting to allow you to get done what needs to be done. These procedures are designed to promote fair debate, not to exclude you because you don't know how the process is working. We want you to feel comfortable. Food is allowed in the auditorium. Lunch will be available after 10:30. It's a bag lunch. I believe it is $8 per person, obviously while supplies last. The emergency exits are highlighted around the room, as you can see. And so I think at this point in time, we are ready to begin the process. So we're going to begin as we usually do. Oh, we have some recognition. You want to do those now? Okay, we have some recognitions, other than Hank.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Through you, Jennifer Warren, and town manager. Is my mic on? No. Pass. Pass. Okay, good morning, everybody. Jennifer Warren, town manager. I'm going to go through some milestone recognitions of our staff, and then Dr. Jody Fortuna, superintendent, will go through some milestones and recognitions that are due to school staff. So, recognizing town employees with 5 years of service. And if you are here, if you just want to stand up and say who you are. Joelle Ortega, police officer. Don Gagney, facility superintendent. Dan Seminatori, senior videographer. And Samuel Johnson, firefighter EMT with 5 years of service. We have Officer Jack Wagner and heavy equipment operator Jack Welch. With 15 years of service, we have Police Lieutenant Sean Terray, Reserve Officer Rob Capanza, and Police Chief Jeff Thibodeau. Now we're With 20 years of service, we have Mylene Malari, treasurer collector, Christos Electritis, fire lieutenant, and Gregory Dick, call firefighter EMT. And with 25 years of service, we have Gary Williams Gaskinson. This morning, Ruth Anderson, 30 years of service. And to those retiring other than Hank this year, we thank James McGugan, COA van driver with 14 years, Nancy O'Rourke, who retired with 15 years as payroll and benefits coordinator, John Dextrace with 27 years as senior videographer, and Lisa Norman, administrative assistant with
44 years.
Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fortuna.
With 5 years of service, we have Alexis Wasiak, teacher, Meredith Weiss, a teacher, Jacob Lanfer, a teacher, Richard Bowen, a teacher, Norm Pommier, our maintenance and grounds guru, Michael Esterbert, a teacher, Melissa Bourgeois, a teacher, Finn Cavato, one of our teachers, Mona Carpenter Bowen, a secretary here at General High School, Jessica McCarthy in our cafeteria, and Vanessa Cole in our cafeteria. With 10 years of service, we have Lori Shea, our school psychologist here at the high school, middle school, Amy Harrison, teacher, Krista Diamantopoulos, our first teacher, Lisa Lavery, nurse, Paul Carmen, teacher, Kathleen McGuire, who is our nurse and our nurse coordinator, Kathleen Cordero, a paraprofessional, Kimberly Massini, a paraprofessional, and Teresa Klinger, a paraprofessional. With 15 years of service, we have Nicole Bienvenu, a teacher, and Patricia Philcommons, one of our teachers. With 20 years of service, we have Erin Blanchett, a teacher, Joseph Adamowicz, a paraprofessional, and Richard Facty, who you will see in the halls today, custodian. With 25 years, we have Christine DeFelice, who's one of our wonderful teachers, Pamela Valley, who is our librarian and tech guru. And with 30 years, we have Alexis Wasso-Kupay, a teacher. And we have several retirements this year. Faith Rebecca Cormier, the assistant principal at Turkey Hill Elementary School. Norma Vaughn, the principal at Turkey Hill Elementary School. Margaret Pecora, an occupational therapist. Darlene Karen, a special services paraprofessional. Lorene Broden, a special service administrative secretary in our Office of Student Services. Mitch Friedman, better known as Doc, a teacher for 18 years. Melanie Pouliot, a teacher for 22 years. Jane Dusick, our certified occupational therapy assistant, who's been with us for 25 years. Deb Arrow, administrative secretary, who was with us for 25 years. Patricia McCarthy Gillette, who we all know is the director of just about everything of community and school programs after 25 years. And Mike Marshall, first grade teacher, who's retiring after 35 years.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fortuna. Thank you very much, Town Manager Warren. For those of you keeping count, last check, we had 240 people who have come to the meeting so far. I'm sure it's been a couple more since then. The town articles require that I appoint somebody to be my deputy if something should happen to me in the course of the next year. As I traditionally have, I've appointed or requested your approval to appoint Rob Bowen, a friend of mine, a lawyer friend of mine, got to support the lawyers, to be my deputy. So unless I hear any objection to that, I will appoint him again. Okay. Final announcement from me. All of you have seen the signs, Hope for Hattie, on all the yards, signs around. This is about Hattie Boucher. I want to take just a moment as a community to recognize and stand beside the Boucher family. Many of us may know them personally. Many more know of them because of the strength, love, and courage that they have shown in the face of something that no family should have to endure. Their journey has asked more of them than feels fair, and yet they continue to meet each day with resilience and grace. In times like this, words often feel too small. What we can offer and what truly matters is our presence, our compassion, and our willingness to carry a small piece of the weight alongside with them. Over the past year, this community has come together in support of Hadley and her family, which has been incredible to see. To the Boucher family, please know that you are not alone walking this road. Lunenburg stands with you. We're holding you in our thoughts and in our hearts and in the quiet moments in between. We are here for you today and in all the days ahead. Let this meeting begin with that shared understanding that beyond the business of today, we are, first and always, a community that cares for one another. Hope for Hattie. We're now going to begin with the consent calendar, as we always do. A consent calendar is a series of warrant articles that the moderator and consultant with town officials has chosen, which, due to the nature of the relatively controversial routine subject matters, may be voted together in one motion to expedite the business of the town. After I read the motions to include the series of articles, voters will have the option to say hold on any particular article that I've included in the consent calendar, because you may have questions about that particular article. I'll then take it out of the consent calendar and we'll vote it in its regular course. So the following articles that have been agreed upon for the consent calendar. Articles 2, 3, 6, 7, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Here they are. Article 2 is to authorize the town treasurer, and just say hold if you don't agree with it being in the consent calendar and you want to debate it or question it. To authorize the town treasurer and tax collector to borrow money in anticipation of 2027 revenues. Article 3, to accept Highway Chapter 90 funds and to authorize the town treasurer tax collector to borrow money in anticipation of those funds. Article 6, to authorize the revolving funds for certain town departments, boards, and agencies. They're listed in your warrant on page 24. Article 7, to vote to appropriate a certain sum of money that's in your warrant for the payment of prior year's expenses. Hold on Article 7. Someone will remind me when we get there, please. Article 16, to appropriate from solid waste disposal a sum of money. I believe these are called the Yellow Bag Program. Article 17, appropriate from the water enterprise revenues a certain sum of money to fund their fiscal year. Article 18, to transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings a certain sum of money to their special trust fund. Let me read that again. Transfer from sewer enterprise earnings a sum of money to the OPEB trust fund, other post-employment benefits. And Article 19, appropriate from the sewer enterprise revenues a certain sum of money to fund their 2027 budget. So I will entertain a second on the consent calendar. Second. Select Board, your recommendation on the consent calendar.
I don't know that we have a recommendation for the consent calendar, but I believe we recommended approval on all of the articles contained within it.
Okay. And Finance, did you have a vote on the consent calendar or on the articles?
Finance Committee voted unanimously on all the articles except for Article 7, which we deferred to town meeting.
Okay, and 7 is the one that we just put a hold on, right? Okay, very good. So somebody remind me when we get there. Okay, Article 1 is now before you. Mr. Nizzulo. Wait.
Should we still do the consent?
Want to vote on the consent calendar as a whole? Oh, you're right, good point. Whoever said point of order might have been correct, although I don't think you stood. Okay, so let's have a vote with your clickers on the consent calendar, yea or nay. Voting is now open. If you're in favor of the consent... Whoop. Oh, I'm already tired. Yes, Melanie?
You want me to remove 7?
Yes, remove 7, please. Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Mel. I am counting on you people to keep me straight, right? All right. Okay, now no 7. There's the consent calendar.
Mr. Moderator, point of order
Yep.
from Town Council.
Yep.
The quantum of vote has now been reduced to 2/3 with the removal of Article 7.
2/3. Thank you. Okay. Article 7 would have required a 4/5 because of the way that it... Anyways, 2/3. It's up there. Okay, voting is now open on the consent calendar. All those in favor will be voting yes. All those against the consent calendar will vote no. And again, 7 is out. All right, this is good. Most everybody's got a chance to vote, it would appear. Numbers are tickling up. Okay, voting is now closed. Mel, is it 2/3? 232 to 17, passes by more than 2/3. The consent calendar is approved. All right, now we're on to Article 1.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I move that the town hear and accept the regular written reports of town officers and committees.
Is there a second? Select Board.
Select Board recommended approval.
Finance. Finance? Yep.
Finance Committee found no direct financial impact.
There's a lengthy report from the Finance Committee in your packet, the warrant that was mailed to your house. Now, I was expecting the Trust Fund Commissioner to give a report. Mr. Bowen, are you here? You are? Where are you? Well, get up here. You didn't know you were at the first article, giving you priority today? All righty. Why don't you go right over there to Ms. Warren's microphone. Okay, you can't just stand and do it. Okay, thank you. Are we going to vote on accepting the reports? No, I'm going to accept the report, but thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, members of the Select Board and fellow residents of Lunenburg, good day. I am John Bowen, Chairman of the Board of Trust Fund Commission. Before anything else, I want to publicly thank our Vice Chairman, Richard Howard, who has worked through a mountain of historical documentation as well as others, and voted his conscience based strictly on the evidence in front of him. He kept our meeting minutes, he brought our financial backgrounds to this commission that has been a real asset to this board's direction. For a more detailed account of our work, copies of our full written report are on the table here at town meeting. I encourage you to take one. What I'll share now is a short one. We oversee 5 charitable trust funds left to the town by generations of Lunenburg residents. The American Legion Poor Fund, the Lunenburg Coast 283 Fund, the Worthy Poor Income Fund, and the J&M Howard Sidewalk and Grounds Trust, the Depot Restoration Fund. As of March 31st, 2026, those 5 funds together hold $88,705.63 about $13,700 in non-expendable principal that must be preserved in perpetuity, and roughly $63,700 in accumulated expendable earnings. That, the moment the legal pathway becomes open, we can and should be going out the door to residents in need. The pooled portfolio that holds our funds alongside the town cemetery and conservation commission funds returned 15.82% over its first year of operation, distributed pro rata across every fund in the pool. 3 of these funds exist specifically to help veterans and people in financial hardship. With food, fuel, housing, and medical costs all climbing, the people these donors meant to help need that help now more than ever. We have built the infrastructure to deliver it. Disbursement eligibility manuals have been created, a defined process for verifying military eligibility service, residency checks, and a public application form. The process is in place. The will here in this commission is in place. What is missing is the legal modernization of trust language written, and in some cases, more than 100 years ago. There is open work in front of us as well. The Susan Howard Core Fund is a charitable gift that was created in the early 20th century to help residents in need. It was referenced in town records, the Historical Society, as well as in the Treasurer's Office. And as recently as 1977, those financial records were existing, but no longer appear in town accounting. Susan Howard was a member of the same Howard family as Luther Howard, and a fund that was on the books in living memory should not simply just vanish, and answering what happened to it is part of the work still ahead. To remediate the conditions you have just heard described, this board brought forward 2 modest items. The general fund appropriation of roughly $14,250 for the Cypher legal work, the court process for updating outdated trust language, which is an issue here, and a narrow bylaw to keep distributions moving forward to these undeserved populations and others when our commission lacks a quorum. Both of these drew out unanimous board votes after 9 months of public deliberation, and neither one was advanced to you today. Residents should understand the legal context. The appropriation article is not actually necessary when a municipality accepts a charitable gift in trust. The town itself becomes the trustee, with non-delegable legal duties to administer, preserve, and lawfully disperse those funds. Funding their administration is part of that duty, not a discretionary favor of this town meeting. As to the bylaw, the stated reason for declining was the select board did not want another duty. The bylaw imposed nothing the law did not already permit. Under the rule of necessity, which is a long-standing legal doctrine, when a public body must act and no other lawful body can, charter and powers and duties concerned step aside so the public's business can continue to be carried out. These are for underserved populations. The bylaw simply codified that authority in narrow conditional language. The legal authority was already there, but the bylaw asked for was the willingness for us to use it. The town's response to this commission's remedial work has been divisive and adversarial. A continued effort to kick the can down the road rather than willingly take up the trustee duties that the law assigns. After the town did not advance our remedial articles, we issued a formal 30-day compliance notice on March 26th and 27th. On March 31st, the select board, on the advice of town council, affirmatively declined to authorize any corrective action. The pattern has not been confined to just one department. The Lunenburg School Department has likewise declined to produce records on scholarships, gifts, and trust funds held under the town's EIN. It has disclaimed responsibility that, as a matter of law, cannot be disclaimed or compartmentalized by the department. A 7-day written demand notice to the superintendent expired without compliance. The town's trusteeship is unified and non-delegable. It does not stop because it's a department store. On April 13th, this board did what the law required of us. We transmitted a formal addendum request to the intervention of the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office of Public Charity. That referral is now in their hands. We do not come here to seek a fight. We came here seeking a waiver of charitable funds to their intended charitable purpose, and when the town declined to remediate, our duty as trustees under the law required us to escalate this. Our third commission seat does remain vacant. Write-in votes at the annual town election are very welcome and entirely valid. If you or a neighbor you trust are willing to undergo what is necessary to be able to be on this commission, including complying with state ethics training and serve, please consider. 3 voices on this board will strongly make us a greater benefit to the community. On behalf of Richard and myself, I'd like to thank you to every resident who, across more than a century, gave to this town in trust, of which we have authority. We are working and we will keep working to honor what those donors have asked us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. So as I understand it, you have a handout someplace. Is it out there?
Yeah.
Okay, at one of the tables, your lengthier report is out on the table, and it will be posted on the town's website and on the trust fund's website. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowen. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Article 4. 3? No, 3 was on the consent, I think. So sometimes you're confused, Kathy. Article 4, Mr. Leighton. I move.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 138, entitled Departmental Revolving Funds, Section 5, entitled Authorized Revolving Funds, subsection D, by the creation of additional revolving funds we named the Economic Development Revolving Fund, administered by the Director of Planning and Economic Development or Planning Board, as printed in the May 2nd, 2026 Annual Town Meeting warrant booklet, and set the fiscal year 2027 spending limit for such funds at $10,000.
Is there a second? Selectman, your recommendation.
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
And Finance.
Finance Committee recommended approval 6-0.
Thank you. Folks, I didn't put this in the consent calendar because it was an additional fund that you hadn't seen before. Anybody want to discuss or debate, ask questions about number 4? I don't see anybody at the microphone. I'll declare we're ready to vote. This is a majority vote. Voting is now open on Article 4. Attendance is creeping up. You know why? Because it's raining. I know you're all here because it's raining. Okay, whoops. Voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? 259 to 27 passes by more than a majority. Article 4 is passed. Article 5, Technology Revolving Fund. Mr. McLeod.
I move the town amend Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 138, entitled Departmental Revolving Funds, Section 138-5, entitled Authorized Revolving Funds, subsection D, by amending the entry for the Technology Revolving Fund, namely the column entitled Department, Board, Committee, Agency, or Officer authorized to spend from the fund, by replacing the existing text in its entirety with town manager or his or her designee.
As a second, Select Board?
5-0.
In favor, right? Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
I didn't put this in the consent calendar, folks, because it kind of changes a little bit who is directing this fund, town manager and/or designee. Any questions about Article 5? No one at the microphone. I'll declare we're ready to vote. Voting is now open. Oh, no running total. I don't know either. Oh, there it goes, Mel.
It's been good. It's raining.
It's raining. It's going to take the computer a while. It's raining. Okay, I think that pretty much ends it. Voting is now closed. What's the vote on Article 5? Simple majority. 231 to 836. Article 5 passes by more than a majority. Article 6 was in the consent calendar. Article 7, Ms. Moore.
I move the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,895 for payment of prior year expenses, including outstanding invoices owed to Aero Septic in the amounts of $1,317.50 and $577.50, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,196.66 for payment of a prior year expense, which shall be paid from fiscal year 2026 appropriation to the Lunenburg Public Schools for an outstanding invoice owed to Nexamp.
Okay, is there a second? Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
And Finance?
Finance Committee had deferred.
Deferred, so you're going to have to caucus and vote on that publicly here. Okay, tell us about the article, Ms. Moore, or defer it to the town manager.
Mr. Moderator, there are two bills from the cemetery department for porta potties, as I understand, that are owed to Aero Septic. And there is a relatively old bill from Nexamp that's owed from the school department from FY22. And unfortunately, those that would be here to answer why there's such an old bill are no longer here. So we have to pay them nonetheless. And the first is paid out of this year's raise and appropriate, and the school is going to be paid out of their current school budget.
Somebody put a hold on it. Was there somebody that needed to ask a question? Go right ahead, Mr. Bowen. Yep.
Moderator, Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. I simply put the hold on it because it was a 9/10 vote, so I didn't want the consent calendar to be subjected to the 9/10 vote.
Oh, a parliamentarian. I love it. Okay, that was the reason for the hold. I don't see anybody else at the microphone. He is absolutely correct. Requires 4/5. And so I'm not sure that 80% is quite right, but I'll declare that voting is now open. Let's see how 4/5 works out, Kathy. Get your calculator out, Kathy. Voting is now open. You going to put 4/5 up there? I guess 80%.
It's 4/5.
4/5. Okay, give her a minute, and when she, okay. Well, it's not open yet. You can't click it yet because I didn't open, well, I was going to open it, but Melanie asked for a minute. So she'll get it opened and then we'll vote, okay?
Point of order, Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead, Mr. Bowen. Point of order, go ahead, I'm listening.
I thought that it was a 9/10 vote.
Town council tells me it's 4/5.
Oh, they stand corrected.
That's okay. I have inside information.
Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead, explain it, Mr.
Just a
Costa.
point of order and clarification. It requires a 9/10 vote to pay a year prior bill, a bill of the prior year at a special town meeting, but only a 4/5 vote at the annual town meeting.
There you go. Information everybody was hanging on and waiting for. You all set, Mel? Voting is open. See, you walk away with these little tidbits, right? When you get here in November, prior bills, you'll say, hey, isn't that supposed to be 9/10? Okay, voting is open, Mel, right? Go away, let it click. Everybody having fun? Great. I didn't see any hats today for the Kentucky Derby. Anybody come in with a special hat? All right. Should all be wearing green for the Celtics. They need the luck. Well, actually, they have the talent. And I haven't voted yet, you're right. I should have asked Finance to give us a recommendation. Chris, Mr. Menard, we didn't get a recommendation from the Finance Committee. I know, roll your eyes at me, I forgot. ask your body to weigh in before voting is closed. And if you change your vote based upon what you hear, all you got to do is click the other vote. Finance Committee, give us a recommendation.
So this is a pretty routine bill. Does the finance committee have any discussion? All right, roll call vote, Mike? Anna? Jay? Tom? James? And I for myself. 6-0
Okay.
in favor.
All right, so if you want to change your vote based upon their recommendation, just hit a different clicker. Well, we're up to close to 300. I don't see any new ones coming in, Mel. Okay, so I declare voting is now closed. What's the majority say on, or 9/10, 4/5? 267 to 26. I'm going to guess that's 4/5. Kathy, what does your calculator say? It's 4/5, okay. Oh, passed. Ha, love it. Okay, that's Article 7. Article 8, Ms. Emke, budget adjustments.
I move that the town pass over Article 8.
Second, Select Board recommendation
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
of passing over, okay. And Finance, did you have a recommendation on passing over?
We do not, but we can establish one if you'd like.
I would like.
Any discussion on passing over this article?
I'm just trying to understand, we're talking about Article 8, isn't this, the snow deficit? Or, oh no, that's the next one, sorry. Anyway,
Never mind.
it's in question.
Okay.
Okay, so, roll call vote, Mike? Anna? Jay? Tom? Jean? And then I for myself. 6-0, recommend approval.
Okay. And I always ask Ms. Emke, why are we passing over something before we decide on voting it? Why do we pass it over?
There's no transfer.
There's none. Wow, what a great idea. Okay, so I think voting is now open on Article 8, which is basically to pass over Article 8. Here it goes. I think that's me. Okay. Numbers are close to finished. I think there's some people in the audience texting their friends saying, okay, we're on Article 8, you better get down here. Okay, on a simple passing over, let's see what the results are, Melanie. 264 to 15, we are passed over on Article 8. Article 9 is Mr. Leighton. This is about snow and ice closeouts, I believe.
I move the town transfer from free cash the sum of $520,000 to the FY 2026 snow removal expense line to cover fiscal year 2026 operating deficits.
Is there a second? Select Board.
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
And Finance.
Finance Committee had deferred.
Okay, so you're going to take a vote now?
We can.
You can.
Any comments relative to this article?
I have a question, why are we using a current available funds from the FY 26 budget? That's what we have done in the past, instead of using free cash? Mr. Moderator?
Go right ahead.
Answer to that. So the total snow and ice deficit is $703,000. Of that, we're transferring $520,000 from free cash, and the remainder is being transferred from existing available FY26 funds.
Don't go too far.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the closeout Article 9?
All right, so
Yep. Okay, go right ahead. Give me your vote.
any other comments or questions from the finance committee? All right, again, just roll call vote, Mike? Aye. Anna?
Aye.
Jay? Aye. Tom? Aye. Dean? Aye. And I for myself. 6-0, we recommend.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on Article 9, the closeout article, snow and ice. Voting is now open. I'm not ready? Not open yet. Why do I think I was ready? It's okay. Now I'm ready? Now I'm ready. Voting is now open. Melanie's kind of busy. Give her a minute. Whenever you, oops, go ahead. Oh, you want to talk to me? Wait a minute.
All of the articles are written this way, and they all have to be rewritten this way. So you're going to have to give me a minute to read all of them.
Okay, all right. Okay. She needs to retype it for a minute. Whoops. She needs to retype it so you have it accurate on the screen. Let's give her a minute. So this is exactly what the article says, but what you should be voting on is when it's moved, right? Not usually much of a difference, but it could be. Ready to open it?
No,
It's open? Okay. All right, that's fine. You got it retyped?
it's been open.
Yeah.
You can close it.
I can close it.
But going forward, go slow.
I'm going to vote for Mel to replace me when it comes time. Okay, Article 9, voting is now closed. Let's see what the results are. 265 to 29, more than a majority, so Article 9 is passed. Article 10 is the budget. Some of you may have come to talk about the budget. So here's the process that we've followed in the 18 years that I've been doing this, and so here's how it's going to go. Mr. Nuzzulo is going to move the article, it's going to be seconded, yada, yada. Then the town manager is going to give a presentation on the budget, along with the superintendent of schools, both of them with their individual part. And then at that point in time, I'm going to go through the budget by categories, and if you have an issue somewhere within that category, you're going to yell out, hold, and we'll go back and discuss that particular category. Just because we didn't put a hold on the category right before it doesn't mean it's passed. It just means we're trying to focus in on what people are interested in. Okay? After we get through the holds and we discuss them and ask questions, etc., then we'll have the debate. Okay? Now, I know, I've heard that there's a lot of energy around the budget and about overrides, et cetera, and so on. So to take a moment, look around, and notice that all the people sitting here and up here and down there are all your neighbors, people that work for you, people that volunteer hours for you. I'm asking you to be respectful when discussing the issues. I'm asking you not to impugn another person's character or another person's motives. I have seen too much of that on Facebook. People on both sides of these issues have felt attacked, and they shouldn't. Our employees shouldn't feel attacked. Our volunteers shouldn't feel attacked, but they do feel that they have been abused, and I'm not going to tolerate it. Okay? So here we go. Mr. Nuzzulo, please move the article.
I move the town raise and appropriate the sum of $49,557,907.80. Transfer the sum of $288,966.09 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Transfer the sum of $37,306.80 from the Artificial Turf Revolving Fund. Transfer the sum of $20,972 from the PEG Access and Cable Related Enterprise Fund. And transfer the sum of $58,837.50 from the Water Betterment Revenue to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2027 of $49,963,990.19. And to fix the salaries
Go ahead, sorry.
and compensation of all elected officials of the town and any other items included in the budget of the town manager.
Thank you. Is there a second? Select Board, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval 4-0. Ms. Moore was a select board member that was not present that night, so.
And I would be voting to recommend approval.
Okay. And FinCom, your recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends approval, 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
Thank you. Okay, you can't just say point of order. Like I said before, please just stand when you say point of order. Thank you. And then make sure you've got my attention so I know what you're talking. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, the screen here talks about 10 and 11.
Okay. That's cool. Okay, that's a good point of order. Thank you. So let me address, that's fine, thank you. Let me address what I have told people on, let's call it both sides of this issue, about all the finances in town, okay? I told all of them, I'm not going to restrict you, the body, or them, to talk about just the budget, or just the override, or just something else later in the warrant, okay? Money issues at all, wherever they appear in the budgets and in the tiers, the overrides, are fair game to be discussed, okay? So I'm not going to restrict your conversation. At the end of the debates, okay, at the end of the holds, whatever, when we get to point, then obviously we'll have to vote the budget separate from the tier 11, which is the overrides, et cetera, and so on. But for conversation, I'm going to allow you to talk about all of it in general, okay? Now, understood? Clear? Come to the microphone so everybody can hear you. Okay, it was a point of order because something on the screen was different. Articles 10 and 11. Yep, okay. So go ahead, what's your point of order?
From my understanding from the chair of the selectmen, he's addressing both 10 and 11 because he went through all of the line items that address all of the budget considerations. Article 10 just says, this is what happens if we stay with the levels that are approved by Prop 2.5. Okay, so there are two different topics.
They are.
This says, according to the warrant, that everything proposed is under 2.5. But the numbers that were presented were increases that go above and beyond 2.5, and that's all under Article 11. So they're separate topics.
They are separate topics, you're absolutely correct. We're going to discuss them globally. We're going to talk about the overrides. We're going to be talking about the budget. we're going to be talking about free cash, we're going to talk about anything that's money related, all at the same time, okay? But when it comes to voting, we're going to be voting on the articles individually, okay?
So
Good.
For clarification, then, we're voting Article 10 to be consistent with 2.5. It really has nothing to do with the discussion about 11. It's Article 10 is a budget which meets the requirements of.
Well, that might be a question you want to ask, but Article 10 is what's in your warrant. It's what was just said the Finance Committee and the Select Board are recommending to you. And
So these numbers are all.
Article 10. Why don't you let her do her presentation, then come back and ask the questions after, okay? Fair enough. Okay, Ms. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Jennifer Warren, Diamond, Town Manager for the Town of Lunenburg. I understand that many people have strong feelings on all sides of this issue, and there is a lot of information to present, and there's obviously some questions already. So I'm going to start just by trying to orient folks a little bit. So the proposed FY27 omnibus budget, Tier 1 budget, and Tier 2 budgets are located on page 43 of your booklet. If you want to look at those, they look like that. You also have as a handout, there's a detailed budget. It's outside. If you don't have it, it has a orange column for the balanced budget, a green column for the Tier 1 budget, and a blue column for the Tier 2 budget. And then also as a handout, but you need your readers, is this document that shows just kind of visually the differences for the town between the balanced budget, the Tier 1, and the Tier 2 budget. So that's kind of orienting you to where information is, if you want to look. And this might get a little long, and if you want to go outside and grab some of those documents, feel free. So there are 3 budgets being presented today. The balanced budget is being considered under Article 10, which is the article that has been moved. That is a $49,963,990.19 budget, and there is no override required. So if that budget passes today, no further vote is required. There is a Tier 1 and Tier 2 override under Article 11. Tier 1 is $52,321,641.80. That is an additional $2,350,000 over the balanced budget, and it would require an appropriated vote.
Of course, if other people's votes were being registered, they'd know because they're printed in the town register. Because the advice to have Evan come up and replace his clicker.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, please.
Just so there's no challenge later.
Ruth has to bring in.
No, I agree. Is Ruth that?
She will bring in some, and bring in her paper where she can record she gave it to her, whatever. You have to put that there.
Yeah. They sent that in the court. So then I have to go in and edit all those questions. That's why I'm like, no, I'm not ready.
She should give you this, because that's what you need to deal with each and every time.
He should have been, or that should have been sent out, but some changes came at midnight.
Well, what came at midnight was Article 13, I think.
Yeah, but still.
All right, I know. I apologize. Do the best you can.
So, like, when I'm like, no, it's because I'm still typing.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. You're doing a great job. If we didn't have you, we'd be... If we had Kathy... Just tell me, just grab me.
I just can't get ahead.
Okay.
Maybe I'll take this and
Ooh, it's wet. Was that, what, I just heard that from Adam. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know why he doesn't say something, but that's fine, he told you. Adam, to have Ruth bring in some clickers so they don't have to crawl out, crawl back, but I don't know.
Graphically, no override, town funds, Article 10, and no override passes. Article 10, the balanced budget passes. If Tier 1 passes, then Tier 1 passes. If Tier 2 passes, then they don't compound, so they're not on top of each other. I just want to make sure there's no questions about that piece before I move forward. So $2.4 million override is Tier 1, 3.3 is Tier 2. If Tier 2 passes, the totality of the override is 3.3. It's not 3.3 plus 2.4. Okay, so it's included, Tier 1 is included with Tier 2. Okay, tax impact. Online, there is on our website a budget tax calculator. This is an estimate. The tax rate does not get set until the fall. But you can put your address if you want to see your particular impact. But on the averages, the average single-family home in Lunenburg is valued at $517,296. In the FY26 tax bill, because FY27 tax rate has not been set, so the FY26 tax bill for that home is $7,444. The estimated impact of the FY27 levy limit allowed at approximately 2.5, so the natural growth at approximately 2.5 is estimated at $175.88 to that bill. The estimated impact of the Tier 1 override, should that pass, is $506.95 annually, and the estimated impact of the Tier 2 override is $689.35 per year. Okay, so that's the mechanics of what we're going to go through. Next, I'm going to talk about free cash, revenues, the town budget, and then we're going to go to the school budget. And we're going to try to go fast, but not too fast. And most of you already have your minds made up here, but there's a few of you that might want to hear the whole thing. So, free cash. What is free cash? Free cash is another available fund. It's a revenue source that must be appropriated at town meeting. That means we cannot, outside of the meeting body, we cannot appropriate.
I'm going to try to type it in
And it
there
must
so I
be
can copy
certified
and
by the Division of Local Services. And its variances to both our estimated revenues, so if actual revenues come in higher than our estimated revenues, that adds to free cash, or expenditure lines we do not go fully spent. Stated another way, free cash is generated from three sources. One, unexpended free cash that we don't spend in a particular year that carries over from year to year. Two, actual revenues that come in above budget estimates, for example, local receipts like motor vehicle excise tax or state aid. And three, unspent amounts in departmental budget lines. Free cash is considered a non-recurring source of revenue. Folks have heard that we had a larger than normal certified free cash this year. That's true. In 2026, our total certified free cash was $3,354,370. That's in the right here on the bar graph. Well, that's higher than we've had before. It's within the recommendation of the Division of Local Services that we have 5 to 7% of our operating budget returning as free cash through conservative budgeting. So you'll see that although we were high this year, in fact, if you look over a 10-year period, the town has been historically under the Division of Local Services recommendations when it comes to free cash. Why is that important? The town has a free cash policy, like many communities, and the free cash policy is how we apply these funds to different things. So the town of Lunenburg's free cash policy states that the highest priority of free cash, of use of free cash, is to increase the balance of the stabilization account, we'll talk about that a little later, to at least a level of 5%, of the current operating budget. So presently, the balance of the general stabilization fund is a little over $3 million and is 6.3% funded. So we're over the minimum, but we are still within recommendation. So we don't have to contribute to that stabilization account per policy. Number two, the next highest priority of free cash would be to fund 10% of the prior year's free cash into OPEB trust fund. Employment Benefit Trust Fund. This is our health insurance, largely liability for retired employees. Third priority of free cash is to fund into our special purpose stabilization accounts. So we have several special purpose stabilization accounts. The two that town meeting is probably most familiar with are our vehicle use stabilization account, which we're going to be talking about under the capital plan, and our health insurance stabilization account. Any monies that remain in free cash after 1 through 3 happen may be used to fund one-time expenditures for specific departments and or special projects at the town manager, subject to appropriation by town meeting. It's important to note that because free cash is a non-recurring revenue, it should not be used to fund any personnel, program, or initiative that would require expenditures in subsequent fiscal years. So how are we going to, what are our planned motions for expending the free cash at this town meeting? So at the top of this sheet, and there is a handout to this as well, you have your starting free cash of $3,354,370. Article 25, for the policy, transfers 10% to OPEB. Article 28 transfers $250,000 to the special purpose stabilization account, specifically the health insurance special purpose stabilization account. And then Article 26 transfers $10,000 to the compensated absences fund. Then we have a couple special articles. $2,064 of free cash, leaving $562,306 on the table. We do know that there are a couple big projects, one of which was the middle high school track project that was in the queue, working through the capital planning committee and didn't make it to this town meeting, that we're looking at potentially $200,000 for some work on the design and engineering that will be needed to reconstruct that potentially. And so I anticipate that there's a possibility that that comes up at the fall town meeting. And we also know that TCP is going to have some significant costs that we may need to appropriate some additional funds at the fall town meeting. But you don't want to spend all your free cash. You want to leave a starting balance of free cash to roll over into the next year as well. But typically not quite that high, but those are the reasons why I'm not suggesting that we fully deplete that tonight or this morning. Geez, used to do things at night. All right. So we're going to start going through now the actual meat and potatoes. I'm going to go through revenues fairly quickly because I think that that's not what you most likely.
Oh, this is not audio.
But our budget, how do we build it? So we look every year at revenues. The 4 sources of revenues are property tax, state aid, local receipts, enterprise funds. Those are the different funding sources for our budget. you will see that large green section is property tax. Like most municipalities of our type, we are heavily reliant on property tax to support the budget. So that's the largest piece of the revenue pie. How do we come up with that number? We take last year's levy limit, we add the 2.5% to it. So that's your Proposition 2.5 increase right there. It's not 2.5% increase to your property, it's a 2.5% increase to the total levy, all of the property in the town. So that 2.5% is $822,770.28. And then we add to that new growth, which we're going to talk about a little bit more, and excluded debt to give our total maximum allowable levy. What's new growth? New growth is the additional tax revenue generated by new construction, renovations, increases to home values. Not through the value of the home, but because you put on a new addition, or you had an unfinished basement and now it's finished. So that additional, those funds are new growth for the town, as is new construction. So this is our new growth trend. The orange is our estimates, the greens are actuals. In FY26, we estimated $400,000 of new growth, and we received 518, which is a pretty good forecasting. You do want your actual new growth to come in higher. If it doesn't, you're going to miss your projections. But Lunenburg was growing at a high pace, and that's tapered off a little bit. In talks with the building commissioner, we are getting a lot of building permits, but we're not getting a lot of new construction right now, which does affect new growth. There's some now. All right, state aid is the second large piece of the revenue pie. So total state aid receipts, I'm not going to go through all of this slide, is $11,404,917. The biggest portion of that coming in, though, under education. So $9,726,003. And then the state giveth, and then the state taketh away. So on the right column are the cherry sheet assessments, which come immediately off. And so those are for things like the mosquito control program, charter schools sending tuition, and other assessments from the state. Local receipts, smallest piece of the revenue pie. Local receipts are estimated receipts include motor vehicle, excise tax, meals and room tax, fines and fees, licenses and permits, departmental, investment income, penalties and taxes, separate from real and personal taxes, and vary more than any other part. It fluctuates more than any other part of the revenue stream. And local receipts should be budgeted conservatively and not at historically high levels for that reason. So the local receipt estimate for this year is $3,508,024. We did have a small adjustment for motor vehicle excise tax of $75,000 and investment income of $100,000 to bring that to $200,000. This is highly market dependent and highly volatile. So while something like investment income, FY25 actual is coming in really high at 588, we want to make sure that that sustains for a couple years before we increase too much. We increased a little bit. All right. So that's how we get our total revenue. Now we're going to start taking some things away. So we're going to take away the cherry sheet assessments, the $1 million that I talked about before. The assessor's overlay, that's if there's an abatement or exemption and we're expecting to receive $100 in property tax and we only receive $80, the assessor's overlay. There's two funds from the state, school choice and library, that sweep automatically to those two departments. And then there is $244,576 going to the capital plan. The one prior year bill that we already voted at $1895, that was the two actually septic bills. And then that leaves the $49,963,990 $990.19. So, here are, and you have this, the total expenditures that we have planned by departmental category, and in your book, you have these categories broken down further, and in this handout, they're broken down even further. So you can get as into these lines as you would like. But we're going to go through each of these categories. I'm going to talk about some of the high points and changes. I'm not touching on every single change in every single budget, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But overall, the town's balanced budget right there in the middle is $49,963,990.19. The Tier 1 budget is $52,321,641.87, and the Tier 3 is $53,212,536.02. So the town operating budget, and I know that this is super small and it's small up here, but I'm going to go through afterwards some specifics, but this is the easiest way to kind of get a holistic view of what we did. So first, there's some universal cuts and reductions in FY26 that do not come back in any version of the budget. We did that for a couple of reasons. One is that we recognized that we had some priorities as a community, and it was important to fund those priorities, specifically the 4th Shift Fire Department and the Assistant Town Manager position. So those are adds in the balance budget, and in order to make those adds, some things are cut that we're going to talk about that are restored later, but we also, in doing this, really took that really hard look at each of our lines, each and every line, and if we are not historically spending to actuals, we shaved it. So in that, you heard me say before about free cash and where it comes from, and it comes from unexpended budget lines. I've eaten up a lot of that. I've taken it away. I expect free cash to be substantially altered next year. Okay, so what is universally cut in all three budgets? So general government expense and service lines across departments, $47,803. They were going to do some restructuring in the Ritter building. So the conservation administrative assistant at 10 hours a week has been eliminated, and the Board of Health administrative assistant restructured to support land use. DPW recycling program reduced in line with actuals, a reduction of $107,000. DPW line painting and fuel charges reduced by $13,000. Facilities, TCP building is winding down. We're taking that outside of operations, so we pulled $121,000 out of the operating budget. Between the Board of Health, Council on Aging, Library, we've reduced expense lines by $9,250, and police ACO expense lines by $1,340. When I told you I looked at every expense line that we could cut, I looked at every expense line. So those are not restored in any version of the budget. Included in the balanced budget, additional cuts in the balanced budget for the fire, per diem hours are cut, training, recertification, we'll go into more details, I'm just doing the high level right now. Training, recertification, supplies are cut, police, admin clerk, lobby access is cut, one SRO is eliminated, not backfilled. The police department remains below the staffing plan, and some training, uniform, and overtime lines are reduced. The pavement management plan is reduced, the stormwater management is reduced, road supplies reduced. Library, young adult services librarian is eliminated, library materials are level funded. 2 part-time dietary aides are eliminated at the Council on Aging. Programming is reduced. Parks and Rec part-time director is eliminated. The beach will remain funded only through this summer. Summer band concerts are eliminated, and parks maintenance is reduced. The IT and communications manager of 32 hours is eliminated to fund the assistant town manager in part. Town manager and select board contracted services are reduced by 11,000, and land use, APDC, historic central purchasing lines are reduced by $7,125. We're going to restore a lot of those things in the Tier 1 budget. What is universal increases across all three budgets? And we'll talk about these as we go. Assistant town manager, this is a new position, 40 hours at $120,000. The fourth fire shift, so going from 3 groups of 3 to 4 groups of 3. The police second detective position is filled, which means the patrol officer, who was also the SRO, is not backfilled. Facilities director, vehicle use stipend of $7,500. DPW drainage funding increased by $8,000, and there is a part-time admin in DPW for 10 hours a week. So just like there were universal reductions, there are universal additions in all versions of the budget. Okay. Tier 2, we still have those universal reductions, and we still reduced in Tier 1 are the police admin clerk. We don't touch police staffing, and the IT communications director in the Tier 1 budget is reduced part-time to 19 hours, not fully restored. So then in the center column, all of those reductions that I talked about to bring those priorities into the balanced budget are restored in Tier 1. In addition, DPW junior engineer project manager is added. That part-time admin support increases from 10 to 19 hours. There's some very small lines for economic development, 3,100, kitchen supplies for the COA at 1,500, parks maintenance gets $10,000 above and beyond FY26, and the addition of health insurance to support that DPW junior engineer. And then in the Tier 2 budget for the town, all Tier 1 restorations carry forward. And in addition, the admin clerk at PD is fully restored. We restore the 4th sergeant position in the police department, the 2nd SRO, the IT communications manager is fully restored to 32 hours a week. The Parks and Rec director is increased from part-time to full-time. 2 patrol officers are added, one of which would be an SRO, so it's a total, we go from 12 to 14 patrol officers in Tier 2. The animal control budget is increased to $80,000 for sustainable long-term services. And board and committee clerk funding is doubled to $12,000, and there is a $125,000 increase to health insurance to support those additional positions. You all understand? No. Okay, so let's go into a little more detail here. All right. So here's one of the easiest. Maturing debt. This changes in no variation of the budget. We have a small decrease over last year as our debt service is being paid down. Our excluded debt that we are paying on still are the construction for this building. And then there were a series of bonds issued for the pavement management plan. And then we have some non-excluded debt, which is supported either inside the budget by an enterprise or another source. All right. General government unclassified. This is one of your biggest cost drivers of your whole budget. And it's all things that we have to do. And there's not a lot of leverage that we have. So this budget includes our liability insurance, which we were able to reduce based on actuals. Our workers' compensation, which we were able to reduce based on actuals. I'm going to skip over health insurance for a minute. Our group life insurance, this is a town-required contribution. We had to adjust it up to actuals by $5,000. Unemployment expenses, and Medicare or FICA Medicare tax, which is based off the total payroll. Health insurance is one of the largest drivers in the municipal budget. We were facing a 20% increase at the beginning of the year that was going to absolutely cripple the community and cripple, frankly, communities across the Commonwealth. Our insurer, Maya, dropped coverage for GLP-1 drugs, which allowed a reduction from that 20% increase to, for the town of Lunenburg, our rate was 8.8%. And then where's Maryfoyle? Maryfoyle and the PEC worked with the town. The PEC, I gotta say thank you to everybody involved in that process. That's the Public Employees Committee. We knew that there were these health insurance pressures that we had to tackle. And so working together, the PEC essentially voted to make their plans for all employees less favorable. So the plan design changed. Their contributions are going up, but they're not going up 8.8%, okay? So we're looking at a total increase now of about 5.38%. We also added, Mr. Menard, a high deductible health plan offering, and we have increased the opt-out for employees under that agreement. So we don't know fully what the outcome will be as people shift from one plan to another and how it will actually affect our actuals. But we are hopeful that this will help kind of curb some of the pressures from the health insurance lines. Now, we did not adjust down from those original 8.85% on either the town or school side. You heard earlier that why aren't you transferring money within the budget to snow and ice? Health insurance line is generally conservatively budgeted and is a source for a snow and ice transfer, although there wasn't much there this year. So thank you again to the PEC and to the Select Board for coming to an agreement on this. I think it was a lot of work, and I don't know that people in this room will understand the impacts that the employees took to support this budget. All right. Moving to general government, unclassified. This is, I can't even read this without my readers on. So this budget has Finance Committee, the Select Board, Town Manager, Town Accountant, most of your kind of town hall functions. The balanced budget is a 5.82% increase over FY26 at $3,134,798.64, and I see that I've forgotten some commas in the $1.7 million increase. Tier 1 increases that by $55,842, and Tier 2 has a further increase of $30,000 over Tier 1. So why? Let's go through it. So assistant town manager position. I know that this is one of probably the more controversial items on this town meeting. So when we were first talking about this budget, I had talked recognizing the need. I think the need for an assistant town manager was recognized well before I walked into this town, and there's been a lot of additional things that have happened over the past year. We've had some pretty, if you were here at the fall town meeting, you've heard the challenges with our finance department. We're starting to get that structure back in place with, this is Karen Barrett, your new finance director back here. So we're starting to get that structure back in place, but the core of our organization is not strong. So I was originally planning to propose this as a half year that would roll this position on in July, but the needs keep growing. So let's talk about specifically the town first hiring an assistant town manager, HR director in 2019. That's Julie Beliveau, if you don't know her, right here. The duties of that position, though, are largely focused on human resources. So Julie is an HR specialist. That is her background. In addition, she has learned procurement, and she is excellent at it. But she does not have capacity beyond HR. So a dedicated, other than for the procurement, a dedicated assistant town manager position provides focused capacity to coordinate day-to-day operations across departments, oversee town-wide procurement and compliance. That'll pull the procurement piece off of Julie. We know we have a ton of HR work that we still need to do. It's a goal of this select board to improve the employee experience, manage special projects and grant initiatives, address administrative backlogs, including public records requests. This town has more public records requests than I believe any other that I have seen, and support long-range planning, including capital planning and budget development. As the scope and complexity of municipal operations have increased, these responsibilities have grown beyond what can be effectively managed within a combined HR and administrative role. And establishing the dedicated assistant town manager position would be great for me. It's really better for the organization to provide coordination and consistency across operations. So while some areas of the budget are being reduced or adjusted, the creation of this position is intended to address ongoing growing operational demands, increase efficiency, ensure critical projects and day-to-day responsibilities are managed. And in this case, it's less about adding costs and more about restructuring resources to meet current organizational needs. So to fund the position at $120,000 for the full year in the balanced budget, I did propose, unfortunately, to eliminate the communications and IT manager position. That position manages our web, our social media, coordinates with our IT provider, Suzer, and Kara McCarthy, if you've seen any of the materials bringing you here today, has done an unbelievable job of just getting out information. Actually, can we give Kara a round of applause? But despite saying all that, I still say that the assistant town manager position is so important to the organization that that position was eliminated. It is restored in the Tier 1 budget at 19 hours a week and then fully restored in the Tier 2 budget. And the current assistant town manager, HR director, under a later article would be retitled Human Resources Director, as she is. All right, what else has changed in the general government lines? I talked about those expense line and service lines that were reduced across departments of the 47,000. That doesn't change in any version of the budget. Land use restructuring. So presently, there's 2 administrative assistant positions that support building and planning. So one supports building, one supports planning, and 1 administrative assistant that supports Board of Health. Currently, one of those is vacant. So we have, on roster, we have administrative assistant for planning and administrative assistant for Board of Health. There's also the 10-hour per week administrative assistant that supports conservation. So the plan is to eliminate the Concom 10-hour week position and to restructure the Board of Health administrative assistant to support functions and really have 2 team leads within the Ritter building that have some cross-collaboration, are masters of their own area, but can support the total land use and inspectional services together jointly. The advent of OpenGov and our online permitting has greatly reduced the volume in those offices just by not handling the paper. So it's not that folks before weren't needed, it's just that the organizational needs have changed. Oh, and I leaned on that and hit a slide. Okay. All right. Select Board contracted services is level funded at $6,000. It's restored to $13,500 to the preliminary budget in Tier 1. There is I say level funded, but there is a contract that the town has for crisis communications and professional support that's currently being paid out of multiple budgets. We were trying to get it all in this budget, but if an override does not pass, that service will be eliminated. The Select Board Committee Clerk, which is a pool of minute writers that support many boards and committees in the town, in Tier 2 is increased, doubled from $6,000 to $12,000. Contracted services for the town manager reduced from $6,000 from the level fund of $10,000, that's restored in Tier 1, and that line item provides my office with funding for professional services. A lot of that's professional recruitment services that are needed from time to time, like the background check for a police chief that is different than a normal background check. Accountant, audit costs have been increased to actuals, and our new finance director has been hired. Land use meetings in schools line was reduced by a couple $1,000s and is restored in Tier 1. Economic development expense of $3,100. This is a new line so that the EDC can host their town official meet and greet, which is an awesome event for those who haven't been. But it costs money, and they're going to try to fundraise for that. But if they can't, here's the line that they can use. Central purchasing office equipment reduced but restored in Tier 1 by $1,000. Central purchase Equipment maintenance reduced from $7,000 to $4,000, restored in Tier 1. And I already talked about the communications and IT manager position, but Tier 1 partially restores the position at 19 hours a week, $31,193 to give us limited communications support, and Tier 2 fully restores the position at 32 hours a week at $59,459 for a higher level of, continued level really, of communication project support and technology communications. Tax title, nothing has changed. So these are the funds that the town uses if we have to go through a tax title process. Public safety. So public safety contains the police department, the fire department, radio watch, which is dispatch, emergency management, animal control. And there are some pretty substantial changes between these departments, or between these budgets, sorry. So the balance budget has a $262,730.05 or 5.78% increase over FY26. That's largely due to the addition of the fourth shift for the fire department, but that came at a lot of other cuts. So it's not that the fourth shift cost that much. There were other reductions that were made. Tier 1 has an increase of $158,730.47 over that balanced budget, and Tier 2 has an increase of $343,019.92 over Tier 1. So, fourth shift fire, this is new. The balanced budget adds the fourth shift to the fire department, moving from shifts of 48 hours to average shifts of 42 hours. 3 shifts of 3 firefighters moving to 4 shifts of 3 firefighters. This extends your full-time coverage, your professional coverage in the town of Lunenburg to 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. There's a lot of activity happening on this stage. I don't know what's going on. And then the per diem hours that we currently have budgeted would be rescheduled to 8 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week to provide 4 firefighters on duty during peak activity. But there is a cut in that line in the balance budget that's restored in Tier 1. Police, in the balance budget, the second detective position is filled. This is a new position, but that's created by a individual who currently is a patrol officer, SRO, being promoted and not backfilled. All right, so cuts, we're going to talk about some cuts and then restorations in public safety. So the fire department experiences significant cuts to per diem firefighter coverage. Per diem hours in the balanced budget dropped from 112 to 70 hours a week, meaning that only 10 hours of daily coverage to give 4 on instead of 16. This leaves evening hours staffed by 3 career firefighters only, making it difficult to staff a second ambulance. Need two in the bus, or maintain adequate initial fire response if the first ambulance is already deployed. Training budgets are cut across the board, limited paramedic training, biweekly EMS training, and emergency threat training like lithium-ion batteries and active shooter incident response. Tier 1 restores the per diem coverage and all training lines to FY26 levels. The police department faces significant staffing and service cuts in the balanced budget. The balanced budget staffs a police chief, a lieutenant, 3 sergeants, 2 detectives, 12 officers, one of whom is an SRO, an executive assistant, and a desk clerk. The balanced budget cuts staffing for lobby hours at the public safety building, a part-time clerical position handling accounts payable, and the present 2 school resource officer positions are reduced to 1. The Tier 1 budget restores funding for the public safety lobby, certain expenditure lines, and the overtime line. The Tier 2 budget restores positions in alignment with the long-term police department staffing plan. We restore the 4th sergeant position and add 2 additional patrol officers, including the related costs, and restore the 2nd SRO, as well as the part-time clerical position. Public Works. Bill Bernard, DPW Director. Balanced budget, $2,188,527.18. This is a decrease of $288,426 over FY26. Tier 1 is an increase of $366,150 over the balanced budget and $77,724 over FY26. Tier 2, there's no change over Tier 1. The DPW budget reflects significant changes across key operational lines, including stormwater management, drainage, roadway supplies, and the pavement management plan. In the balanced budget, these lines are reduced, resulting in deferred maintenance, reduced compliance capacity, and increased risk exposure. Notably, stormwater funding is reduced, draining funding remains constrained despite an existing backlog, roadway supply funding is scaled back, and the pavement management plan is significantly reduced from the prior commitments to this body. The balanced budget also does include new part-time administrative support at 10 hours a week. Tier 1 restores core operational lines and includes additional targeted investments, such as the addition of a junior engineer project manager to help support the town in its compliance with MS4 or stormwater compliance, and restores the requested administrative support hours to 19 hours. So that 10-hour-a-week position was requested at 19, and the balanced budget dropped to 10, restored to the request in Tier 1. Stormwater management specifically reduced by $10,000 in the balanced budget, restored in Tier 1. Drainage, received an $8,000 increase over FY26, restored to the requested level of $100,000 in Tier 1. Supplies, reduced by $10,000, restored to level fund in Tier 1. Pavement management plan, reduced to $50,000 in the balanced budget, restored to $282,000 in Tier 1. Junior engineer project manager added in Tier 1, and part-time admin support, 10 hours per week in the balanced budget, 19 hours per week in Tier 1. Facilities and buildings. Balanced budget is a $50,221.84 decrease over FY26 for $1,017,174.56. Tier 1 is an increase of $66,319 over the balanced budget, and Tier 2 is an increase of $110,400 over the balanced budget, and $44,000 over Tier 1. So what is happening with facilities? We talked a little bit earlier, and it's in a later article, about TCP coming off, which is part of some of the reduction. But really, the changes between the tiers of the budget have to do with the recreation budget specifically. So the Parks and Recreation budget services face elimination of the rec director and most town-run programming. Summer sports camps, STEM programs, after-school activities are eliminated. The beach operations are funded only for the summer of 2026. Passes have already been sold, beaches already opening up, but it's not just funding the beach line. To keep the beach open, there's additional administrative supports that are required that wouldn't be able to be supported under the balanced budget. So the beach would not reopen likely in 2027 without an override. Parks maintenance is limited to basic mowing at reduced frequency with no funding for fence repair, field improvements, or structural maintenance. Tier 1 restores the recreation director at the current level of 19 hours a week, resumes programming, and restores beach and parks funding. And Tier 2 expands the recreation director to full-time. This is a discussion that has been occurring for many years in the town of Lunenburg, the need for coordinated growth in the recreation department so that we can move to having an enterprise-like fund, but also to provide more coordinated programming across the community. Human Services. So this is your Board of Health and Health Services line, Council on Aging, Veterans, all together. So the balanced budget is $452,565, a $25,000 decrease. Tier 1 restores $23,400 over balanced budget, and Tier 2, there are no changes. And so the changes are really in the Council on Aging. So the Council on Aging faces reductions that impact meal services and senior programming. The assistant meal site manager line funds 2 9-hour dietary aid positions that support the meal site manager. With the elimination of those 2 dietary aid positions, all meal setup, sanitation, dishwashing, food preparation, and Meals on Wheels would now fall just on the 1 meal site manager. So those 2 dietary aids are restored in Tier 1. Senior programming is reduced by $2,000. And there was a limiting fitness, wellness, social, and educational activities, and there was a new dedicated kitchen supply line that had been proposed of $1,500 that was not included in the balanced budget, but was included in Tier 1. Monty Tech. So not much we can do here. Monty Tech gives the town an assessment each year, and so there's no variations between the budgets, but it is $1,452,426 to Monty Tech. That's an 8.85% increase. And that has been the trend, so roughly between 7 and 8%. Culture and recreation. Under this budget, you have band concerts, library, and the Historic Commission. The balanced budget is $598,960.20. That's a $40,076 reduction. Tier 1 is an increase of $62,208.04 over the balanced budget and $22,131 over FY26. The library budget, which is included in Culture and Recreation, reflects reductions across staffing, materials, and programming. In the balanced budget, funding for the Young Adult Services Librarian, 30 hours per week, one of only 5 master's level librarians is eliminated. This reduction is particularly impactful considering the town's $120,000 ARPA investment in the team room renovation. Young adult programming is expected to decrease by at least 50%. Those are both restored in Tier 1. Library materials is $96,200 in the balanced budget. That is restored to the requested level of $106,937 in Tier 1. And programs reduced in the balanced budget by $1,500, restored, I definitely have a typo there, restored to the requested level of $2,100, I think is what that's supposed to say. In New York, can you help me? Is that $2,100? Oh, $21,000. I reduced it by $1,500. It's restored to $21,000. Thank you. I'm missing a zero. All right, in Tier 1. It's right on your books. All right, band concerts. The line item funds the town's summer band concert program. The funds in this account are used to pay the performers. This $6,000 is eliminated in the balanced budget and restored in Tier 1. Similarly, $1,000 for the Historic Commission, eliminated in the balanced budget and restored in Tier 1. Intergovernmental assessments. Here is another large driver of the budget. Worcester County Regional Retirement. This is an assessment that we receive, $238,289.95 or 9.94% increase. Worcester County Retirement is a major budget cost driver with year-over-year of 10% anticipated increases in the future. And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fortuna for her presentation on the school operating budget. Okay. Do you want this to roll? Yeah. Okay, so just arrow it, and then, so this is the one we're on, and this is the, oh, and it is touch. Oh boy, I'm getting away.
Dr. Fortuna, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jody Fortuna, the Superintendent of Schools. This is my first Lunenburg town meeting. So I'm excited to be here. I want to be completely transparent from the start. This year's budget has been a difficult one, though it's been very, very collaborative with the Select Board and the Finance Committee throughout the process. Those tri-board meetings, along with the school committee, were incredibly helpful in building this budget. Before we look at how this impacts our classrooms, it's vital to understand the big financial realities driving our deficit. We are being squeezed by bills we simply have no control over. Huge increases in our district's health insurance premiums, soaring utility rates, just like you're all feeling, just to keep the lights and the heat on, significantly more expensive bus contracts, and rising special education costs. These fixed bills are eating up our funding before a single dollar even reaches our classrooms. The human cost of reductions. When fixed costs like healthcare and utilities go up faster than our revenues, the school budget takes a hit. This brings us to the human cost of these cuts. The choices before us are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They directly impact the quality of student life and how well our teachers can actually teach. If we are forced to cut staff to balance this budget, class sizes will grow significantly. Reducing support staff removes vital safety nets for our most vulnerable kids, and cutting extracurriculars deeply impacts our students' mental health and connection to their schools. Simply put, meeting our bare legal requirements should not come at the expense of our student success. If you look at our overall student numbers, you might assume our costs should stay flat. Our total headcount is stable, sitting between 1,560 and 1,580 students. However, the level of support our students need is increasing dramatically. Currently, nearly 37% of our students are classified as high needs. This means that they're either students with disabilities, students that are economically disadvantaged, or students that are English language learners or former English language learners. This is a primary driver of our escalating costs. It requires specialized staff, intensive report, and in some cases, highly expensive out-of-district placements to meet our legal and moral obligations to these children. The literacy crisis. This is one data point. It's one data point in time. However, we have many data points and many observations that indicate that our academic data is showing us we are facing a real localized literacy crisis. Based on recent MCAS data, nearly 50% of our student body across grades 3 through 8 is below target in reading. This data is the absolute driving force behind our urgent request to fund reading interventionists. We cannot look at the data and keep doing what we've been doing. We need to change how we're supporting our struggling readers. Projected class sizes. As we look at the impact of cutting 1st through 4th grade teaching staff to balance the budget, the reality hits our classrooms hard. You can see the projected increases here. 1st grade will jump from 24 up to 29 students. 2nd grade will swell to 30 students per class. These are not ideal environments for teaching kids the foundations of reading and math. These larger class sizes are the direct result of cutting teaching positions because of our budget limits. To help us navigate this, we have modeled 3 choices for the FY27 budget. First, the balanced budget. This means a strict $26.5 million target, but requires severe, painful cuts to our staff and athletics. Second, Tier 1, core. This balances adding a few desperately needed programs like the high school bridge program and English language support by sacrificing other important areas. Finally, Tier 2 restoration. This is the budget our students truly need. It maintains core support while restoring the crucial positions that keep our students on track. Under the strict balanced budget scenario, we are forced to add positions only where we are legally mandated to do so. So there are positions added in our balanced budget, but they are legally mandated positions that we must have, with the exception of one, and I'll explain that. We need an elementary special educator at our primary school. Our numbers of students on IEPs require us to have this special educator legally, plus it's the morally right thing to do to provide services to students that need them the most. We are not meeting all mandates to serve our English language learners well across the district. We currently have 2 English language learning teachers that work across all 4 schools. We are looking to add 1 more English language learning teacher in the balanced budget. This third thing is the thing that we are not legally mandated to add, and that position is a full-time assistant for our business manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation when we talk about the 25 surplus that we had. However, this isn't a new position. This is really a reorganization of a current position. We currently have somebody that's doing accounts payable and state reporting rather. This will have them move over, assume more responsibilities in the business office, and is really a net cost to the town of approximately $10,000. But in order to get to this, we're required to cut 4 elementary teachers. That's 1 teacher in grades 1 through 4. We couldn't cut a teacher in grade 5 because our class sizes in grade 5 next year will already be 27 to 28 students. We are cutting 2.0 middle school and high school interventionists who help our students access the higher level subject matter that they are learning. We will be eliminating all athletic and band transportation. And we will be eliminating our lowest enrolled sports, and as well as the money that we had planned to purchase a new science curriculum for Turkey Hill, our students in grades 3 through 5 with, in order to reach a balanced budget. We also made additional cuts off the top to technology maintenance and custodial lines to help us reach this. Many of those will not be restored in later versions of the budget. Tier 1 is our core budget. This is a budget that would require more discussion under Warrant Article 11. We are looking to do some strategic additions here. And here we're trying to preserve what we can. We would add a kindergarten paraprofessional, an elementary interventionist at Turkey Hill, and the high school bridge program. That bridge program is a program that was eliminated previously in the budget. It requires a teacher and it requires a paraprofessional to run, but it really does provide a bridge to school into graduation for some of our struggling learners. However, we still lose crucial reading and math support to pay for these roles. We would still have to sacrifice an interventionist at both the high school and the middle school level. But we would be restoring all of the positions, the classroom teachers that we had lost in balanced budget. The restoration budget. The Tier 2 restoration budget represents the full support model. It includes everything in the core budget, but crucially it brings back the middle school interventionist and an interventionist at the primary school, which is not included on that slide. This model outlines the investment required to actually protect our core educational programs rather than just cutting our way down to a strict bare minimum dollar effect. We would still have one strategic reduction of the high school interventionist, and what we're trying to do is achieve balance through that single impact to save core programs such as the bridge program at the high school. So if we look at our final projections, this is how the numbers break down. To reach the strict balance target of roughly $26.57 million, we have to cut deeply into our most valuable resource, our people. The restoration model, which funds the staff our students' needs, sits at $28.52 million. This means the balance model forces a $1.95 million cut from the restoration ideal. That $1.95 million gap is substantially made up by cutting teaching staff because our other bills like health insurance and utilities are largely locked in, and we have been fiscally prudent and have been cutting our budget for the past several years, and there's nowhere else to cut but besides our people. I want to return to Finally, I want to address the FY25 surplus, because I know that's probably an elephant that still remains in the room. As I know it has been a point of community concern, it is totally valid to ask, why are we making cuts now if we had extra money recently? That surplus was a one-time event, not regular income. It happened mostly because we had open jobs we couldn't fill, and because of some accounting shifts with our state grants. You cannot pay for permanent rise in health insurance bills or multi-year bus contracts with savings from temporary unfilled jobs. Basically, because you don't know when you're going to fill them. To ensure absolute transparency moving forward, we have restructured the finance department and instituted rigorous monthly public reviews. That's one of the reasons we're asking for the assistant business manager position, and we think it's so crucial to provide another check and balance to make sure we are being fiscally prudent with the community's money. Our at-risk programs right now, our 5th grade band, which has been a wonderful feeder to our middle school band, which hopefully will start to expand our high school band. Middle school athletics. So we would also be losing the ability of our middle school students to play organized athletics as their first foray into the Lunenburg Knights. And world languages, if we cannot add a world language teacher, we are looking at eliminating or phasing out our Latin program and capping the number of students that can take Spanish, because we simply will not have enough staff. One of the things that we found out recently is that NEASC, the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, who is our accrediting agency, is very concerned about the amount of cuts and lack of classes available for the students at the high school. And it could impact our accreditation when we file our 6-year report next year. So that's important to note. You all have packets that have our full budget in it. You have what is cut, what is restored, where it's restored, and we'll all be around, the school committee and I, if you have any questions. But this concludes my presentation on the school budget.
Thank you, Dr. Fortuna. And you're all set, Ms. Warren?
Well, I was asked to provide a little bit of a forecast of how long this is going to go. I don't know.
How long, what's going to go, the meeting?
No, not that far. I would never predict that.
We're going to take a side bet.
Financing, looking to some forecasts. I've got 3 slides. I
Go
don't
ahead.
have to. Okay. All right. So a lot of folks have asked if we support the balanced budget, where do we go? If we support the Tier 1 budget, where do we go? And if we support the Tier 2 budget, what does that look like? So we have done some forecasting based on some assumptions. We are going to, assuming that new growth, that we can scale new growth by $50,000 a year on our revenue side, assuming that Chapter 70 continues to grow at its current pace and that unrestricted general government aid continues to grow at its current pace, that local receipts are growing in some areas by a modest 2 to 2.5%, and in other areas holding them flat. And keeping the capital plan funding and overlay funding flat. And if we make some assumptions around our growth, specifically the bottom 2 here, the intergovernmental assessments, which is the Worcester County Retirement and group insurance, where will we be? So these are the main driving pressures on that, on growth that's pacing at about 3%. We've got health insurance, active employees growing at 9%, retiree 16 to 20%, Worcester County 10%, school transportation, you just heard, and wages to remain competitive across the board are growing. So, Here is just some graphics showing an FY28. In the balanced budget, so pressures start to show, let me just be clear, in any version of the budget, whatever we do, balanced budget, tier 1 or tier 2, pressures start to show as early as next year. In the balanced budget, you can see on the blue column in both the town and the school that it's pretty substantial. All right, hold on. In the red, tier 1, the school budget grows at a little bit high, the delta grows a little bit more, but that's because you're restoring in the tier 1 the things that cost money, people, not pencils, right? So by restoring those people and the associated costs, it puts that pressure. Let me just do one more slide. So balanced budget, town deficit, school deficit, next to each other, tier 1 by FY28, tier 2, FY28, you see the pressures growing. I cannot predict to you, and it would, with any level of certainty, what's going to happen next year. If I could, I wouldn't be working in Lunenburg, I'd be working on Wall Street, but I'm not. So, what I can say is that I believe that we can do things with the balanced tier 1 and tier 2 budget to avoid an override next year. Much beyond that becomes more difficult. We know we're going to have some changes with the health insurance plan that I talked about earlier. We need to see what that actually does in actuals and enrollments. We need to see that. We also need to see what the increases are going to be in health insurance. 5-6 years ago, we were looking at 2-3% increases on health insurance. I remembered having a 6% health insurance increase and being shocked. I felt blessed this year to hear that it was only going to be 8.8%. So, depending on what some of those outlying things that we can't control, what is the housing going to do? Are we going to start getting new growth? What's development doing? I know there's a lot of development projects moving through our land use departments, but shovels in the ground, not so much. What are fuel costs going to do? What are wage costs going to be doing? There's not a lot that we can say with certainty other than, I do want to be clear, the financial pressures start to show in FY28 and under all versions of the budget. But they're supporting the services that are included at that level. All right, and that is the end of the forecast.
Excellent. You got all that? All right. Okay. Yeah, I do agree with your clapping and applause. I will say that there's been a lot of time and energy put into this by lots and lots of people. The FinCom, Select Board, School Department, and as you may have noticed or read, that we had a tri-board where they all came together and worked on the budget. Nonetheless, people may have different opinions, and so we're going to be civil about discussing those different opinions as they come up. So what we do now is we go through the budget by category, okay? So the easiest way for me to do it is to do it for your warrant, okay? So that is found on page 43, if you want to follow along, if you like numbers, okay? And if you look at, start from the middle at the fold, at the top of page 43, Tier 2 is on the right, Tier 1 is in the middle, starting from the right, and then the balanced budget. What I'll be doing is going through the balanced budget, category by category. I'm going to try, although the numbers are very small, thank you, my lunch. Lunch is available in the cafeteria for those of you that want to go and $8 a bag lunch. I'm going to try to go through the numbers, but they're small. So if I don't read the number correctly, you can correct me, but again, it's what's in the budget, it's in your warrant by category. I'll go through category by category. If you've got a question about that category, you'll say hold, you don't have to stand up now, just say hold, and I'll go back to that category. If we don't have a question and we go on to the next category, it doesn't mean that previous category was passed. It just means that nobody had a question at that time. When we're done going through all the categories, when we're done going through all of the questions, when we're done going through any amendments that people might have in the budget, then we're going to vote on the budget as a total. I hope that's clear. I did pick up this budget out in the lobby. To me, it's a little harder for me to see it by categories, but if you're interested in looking at these numbers, they appear in the orange column. Okay? Everybody clear? I hope so. So, beginning with, I know somebody.
Matt Gilman, 186 Reservoir
Hello,
Road.
Mr. Gilman.
How are you? Can we get a feeling, can we move to vote?
No. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. You just want to go to soccer
make a
practice or
motion
something.
to
No,
move
you
the
cannot, you cannot move the question. No, you may not. We haven't even gotten through the categories yet. Mr. Gilman, we're not here about time. We're here about doing it right. Okay? Doing it right. Thank you. Appreciate your interest. Okay, by categories. Total maturing debt, $2,537,578.36. Total general government unclassified, $4,494,862.61. Total general government, $3,134,798.64. Total tax title, $27,500. Subtotal police, $2,473,438.46. Total fire department, $1,985,435.95. Subtotal radio watch, $287,841.92. Total public safety, $4,810,579.33. Total DPW, $2,188,527.18. Total facilities and buildings, $1,017,174.56. Subtotal health services, $124,607.15. Thank you. Council on Aging, $237,207.96. Total human services, $452,565,011. Total schools, $28,066,104.27. Total intergovernmental adjustments, $2,635,339.93. And for a total omnibus budget of $49,963,990.19. Okay, there you go. So the only hold, which is where we'll begin, will be, and you're not limited, again, as I said earlier in the day, you're not limited to talk just about the budget now. You can talk about the tiers if you want to add that in. If you want to talk about free cash, you talked about that. That's in future articles. I'm not going to constrict your conversation, although some people already want me to cut off debate. But we're going to have a hold on health and services. That's where I'd like to start. Go ahead, sir. Introduce yourself. I know you did. That's okay. I'll get to you. And if I don't, you'll remind me. Thank you. We're talking about the holds first. Yeah, we're talking about subtotal of health services line item, which you put a hold on, and I've asked the gentleman at the microphone to tell me what he might. You want to say why it's a hold? Go ahead. No, it's okay. Ladies before gentlemen. Go ahead. Why did you hold this one?
I want to ask.
Well, do it at the microphone. It's dead? Oh my God, I've had so many of them up here. They keep putting me a new one every time All right, if your microphone's not working, you can come down and get intimate and close with me, and you will talk. Now, if anybody's having a problem with their clickers, by the way, you should just go outside and get it. Go outside and get a new one. All right, let's see if everybody's dead on the microphones. All the microphones except me. The only person allowed to talk is me. Anna, tell us why there's a hold.
I would like to ask the board if there's any Board of Health members here, and if the reduction in Andrea's position was something that they discussed and they approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's a good point. So is there is there anybody here from the Board of Health? Like the chair, a committee member? Just let me know if you're here. Okay, so it doesn't appear that there's anybody here.
Mr. Moderator, I could speak to the chair of the Board of Health.
Okay, so if you know, is your microphone working?
They're back on now.
Oh, they're back on. Okay, all right. So let us know if you know what the Board of Health said about this budget.
So I spoke with the chair of the Board of Health about the changes. This is something that we were negotiating through the collective bargaining agreement process with the clerical union. And so until we executed that MOA, which was this week, we can't move forward on too many things, but I did speak to the chair of the Board of Health, and now that we are going to be starting to move forward, any votes that will be required by the Board of Health will go through those official processes.
Okay?
So just to clarify.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, as of now, we're eliminating Andrea's position, and as of right now, that has not been discussed by the Board of Health in an open meeting and approved by them.
We are not eliminating Andrea's position.
Reduce Andrea's position. Can we just answer the question of, as of right now, the Board of Health has not discussed this in one of their public meetings and agreed to this reduction, reassignment, whatever word you want to use. It's about the Board of Health members.
I do not watch every meeting of the Board of Health. I do not watch every agenda of the Board of Health. I know that I had a conversation with the chair of the Board of Health. I can't speak to what the board itself has done in any of their meetings. I have no knowledge as to what the Board of Health has done.
No, hold on. All right, Mr. Beard, we have a point of order. Go ahead.
Town policy suggests that committee chairmen attend town meeting. The warrant has been published for 2 weeks at least. I think there's been ample opportunity for the Board of Health to make their objections.
Okay. That may all be. I'm not sure that's a point of order, but I do appreciate having you back at the meetings, Mr. Beardmore. Yeah, it would be nice if somebody were here from the Board of Health, but they're not. So moving right along, you were up first, Mr.
He was here, I think maybe he walked out to grab lunch, but he was in the building.
Oh, he's having lunch. Mine was delivered. I'm a lucky fella. Okay, right over here, right, sir.
All right, Ken Chemis, 265 Sunset Lane. I just have a question.
Go ahead.
There was a handout entitled FY27 Proposed Budget Revisions. I presume these are budget revisions to Article 10. I haven't heard discussed at all.
Okay. Handout that says it's on revisions.
It's not in a handout from the town of Lunenburg.
Okay. So, I don't know. I don't know where it came from. There you go.
So that's a handout that I made with Michael Ray.
All right, I'm recognizing Ms. Lockwood. Go ahead.
Okay. Michael Ray, sure. Michael Ray is on the microphone. He can basically let Michael Ray speak.
All right, Mr. Jeffries, nice to have you back. Where you been?
Hey, good to see you. Michael Jeffries, 1170 Massachusetts Avenue. I wanted to read a statement, but the quick answer there is that we were asked to make a motion at some point if the town meeting wanted to hear that, which I'm not at this point prepared to do. But I want to make a different statement.
So there was a thought there might be a revision to the budget.
Correct.
And that's not being moved forward at this time. So you got an extra piece of paper for whatever you want to do. All right. Mr. Jeffries, you're at the mic.
As we've heard since last summer, members of the Finance Committee, Select Board, and School Committee have met to address the inflationary pressures on the town budget. We've all been living through this. We all know how expensive healthcare, energy, and just about everything has become. I believe that the money identified Department in the Tier 1 override is needed. And I believe that the money identified for the school department in the Tier 2 override is needed. I extend gratitude to the unpaid volunteers that we elect, and I respect all the department heads that have worked through their daily jobs while putting enormous effort into identifying needs for the future and presenting them. The messaging from the town manager over the last 3 months has been clear. Without an override this year, a parade of horribles will ensue. This has been repeated in public meetings, plastered on websites, and sent on postcards to many homes. But we all vote based on what we want to see happen in our community, and importantly, what we can afford. Town budgets are complicated, and I've seen a series of questions, and I've sent a series of questions to the town manager for over a month that have been wholesale ignored until today. So there's a lot that I don't know, but here's what I do know. We are being asked in Article 25 to move $335,327 into the OPEB trust fund. Article 28 is asking for $250,000 into a stabilization fund. Article 29 is asking for $250,000 into a new stabilization fund for health insurance. Article 30 is asking for $270,000 into a new vacation transition liability fund. We don't have a penny to spare to support the kids. We can't keep the town beach open. The rec director and teen librarian will be cut. Class sizes in early grades are going to raise to 30. And meanwhile, we're on track to save a record $1.1 million. We're leaving $500,000 on the table. And if you look at the bottom of the budget, $395,000 is going into reserves. The town responded to a Freedom of Information Act request that I sent and provided the account balances of all of our stabilization funds. We have $8,550,235 sitting in a variety of stabilization funds, and if we say yes to everything today, this balance sheet will grow by 14% to $9.7 million. Democracy is a reminder that there are multiple ways to think and multiple ways to live, and no matter the intensity of our own opinions or emotions, every opinion is equal to the opinion of everyone else. My faith challenges me to love my neighbor as myself, to do unto others as I would have them do unto me. It is an ideal. My comment today is focused strictly on this baseline budget because it is cruel and it is heartless. It is unchristian-like. We as taxpayers have spent years building safety nets to avoid and soften the blow of events that result in budgetary pressures. We've done this to protect ourselves from the uncertainties of the world, and yet we do not even have the choice in this meeting to use any of that money. And the kids and the seniors will suffer for it. That is not what my God demands of me. This is not the path of least harm, and I cannot and will not vote for this Article 10 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Okay. Oh, no, we're not going to get into that. It's not going to be a battle of applause. This is not going to be a battle of applause and a battle of boos or any of that stuff. Over here, please.
Hi, Mandy Gilman, 186 Reservoir Road. I'm a member of the school committee, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I just want to let folks know, none of this is easy. The balanced budget, I don't like it. I don't want that to be what my kids have to live with. In particular, my children need teachers. They need support. They need schools. They need the care that our Lunenburg School District would be devastated without the care and dedication of our teachers. I don't think folks know how amazing, and if you do, I'm glad, but like how amazing our teachers are. We spend so little money on our schools, yet our students thrive. But the reason I'm standing here is I'm going to ask everyone to vote yes on 10 and 11. Changes to the balanced budget, in my opinion, will threaten the override. I don't want number 10 to go through, but unless we have a balanced budget, in 2 weeks, voting on an override will send the town into chaos. And, you know, we can talk about it in the fall, we can talk about more things in the future. But to me, the only decisions today are to vote yes on 10 and 11. And I'm really asking people to do that. I know there will be folks in this audience who will judge parents who leave after the vote. And I just want to remind you, at some point when you had children who were playing soccer or playing baseball and they're missing their games right now for something extremely important. And 2 years ago, a lot of people judged parents who walked out of this room. And that's not a community, because people aren't walking out because they're going to take a nap. They're going to take care of their children, who are the future of this community. So I would ask that we take a vote. We already sat here for 2 hours. I will be here longer because I believe in this town, but I understand. My son has 2 baseball games I'm skipping. It's his favorite thing in the world, and that's why I stand.
Thank you. Okay, I want to keep control here. Ms. Lockwood, I'll get back to you. Go right ahead, sir.
My name is John Taylor. I live at 135 Flint Road. I've had a home in Lunenburg for 40 years.
Me too. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me too. 85. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to talk a little history lesson because I want you to...
At the microphone, Mr. Taylor. Speak into the mic.
know what to expect. Come here, pal.
Go ahead.
My wife this week went to fill her car with gasoline. There were 20 cars ahead of her at the line at BJ's.
Wow.
Half a century ago, after coming back from a little pleasure cruise in the Gulf of Oman in California, we were restricted to buying fuel based on the numbers on your license plate. Odd number, odd days, even number, even days. I happen to have 2 cars with odd plates. It wasn't fun. Mr. Jeffries has just enlightened us about this. And I'm concerned, I think the audience should be concerned about what's going to happen, the effect that this war is going to have on all of us right here, both personally and financially. And I just want to make a couple of points. I lived in Leominster for a while. Leominster's 70 cents, their tax bill, 70 cents less per thousand than ours, because they have business and commercial enterprise of substance. That is something I've complained to people in Lunenburg for many years. We need a more aggressive program for that. So that's what I have to say. Vote the way you want. I'm not even going to say which way I'm voting.
Well, that's why we give you a clicker. You can keep it anonymous. Okay. I know everybody would like to speak their mind about our situations, okay? But I'd really like it also, if you've got questions that you need answered, that's important. Go over here, please.
Bob Martin, 54 Longwood Drive.
Get closer to the mic. Thank you.
Bob Martin, 54 Longwood Drive. First, I want to apologize for the knee-jerk reaction because the PowerPoint just talks about our local town. Everything else talks about everything.
It's all right. It's okay.
So apologize for that. I have some concerns about the way the budget is laid out for the balanced budget. Again, I'm one of those people that objects to it, and an assistant town manager. We have one person that ostensibly does HR and assistant. If we're replacing that person, shouldn't we be replacing it with someone who does half-time or more HR, and then half-time or more with the assistant? Why are we adding $120,000 when we're cutting all these extra expenses?
Okay, Mr. Martin, let's ask the town manager to tell you about the assistant town manager. I thought that might come up.
I think it would be actually helpful if, rather than hear from me, because I think a lot of people hear assistant town manager and they think that this is my personal assistant, to hear from Ms. Empey, if you could speak to your remarks the other day, and then perhaps Mr. Menard.
Go ahead.
Sure. So I made public comments at a select board meeting, maybe the last one we had before this town meeting. So the one fact is that Julie Bevelow, who holds the title as a combined title, is doing no assistant town manager work whatsoever besides procurement is something that you could consider falling under that scope. The lack of having that support impacts every single layer in this town, from the town manager's office, to department heads, to town employees, to volunteers on these boards, to the residents in town. And I can give an example for each layer, which I did in my public comment. There are delays. The work is not getting done. Fact of the matter. We've been focused on mission critical work, and things that weren't mission critical, guess what? They are now mission critical. We are overwhelmed. Every single person in town hall is stretched, overstretched. We've been pushing our staff. They are working 7 days a week, many of them. Kara McCarthy, whose job is on lunch, she is cut in the balanced budget. She has worked on her days off to help get information out, not just about the override, but about all the articles in town meeting. We have excellent staff who are committed to this town and putting in the extra effort, and they can't maintain that. You cannot sustain that level of work. Department heads, they can't get time, their ideas can't get discussed. We can't move anything forward because we just don't have capacity. Everyone on volunteer boards, we get information packets for a meeting the last minute. We can't prep. We're stretched. The residents, I use the example of the gas station, 925 Mass Ave, that has been sitting since Heather Lemieux was here. If we could get that on the tax roll, that's money for this town. It's been years. Why do you think that hasn't moved? Do you think if we had a full-time assistant town manager that could have moved quicker? I do. I firmly believe that. There are many, many projects, many things to come. I think from sitting there, and I understand, things look honky-dory, right? You see streets are plowed, streets are paved, lights work, you see school buses running, everything seems to be going well. Trust me when I tell you, they are not. There is a serious stress in this town, in town hall, and soon you will see, it will be more visible if we don't address it. You will see things. You will see further reductions in the library. You will see further reductions in the Adult Activity Center. This is, last year, when we agreed to not bring the override forward with the school committee, we said we needed a full year to really look hard. What does this town need? Because the way we're doing things now isn't working. It's not enough. It's not appropriate in many cases. And so we did that evaluation. Right? We came forward, what do we need, what makes sense, what has changed, what are the priorities now, and this is what we are bringing forward to the town today. So I feel, as you can tell, very, very strongly about that position, as I feel strongly about the assistant business manager in school. That's another need. I realize it's not as visible to everyone sitting out there, to the public. You trust us when we tell you, this is not just Jen's little helper. Trust us when we tell you the entire town staff and the department heads down need this, and it will benefit the residents in town as well.
Okay. I'm going to allow Ms. Moore to speak next. I think as long as you're addressing the assistant town manager, which is his question. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I used to be a staff member here in town before I left for another municipality, and for many years, we didn't have anyone really addressing HR. We had a payroll person who was doing some of it. When we added the assistant town manager / HR position, it was because that was the money we had at the time. Now, we have so many staff members, and we have one person on the entire town that handles all of HR. The person does not have time to do any of the assistant town manager roles. I think maybe this would have been better perceived had we said, we're creating a human resources person instead. It's the exact same thing, but we're taking one person who is trying to do two roles, and we're splitting it into what should be two. Our town needs a dedicated person to handle all of the staffing issues. Like that, just like any other business, can you imagine going into a business that doesn't have an HR director? And if you look at all of our municipalities in our area, most of them have assistant town managers. We're not asking for something that is above and beyond. We're not asking for some absurd level of staffing. We are asking for a dedicated HR person and a dedicated assistant town manager.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Martin, I think that's the answer to the question. I hope it is.
No,
No. You got a different question, a different issue?
same thing.
Same question.
Same thing.
Go ahead.
you identified, you said you had mission critical and non-mission critical. You identified one mission critical task, which is the gas station. So I'm still trying to, I still can't justify the addition of another person based on that. As far as the other things, not having enough people to do the tasks, then let's put them there. Let's make that effort, rather than adding $122,000 for a single person. Now, also having said that, there are a number of us, attorneys, engineers, we spend 60, 70, 80 hours a week doing things that we have to do for similar kind of money. So why is that justified?
Well, I think, Mr. Martin, in due respect, I think they both said why they think it's justified.
I'll be short.
Go ahead.
So I still want to clarify, because maybe it's getting lost, just in case. The headcount remains the same. We are cutting a position to partially offset this assistant town manager position. Okay, so the headcount stays the same. Our staff has been working 7 days a week. We have staff who have not taken, I could probably count on one hand the number of vacation days. To say they're working 60 or 70 hours is an understatement. There are a number of projects, I think I went through them in my comment. There was the sidewalk project. There's policies that were identified in the FY25 closeout. We need to document. Processes need to be cleaned up in town hall, and this would allow us capacity to do that.
Okay.
Again, I still have an issue with...
Okay, Mr. Martin, I fully appreciate you have an issue with it.
Okay.
You're making more of a statement than you're asking questions, okay? And look at the lines behind you, okay? So I need to move along.
One more question.
No, Mr. Martin, I gotta move along, okay?
Okay.
Over here, sir. I gotta try my best to keep this moving. I mean, I had people already trying to move the question before we even started. Go ahead. And we gotta keep it to questions mostly, not political, your statements. Go ahead.
I will have a question.
Your name?
My name is Darrell Plant, and I live at 490 Lancaster Ave. First, I would like to take this opportunity publicly to thank the police and fire departments. I had an accident months ago, and they responded to our home. They were timely and professional. Thank you. Second, I believe our fire and police have been underfunded these last couple of years in order to help the schools. So I do support the funding request of fire and police, but cannot support the overrides. Third, our school committee and the administration have failed our community by directing precious resources to a failed social equity program the last 7 years. Our district, ranked by DESE, has been one of the worst performing K-5 districts for the last 6 years. MCAS scores, iReady scores, accountability scores, and the school's own report card proves this out. A class required by all students introduced 7 years ago called Social Emotional Learning, or SEL, has failed to increase the academic performance of our students as promised by our school committee members. The now chair said 6 years ago that every dollar of funding must be carefully spent so that all students are elevated academically. The opposite has happened. This class should be dissolved. This will result in hundreds of thousands of dollars saved and 1 hour of a student's day better utilized. For years, I pleaded with the school committee to abandon this program and spend the time and money on remedial reading, writing, and arithmetic. Or for those who don't need it, an extra gym class. Last year, we hired a new superintendent of schools. I volunteered for the selection committee, but was denied. I was told by a school committee member that my views did not align with others. The school committee and administration are ideologically aligned, and nothing will change. This is why I cannot support an override for the schools at this time. Passing this override will force many of our seniors and others out of their homes. I would like to ask the superintendent to give us 3 bullet points as to how she intends to turn this district around.
Well,
unfortunately,
okay. All right, hold on, sir. I call on people to speak, okay? So
okay.
That's okay, thank you. I know Mr. Scalabrini's standing about 5 people behind you. He's the chair of the school committee, so I'm going to ask him to maybe address when it comes time. Not going to cheat the line, Tony. When it comes time to address that for you, okay? And I will say publicly that, at least from my perspective, it's good to have people with some contrary views on committees. It shouldn't be everybody in lockstep with everybody else. Whenever I've had an opportunity, I've encouraged that we need people with different voices. It's always important. So I'm sorry to hear that you had that experience. Thank you. Over here.
Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street.
Welcome back, Mr. Bigmore. You've been gone for a while. I need you.
I missed a couple of meetings.
All right.
Thank you. Before I get into my point of speaking, I do want to encourage people to listen to Mr. Scalabrine. I counted at least one factual error in the previous speaker's statement. I want to address what I think might be an issue we need to think about in terms of crisis planning and crisis budgeting versus strategic budgeting. A lot of people think we're in a crisis, and I think that that would be sound thinking and sound logic. Except the fact of the matter is that this is a crisis we've been in. This is the 3rd budget year that I'm aware of. We had a few good budget years before that. Then we had an awful lot of crisis years before that as well. And for all intents and purposes, I think people are right. The war and a number of other issues do not paint a very good picture economically. So I fully understand the reason why people might vote their pocketbook and think of this in terms of their ability to pay. However, we have policies in Lunenburg. I spent 3.5 years on the finance committee, almost 3 years on the school committee, and I've had a firsthand view of all of the issues that Ms. Empton talked about. I have personally watched and had a bird's eye view of massive errors that we have made as a result of running lean, as a result of budgets that were built in crisis times that forced us to run too lean for what we needed to deliver in core services. There's a suggestion that's been made to use free cash to fund our operations. That was the suggestion that was made by Mr. Jeffries earlier, and I understand that logic entirely. But the fact of the matter is that over the course of this year, this budget reflects select board policy. Select board policies that Mr. Jeffries voted for. We followed them. We also put together this year, unlike previous years, a 3-board commission. Select board, finance committee, and school committee. And they met probably for 100 hours, maybe more, to discuss all of the issues that we're talking about and lots and lots and lots of time in greater detail of all of the topics that the town manager briefed for 1 hour and 15 minutes this morning. This is very well thought out and well considered. Now, some people might say it's engineered. It's engineered to force the override, and I understand that logic as well. There are things in that budget that I don't agree with. I think that there are things in the balanced budget that should be in the override and vice versa. I think that those are fair criticisms. But the fact of the matter is that this budget was produced in accordance with a process that was agreed to well in advance. Yes, we had to work through some issues like uncertified free cash that delayed a lot of things, but the process was followed, as were the policies. To my knowledge, nobody brought a request for an exception to policy to the select board. If they did, clearly it wasn't voted for, but to my knowledge, nobody brought that request. That would have been the time to do this. It didn't happen. If we make a change, or if we vote down the budget for some reason, or make some wild changes to the budget that would include taking free cash from later lines in the budget and inserting them in here, Mrs. Gilman is correct. It would inject chaos into what will ultimately be a rather binary decision. Override or no override. If we mess with the budget that we're planning to vote for now, that chaos is inevitable, and it is effectively a poison pill. So I would suggest we just vote this thing and get on with it, because we're already darn near 3 hours into this. Thank you.
Oh, dear. People just like to clap. Oh, I get that. People like to clap. Thank you. By the way, we're going to have at least one opening on the Finance Committee. I'm usually loud enough you can hear me. We're going to have at least one opening on the Finance Committee coming up, because Ms. Russell is going to go over to school, she thinks, if the election happens. So, think about that, people, Mr. Beardmore and others, gentlemen over here, because we're going to need new people on finance. Go right ahead, over here, please.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road. First of all, I want to thank everybody that has been involved in this budget process. The fact that all of the bodies came together this year is unique. It has not happened before, and we should all be thankful for that. The tri-board, which is unusual and hasn't been done before, they all work together to craft a budget that is best for the town of Lunenburg. Hundreds of hours have been spent crafting this budget. It wasn't just put together at the last minute, as we have seen sometimes, unfortunately, in the past. This was spent over an 8 to 12-month period of people spending their time, volunteering their time to put together what they thought was best. There have been compromises along the way. The reality is that all of us are facing financial problems. I myself, as I get close to retirement, am concerned about my budget. As is everybody in this room. We are in uncertain economic times. But at what price do we put our pocketbook forth first? Is it our children? Is it our services? Is it our police and fire? That's not acceptable to me. Am I going to have to skip going out to dinner? Am I going to have to skip, buying clothes? Am I going to have to skip doing things? Yes. Am I not going to be able to get that coffee on the way to Dunkin' Donuts? Yes. But the reality is, this is our town. This is our community. We have to come together and recognize that we are all obligated to support our children, to support our safety, and to support our community as a whole. Previously, a speaker talked about the fact of stabilization funds. Any stabilization fund has a purpose. It is not a slush fund. It is not money that we can just take from this and put over here. It has a purpose. One of the things that was mentioned was OPEB. That is a legal obligation for retirees. It's not optional. We can't just say we don't want to pay for it. We have to pay for it. That's reality. This is not something that just is written on the back of an envelope. And I would encourage everybody to seriously think about what they're willing to sacrifice. When you're in an emergency situation and you need police and fire, and the one ambulance that we have is busy with someone else, that's a life or death situation. Yes, we have mutual aid. We can call another community. Are we going to get there fast enough? As someone who has seen that firsthand, sometimes not. So think about this. Think about your children. Think about your safety. Think about your parents. And think about what you want as a community. Don't just think about you know best than all of these people who've come together and spent hundreds of hours to work on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Hold on. Point of order. Somebody stand up and tell me what the point of order is. Don't just shout it out. I can't see whoever's speaking. Oh, hi, way up there.
Way up here. Noise making, clapping, shouting extends the meeting and is not prohibited per the town meeting.
I'm trying. What am I going to do? Go out and sit? Yeah, I know.
Move the question. I'd like to get out of here before 9 o'clock tonight, so if we can stop making noise after every speaker, it would help. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the next speaker over there, this young lady. Now see? Sorry, that took another 5 seconds. And I'm going to take another 5. So we had a town meeting a couple of years ago, and I ran out of energy at the end of the meeting, and I asked Mr. Jeffries if we could pass over a particular report from the school department, and he went and talked to Mrs. Archambault, and they agreed that she was the chair, and they agreed to pass it over. And then she said to me, why the hell did we have to pass it over? And I said, because I was tired, okay? And my blood sugar was low, and I just couldn't do it anymore. So Carol, every time we've had a meeting since then, supplies me with a bag of stuff. And when you all leave, please come, because I can't eat it all. Come and share. Okay, Young lady, introduce yourself.
I'm Carol Ashambo, 662 Page Street. And Mr. Murphy, you were told to share that with your friends.
I will.
Okay. The two previous speakers have basically said what I want to say, but I'm going to say very, very quickly. In my brief foray in public service in the town of Lunenburg, which was 7.5 years, I've spent a lot of time with FinCom. I've spent a lot of time with Select Board, and way a lot of time on with the school committee. And I'm going to say that these people in front of you spent hours and hours and hours working out this budget. I trust these people. I know these people. And they spent time and they made compromises, and please vote their budget.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Thank you. You'll be next. Mr. Scalabrini is the end of that line. He's going to be the last person to speak on this line. And I don't know who's behind him now, but this woman who's in a green coat, she's going to be the last person to speak on that. And then I'm going to move the question, because I think 90% of you know already. I'm going to let you speak. I forgot. Sorry about that. I'll let you speak as well. But I think most everybody knows what they want to do. They just would like to say it. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Nathan Rockwood, 91 Main Street. Yeah, so the previous speaker was mentioning trust, and I think that's kind of an important thing here. So, there's a division of labor with the town government, and the boards that comprise the tri-board, the superintendent, and town manager. They're responsible for a range of things, ranging from running the day-to-day to analyzing performance and formulating these budgets. And part of that responsibility is to give the town meeting here like real legitimate choices to choose. So I think this is going to echo something that other speakers have said. I have a problem with something that feels like a budget that's being prepared to us that does feel like it contains poison pills. I mean, to quote the superintendent herself, she said that the school budget that has been assembled as a part of the budget we are being asked to approve puts us at risk of losing NEASC accreditation. NEASC, that's not like a little thing. That's like nuclear disaster of school stuff, basically. It impacts your students' college admissions. It impacts transcript and credit transfer. It can cause licensure issues and a graduate's ability to get professional licenses. Not a small thing. Given the time that's been invested, not something I would expect to be a risk in the one budget that's being put forward to the town. Now, it is responsible to pursue, when you need more money, to pursue overrides and ways to use that more money to shore up what the town is doing. But I am quite disappointed with the balance, with the budget, that we can't, even if we were to vote for this budget, we would leave town meeting very concerned about the impact of that budget. And we have no other choice here. So I feel like, the nature of that does decrease that trust that the previous speaker was talking about for me as a resident, and makes me feel like I'm being pushed into one decision. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
Okay, Clark Knudsen, 47 Holman Street. Initially I got up here to move to limit debate, but I see there are two ways to limit debate. One is per speaker, and one is the other being the overall article. I would move that we limit speaker time to 2 minutes per speaker at this point.
That would be excellent. You try to control it. I can't do it. Sometime I'm going to find a little egg timer, and you can flip it over, and people will know when their time is out. I can't find one that's 2 minutes. If you've got a question, we're not going to move the question. I've already said how many people I'm going to take. Somebody find it for me. Anyways, what's your point about the budget?
I came up to make a motion which is allowed per the town meeting rules.
Yeah.
So I'm simply asking, I've made the motion that we limit all speakers to 2 minutes at this point on this article.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And I'm not going to accept that right now because I can't, that's fine. I can't control it, okay? I'm not going to sit here with my stopwatch and say, you're done. I'm not going to do it, okay? I wish I could. People have told me forever the meetings are too long. I wish it could happen, but it won't. I also would ask them to stop clapping, but they won't do that either. You're right, I'm not going to take your motion.
I just want to make sure we're not following the rules, right?
Well, I set that rule, okay? Because it's my job to set that rule, and I'm not going to allow that. Over here, please.
My name is Mildred Keeling. I live at 324 Sunny Hill Road, and I have questions about the vote, the process of the voting.
Good,
So
go ahead.
I appreciate the clarification from you. When we vote on Article 10, if that vote passes, will we then vote on Article 11?
Yes.
If we vote on Article 10 and that vote fails, will we vote on Article 11?
Well, I didn't anticipate that it would fail. So, Mr. Costa, if Article 10 should fail, and we don't have a budget, what do we do with Article 11 with 2 overrides? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Moderator, Article 11 would be rendered moot if you fail to adopt the budget. The manner in which the two-tiered motions are structured under Article 11 would be to supplement the underlying budget, and so you wouldn't be supplementing a budget that you haven't adopted.
In other words, if we want to leave this meeting with the town budget in place for next year, we need to approve Article 10. And then, if we want to enable the voters to decide on the tiers of override, we need to pass Article 11. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I just want to clarify, because that was a...
Okay, hold on. You're mumbling and everybody can't hear. Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Sure. So a failure to adopt the budget under Article 10 wouldn't render moot the ballot question. The ballot questions are on the ballot, and they would still be voted. If those ballot questions pass, you would have to come back to town meeting to adopt the budget and potentially to appropriate monies that would become available through an override. You're required to adopt the budget in Massachusetts as a municipality. Prior to establishing your tax rate, you have to have an established budget, and that budget needs to be balanced. The tax rate is not established typically until sometime during the month of November or December. So you always have the ability to not adopt the budget at the annual town meeting, but you're putting yourself in a position where you need to meet again through the summer or the fall, and a very difficult position where come July 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, you don't have an adopted budget.
Okay? Good. Ms. Lockwood, I'm going to call on you now because otherwise I'll forget.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, I want to bring up a couple of things. On the balanced budget, we're using from new revenue, $250,000 to capital projects, $180,000 into reserve, a new town manager for $80,000. That amounts to $510,000, okay? A point about the assistant town manager that similar towns to us have them. I looked up in our region, I have not found one. The first one that I found was Littleton. Littleton has a similar population to us, and their budget is 1.5 times ours. Here's what it is. I have studied the budget. I voted against it because I do think it's ill-advised. The biggest problem that I have with it is the lack of choice. We are not being presented with a level-funded, level services budget right now. And that's what I do believe that was a choice that the select board made. And why is that a problem for me? A problem is not everyone can afford the $2.4 million. Some people deserve the right to have a budget that says we're going to keep things the way it is. So another problem that I have, and this one is a huge problem, and this is why I am personally insulted by the balanced budget. If the balanced budget passes, we're going to lose and then the override doesn't pass, okay? Here's the thing. I was here, my children were here in 2012 when the override didn't pass. And there was not an override that says, let's keep things the way it is. We closed the school, class sizes went up, the school band used to be 60 kids, now they barely have 20. We're still healing from that. So I think there's a really good chance that this override, even tier 1, doesn't pass. And what's gonna happen if it doesn't pass? We're gonna have 30 kids per classroom in elementary school. We're going to lose 4 elementary teachers. We're going to lose interventionists. We're going to lose the athletic, transportation. We're going to lose a bit middle school sports. I am not okay with that. I'm simply not okay. Now, we should, in this case, because the select board chose to not present us with a balanced option, with an option to keep status quo. I prepared and I printed options for us. But I would suggest that we shouldn't be discussing this unless you all want to hear. So I'm going to even save more time for you all. If you're not okay with this budget, the way I am, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Because here's the thing. Not every kid in Lunenburg will have the opportunity to be driven to another school district, okay? Not everyone can take their kids to a different school district. The kids that will be with the most needs are going to stay in Lunenburg. A quarter of our student population they receive school lunch. They cannot go to a different school district. I am not okay with that. But we are not presented with that option. So, if you all want to discuss this, okay, vote no for Article 10, and then I will make a motion for reconsideration of Article 10, and then we can talk about the other options. And then, hopefully, next time that the select board puts forward an option for an override, they also will bring forward an option that says, let's keep status quo. So please vote no on Article 10, so then we can discuss other options, and we can make sure that the kids that are left in Lunenburg receive a good education. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, sir.
John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. Every 3 years, this body has the same conversation. I wrote this out, so it'll be 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. 3 minutes, he said.
Okay, we're asked to approve a permanent override to close a recurring gap. Taxes rise forever. Within 2 or 3 years, we're back in this room debating the next shortfall. That's not financial strategy. That's a tax increase delivered through constant repetitive crisis management with no end in sight. And Lunenburg does deserve better than that. I want to propose a different path, which I have, and I've done it before the select board, and this town, okay, has already walked it in this town, the same plan. For over a century, the Lunenburg Public Library received more than 15 separate trusts from generations of residents. The funds were commingled and lacked a lawful structure. To fix that, the town pursued a home rule petition under Article 89 of the Massachusetts Constitution. The legislature passed a special act. The library trustees gained authority to consolidate the funds and steward them under one rule, preserve the principal, spend only the earnings, and in May of 2024, the corpus of that, I believe, was about $89,000. By February 2026, it had grown to over $111,000. The model works, and this town built it already. There's no thinking, we just copy it. We can do that for financial future of Lunenburg, what we already did for the library. The path would be a home rule petition authorizing a one-time assessment of $1.89 per thousand of assessed value. Against our $2.36 billion tax base, that generates roughly $4.46 million. Not $1 would fund operations. It would capitalize a permanent investment trust, principal protected by special act, only the earnings available for town meeting to appropriate. At today's municipal investment rates, that fund produces roughly $178,000 to $225,000 every year in perpetuity, and the principal stays intact for our grandchildren. The special act would also include an optional annual top-up controlled by this body. At any future annual town meeting, voters could choose to add to that principal with a ceiling index to inflation, adjusted for federal debt to GDP, and the power stays here every year at town meeting. Let me be clear, though, about what this is and is not. This is not another override to cover last year's overruns. It is an investment, in the literal sense, in the long-term solvency of this town. A permanent override taxes our neighbors forever and gives us only a higher baseline. This asks once, builds something real, and hands the next generation a tool, not a bill. So I'll say plainly where I stand. Without a real investment path for our future growth needs alongside it, I am voting no on this override. Coming back to this floor year after year is not helping. It is a tax increase done through constant repetitive crisis management with no end in sight. I will not keep voting for that, and I do not believe the people of Lunenburg should be asked to keep paying for it. We can keep managing the next crisis, or we can demand one disciplined decision and let it work for Lunenburg for the next 100 years. And as Mr. Scalabrini had said to me in an email in an exchange that we had, I am a believer in e pluribus unum, and as one, we fight and we win, and we make changes and we make decisions. And that decision is not done in this meeting, it's done at the damn ballot box. And that's where the decision comes.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Over here. Did you skip in line? I didn't see you in front of Scalabrini.
I was getting information to answer Mr. Plant's question, and so I let her go so that I could get the line.
Oh, you decided who gets to be in the line. All right, I hear it. I'm losing control of the meeting. Go ahead.
Carol Hatch, 41 Hilltop Lane. I do not want to vote for this override. However, I'm going to, for two reasons. One, I don't know, some of you know my dad, Seymour Schnorr. He'd be rolling over in his grave if I did not vote for this override. But more importantly, I have talked to a number of the people that we have elected to represent us, and a number of people that are on committees that aren't sitting up here. And I trust them, and not one of them has told me anything that would make me not vote for the override. It is needed. I trust my representatives. I came in here thinking, well, I really don't want to vote for it, so maybe I'll just do tier 1. And then I listened to the presentation, and I decided, you're going to do it, you're going to do it. How many times have you bought something for a few dollars less and regretted it? So I advocate vote for tier 2.
Thank you. Over here.
John Rabbit, 314 Townsend Harbor Road. Keep this under 2 minutes if I can.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm going to try. Okay, what initiated this conversation was the assistant town managers. I look at this as a part of our continuous improvement endeavor. We've got, essentially, this is a cost reduction opportunity. All of a sudden, we have somebody can pay a little more attention to the procurement piece. I look at this as a process quality opportunity. There's a global standard, 18093, that talks about quality systems inside of government. It's not here. We have not embraced that. I look at that person as being able to start initiating that, getting to things like our gas stations. Okay, secondly, the schools. You realize, most people realize only 45% of our students in the 3rd grade meet the standards with regard to reading capabilities. I've had a chance, myself and other members of the, believe it or not, the Council on Aging. We look at that as an opportunity to get our Council on Aging members involved. Right? It's going to make the students perform better, we're going to do better. But the real crux of the problem of the 45% is not just Lunenburg. It's the entire state, it's the entire country. We initiated a process badly back at the turn of the century here. And for 30, 40 years, we've been teaching the wrong system. There's been a recognition that, guess what, we've got to get back to the phonics. We've got to teach kids how to decode what we hear in the letters. Imagine that. Well, we're well down the road. We have a lot of energy needed to help cause that transition. To cut those schools and not add now is crazy. It defies the laws of physics. Without energy, you move nothing. So if we don't keep pushing this, and by the way, we've been meeting with the superintendent. They've got a program in place. They're meeting the state of Massachusetts' hopes and endeavors. Don't kill it now. Our kids need it. And it's not just the 3rd graders, it's the 8th graders, and we're taking away their life opportunities by not doing it. And my last piece is that no one's talking about the food bank. It's going away. What are we doing about it? Can we use some of that free cash to help create a facility that helps feed 8 to 10% of our population in town? What are we doing? I haven't heard anything on that. I'd love to hear an answer. Thank you. I tried, Tim.
You've never kept it to 2 minutes, Mr. Rabbit. We'll take the woman behind you. Mr. Scalabrini, you're going to get the last word, since a lot of this is related to schools. So go right ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Trudell. I live at 54 Hilton's Mill Road. I am in favor of the Tier 2 budget override for many reasons, but I will keep it very brief. A budget is a reflection of our values and what we choose to invest in as a community. We are all paying into this community, and we all deserve to benefit from it. Making sure that our children have the adequate staff that they need is such an easy decision, in my opinion. Our children deserve the best that we can offer them, and this Article 10 is not the best we can offer. Our senior citizens deserve to be able to go to the senior center. They deserve Meals on Wheels. We deserve to take care of each other, and this budget is part of that. But it's not all of it. We have to understand that if we are going to call ourselves a community, we all need to step up in every way we can to make that happen. We have our wonderful library. Full disclosure, I am a library trustee, but I'm speaking as myself. I have seen the ingenuity of the staff at the library to make sure that we are providing as much as we possibly can for everyone in this community. There's something there for everyone.
Is that me or you?
Wasn't me.
Gas, it's gas.
So our library provides services for everybody. There's something there for everyone. And having a team librarian is crucial. We have so many teenagers coming into the library, utilizing its resources, not out causing trouble, not out being crazy in the streets. They're going to the library, you guys. That's something we have to encourage. And it's up to us to make sure that we have these services. Level funded services are going to continue to rise in cost. We have to pay up if we want to benefit and be a community that takes care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. So as dynamic as all of this has been, folks, and as much as I've enjoyed it, there's a little girl here who must be like 18 months who fell asleep. So go figure. You have the last word, Mr. Scalabrini. Shoot.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Anthony Scalabrini. I'm from Beale Street. I also happen to be the chair of the school committee. So the first thing I want to do is I want to respond to the plan, which you've asked me to do.
Yep.
And I also want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Do both.
Sure. So the first thing is I want to make sure that we are clear on what the SEL curriculum looks like. So Maya Brown is here, Dr. Sarfi. She gathered information so that we could answer this question concretely right here. So the first thing is, as of right now, there are no specific classes in primary school focused on SEL that's incorporated into the curriculum. The Turkey Hill lost a guidance counselor, so classroom teachers are implementing it again as part of the curriculum with a maximum of 45 minutes per week, and it does not take away from the rest of the core curriculum. There's a social worker who implements the curriculum but only in small groups, and this does not cost extra money as part of the job. In the middle school, the guidance classes are part of the middle school, and they're part of the Unified Arts Rotation. The high school, at the high school, guidance staff teach high school specific lessons, and they are not universally provided because of the loss of staff. Dr. Sarfi also confirmed that we have an old curriculum that we use when we're doing this, and so the cost of the SEL program is minimal as it is incorporated in the various parts of the day. The places where it is its own subject, it's taught by people who already are salaried employees and do other things for the school. So the idea that getting rid of that would save hundreds of thousands of dollars is simply not true. The other thing that I would say is, I have asked Mr. Camp multiple times. I would love for him to be on the school committee. I'd love anybody to be on the school committee. If you want to put in the hours, if you want to go to 3-hour meetings on Wednesday, if you want to pull your hair out, we're the place to be. So, the other thing that I wanted to point out is he had asked about points of improvement. And trying to get all of this information on the floor town meeting is a challenge. But one of the things that I would point to is the program that Jack mentioned. We're going to have a coordination between the Council on Aging and third graders. That's one thing that I think is going to help out with the reading scores. Another thing that I would point out is that we implemented a new sort of targeted focused intervention system called Ignite in first grade, and it's produced measurable results. We had 2 people present school committee and showed us the data behind it. I think that those programs are emblematic of some of the changes that Dr. Fortuna has implemented since she took over as superintendent. And they are aimed at fixing these problems. The last thing that I will say is my comment. And I want to say this, I consider Alan a friend, I consider Michael Ray a friend, I consider Mr. Plant a friend, I consider John Bowen a friend. All of these people brought good points to the floor. But I want to say this, democracy is a process. We have undergone that process, you helped us do it. We have come to a consensus. This budget is what we on the 3 boards have agreed to, and changing it now on the floor of town meeting is both irresponsible and dangerous. You don't buy a house on the fly. You don't balance your checkbook in an elevator. And spending this much money extemporaneously is unwise. The points that Mr. Jeffries has made, while eloquent, are something I took into consideration. He had brought these ideas to me, and I went and I asked Mr. Nuzzola, asked Ms. Imke, and we got good answers. I spoke with the select board. At the end of the day, I believe that the plan they presented here is solid. It saves money for what is coming down the pipe. It is clear that our economy is on precipice. We cannot run a town hoping that signs of financial hardship go away. We need to make smart, long-term plans, and this budget does that. I also want to point out the schools. As was mentioned before, NEAS has sent us a letter. We are on the edge.
Joe, can you sit on my camera?
Good. Okay, everybody calm down. I don't want to have any confusion. I said at the beginning, that I would allow, at the time we were talking about the budget, to discuss everything related to money. Tiers, overrides, free cash, the whole 9 yards. I think we're done talking about all of the money issues related. I think we're ready to vote on the budget. When we finish voting on the budget, which we should have a budget when we're finished this meeting, when we finish talking about the budget, then I'm going to have the Article 11 moved. Article 11 is both tiers. Article 11 will be taken up, argued all together, obviously, and then we'll take separate votes on each of them. Is it a point of order, Mr. Chenis?
Yeah, it's a question on the vote.
Okay, go ahead.
So to bring this back around, because I started the question, well, with regards to the sheet about proposed budget revisions.
Yeah.
Just my understanding, the only way any proposed budget revisions can be put into Article 10 is to vote no on Article 10 and then bring it back with
Well,
revisions? Is that correct?
that's what Ms. Lockwood said, is that she proposed that we vote down Article 10, and then she would bring forward a sheet of paper or her ideas on a revision to the budget. So I think that's the answer. Okay. So, point of order, go ahead, stand up. No, stand up, I can't even see you and you're tall.
I know. It's just a question. I'd like to get the sentiment of the officials up there, on both boards.
Well, both boards gave you their recommendations. Yes, I asked for select board and I asked for finance committee recommendations. I got them. I think it was 6-0 up at my recollection. I think it was 4-2 on the finance committee. Was that right? 4-1-1. 4-1-1 on the finance, and unanimous on the select board. Okay?
Finance committee recommended approval 4-1-1. The previous speakers from the finance committee, her view as expressed is not the finance committee's view. It is just one individual's view. So I do want to make that clear.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. It is important that we have order. I'm trying to get order.
Make sure that we have clarity as to what your point has been.
Yep.
But the previous speaker asked if we voted this down, that the FinCom members' offer to revisit this would be taken up. First of all, that would have to be revisited by this time. We would have to reconsider Article 10. I'd like to know from the moderator, are you willing to reconsider Article 10 just for this? Because this seems like a real wrench in the vote that, oh, if you vote no, we're going to come back to this and hear some other kind of presentation. That seems out of order for this meeting.
Well, it's certainly unique. Thank you. Me first. So this has all been going on for a couple of days. If I had a hook, my phone would be off the hook. But we don't put phones on hooks anymore, okay? So this has been going on for days, okay? That there may be an alternative budget. And what I said to the proponents, okay, is that if we have to, we'll ask the body if they want to have an alternative presentation and an alternative vote. That would have to be made by a motion at some point in time to amend the budget, if you will, okay? That's the process that we go through. That was never done, okay? The only thing we had was a hold on Article 7 or whatever portion that was of the budget. So nothing of that sort is there. The proponent, Ms. Lockwood, has said that if the budget is voted down, okay, that she would then like to make a motion to fund a budget based upon some recommendations that she has that are in a sheet of paper, okay? So that's all I know. I made a commitment to the proponents that if the body wanted to address by amendment a different budget, we would first take a global vote if the body wanted to, and then if the body wanted to, then we'd have a detailed budget presentation. It seems like we're at the point where we're going to hear from the body whether or not they want to have a different budget presentation or whether they want to accept this budget as proposed. So I think that's where we're at. I hope that's a little clear. It is muddy. It's unusual. Wasn't something I was looking to do, but that was kind of the way I tried to sort it out.
I can explain.
No. Okay, point of order. It's a stand up. It's a procedural issue. I just want to understand. I believe we are ready to vote the budget. If the budget fails, Ms. Lockwood has stated, and she may still state if it does fail, that she'd like to propose something in the alternative. So we'll see. Who's yelling at me? Well, you're not standing up. Oh, there you are. You should sit closer. What's your point of order? Well, that's a good point, and I thank you for it. And I will call on town council in just a moment. As I said, this has gone on for the last 2 to 3 days, so he and I have both been aware of this issue, that there may be some alternatives being proposed. And so I asked him about, in the scope, which is what you're talking about, are people adequately advised of what's going on? So, Mr. Costa, give us your best.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. So I want to be cautious because there is no motion to amend that is before the body. There is no motion for reconsideration. So I'm sort of speaking in a vacuum about a potential amendment that hasn't been made yet. I'm not prepared to say generically, and I don't believe I've ever said before, nor do I think the moderator has ruled previously, that there can be no amendment to the budget because it would be beyond the scope. This is essentially the scope question. It arises not just in the context of the budget. It arises whenever there's an amendment. The question becomes, is that amendment within the four corners of the article? Because if it's not, then to the previous speaker's point, those at home who might have reviewed the warrant and opted not to come wouldn't be unnoticed that something could potentially be discussed and changed by this body. But not every amendment is beyond the scope. It becomes a question of whether it's generally within the four corners of the article. So many amendments to a budget can be and are within the four corners of the article. Again, without a specific proposal now before this body, no amendment, I can't speak to whether that amendment would or wouldn't be within the scope. I have to give that opinion and make that determination once there's an amendment that's been made.
Okay, so if it comes up, we'll have to deal with it. Oh, you want... Hey, I'm going to come down and give you the microphone because you got the baby sleeping in your arms. If you vote no on the budget, what happens? Well, if we vote no on the budget, we have no budget. Or Ms. Lockwood may come forward with her own ideas, and you may vote based upon her proposals. And at the end of the day, hopefully that adds up to a balanced budget. I haven't been through the numbers because I'm not a numbers guy. Ms. Lockwood was kind enough to send these things out yesterday. It's been in discussion for a couple of days. So, people that like numbers have seen some of the ideas and the thoughts. They'll be able to opine whether they're in the scope, not in the scope, and whether or not they will. And then at the end of that discussion, maybe we'll have a budget or maybe we won't. And then if everybody is still in the room at that point in time.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Wait, nope.
Sorry, just for clarification.
Well, I'm in the middle of speaking, okay? That's all right. So then at the end of that, we'll have to see whether or not we have a budget. Go ahead. Point of order. Who are you?
If the budget gets voted down, just for clarification, the body would have to vote to reconsider, correct? It wouldn't just automatically go into a the body has to vote for the reconsideration.
You're probably right. Technically, you're probably right. You can be run for moderator too. Okay, great. We really need to, and we've done well, don't get me wrong. We've done real well. It's time to do it at 12:35. Now, the first thing I want you to do is to make sure your clickers are working, because what Melanie tells me is people keep clicking with them, playing with them, and I want to make sure that you haven't run your battery to zero in the last 3 hours. So she's going to put up the screen. Somewhere there, you'll find your number. It's going to be a lot of screens, but what you should be seeing is something like, what does it say? Your number turns blue, but you're going to need more screens because it only does. Okay. But what should show up on my screen?
It'll say okay.
It'll say okay. So if you're not saying okay, I need you to raise your hand. And don't keep clicking 1,000 miles a minute. Like I said, you'll jam the system. Ruth, I hope Ruth's out in the hallway thinking that she might need to get some clickers ready. Because I want to make sure everybody gets to vote, obviously. You've invested a lot of time and a lot of energy. Uh-oh, the chief's going to patrol for me. Okay. What happened to my... I can't find my gavel. So is there anybody now that needs to go get a new clicker? One person. Go out and get your clicker. I will not close the ballot until those 2 or 3 people are back in the room. Okay? I'll keep it open. But right now, yes for the vote, yes for the budget, no for the budget. Voting is now open. Yes for the budget, no for the budget. Voting is open. You vote simultaneously. Vote. If you have a point of order, stand up and identify yourself. Thank you. Who are you? Well, this is a test. This is the test. Okay. Well, Mel, let's be done with the test. Thank you. That's fine. Mel, be done with the test. Thank you. Put up the ballot, the warrant, number 10. Okay, here's number 10. Number 10 is now open to vote. Start. Right, and I said I wouldn't close balloting until those people were back, okay? Because I know there might be a handful. And you never know, the vote might be close. Okay, so voting is open. Click away. And maybe Ruth could let me know when she thinks all the new clickers are here. Somebody out in the hallway could say, Ruth, all the people that are getting new clickers, somebody let me know that they've all come and they're all done. Don't forget, lunch, bag lunch in the cafeteria. I know you're not going to all leave before Article 11, but when you do leave, bag of lunch so that they don't go wasted.
Can you just remind people that they're only voting on a balanced budget right now, not the override?
I'll try to remind her that. Thank you. Ruth, is everybody set? All right, wait, whoa. Ruth, is there anybody in the hallway that is getting a new clicker? No. Everybody in the hallway has now gotten a clicker. Could I have less talking? Less talking. Where is it? Somebody took my gavel. Okay. How's that? I don't want to break it. This is an antique. Okay, one more man went out there to get it. Okay? So I won't close it until he comes back. Remember, all you're voting on now is the budget that was presented by the town manager. Okay? You're not voting on the overrides. You're not voting on the tiers. You're voting on the budget as it was presented by the town manager. Okay? That's what's up there. 49 million, something like that. Okay. One more gentleman went. Ruth will tell me when he's got his clicker. Somebody asked Ruth to let me know when that gentleman has his clicker. The clickers are a wonderful thing because here you have division. You got it. Everybody's got a clicker. What? Everybody's got a clicker. Tell the gentleman to vote. Did he come back in the room? Okay, he's back. He can vote. Ready, set, go. Voting is now closed. What are the results? This is a majority vote of the budget, on the budget. 340 in favor, 68 opposed. The budget is passed. All right, we are on to Article 11. Somebody move 11 for me.
I'd like to move to take a vote on 11. A motion, whatever it is.
Article 11, Ms. Moore. Yes. No. Just read the top. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate.
I move that the town raise and appropriate a sum of $2,357,651.68 to supplement the general operating budgets of the town and Lunenburg Public Schools for fiscal year 2027, as voted under Article 10 of the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting, as depicted in the column titled Tier 1 of the document titled FY 2027 Budget Balance Tier 1 and Tier 2, printed in the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting warrant booklet, pages 43 to 45. Provided, however, that such appropriation shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of Proposition 2.5 Tier 1 override in the amount of $2,400,000 in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C-G, and the voters' failure to approve Proposition 2.5 Tier 2 override question in the amount of $3,300,000 in accordance with the same law.
Second.
Okay, so there's a second. Select Board, your recommendation.
Select Board recommendation was recommended approval 4-2.
Sorry
about that, 3-1.
3
I was missing on that vote, so it will now be 4-1.
3-1, and now you're voting in favor, so it's 4-1. And Finance, where are you at?
Is this just tier 1?
At the moment, she's only moved Tier 1, correct?
Finance Committee recommended approval of tier 1 4-2.
4-2, okay, good. Now, let's talk about both tiers, both overrides. You can talk about them all at the same time, why we should have one, or why we should have two, or why we should have both, okay? That's fine for debate. When we come back, we're going to vote on Tier 1 motion, and then somebody, probably Ms. Moore, is going to move the second one, and we'll vote on that second. Okay? Got it? I hope. Sir, go ahead.
Matt Snyder, 985 Flat Hill Road. There's been a lot of rhetoric around how often we're dealing with overrides and that we're constantly asking for more money. So I did some looking online. While we may talk about it here, it doesn't often get passed here. It did, historically, in the late 90s. So from when Prop 2.5 went into place until 1997, the town of Lunenburg attempted 7 overrides. We passed 3. The most expensive override we passed was in 1997, and it was $650,000. 27 years later, we passed another override, which was the 2025 fiscal year, and that was $950,000. If anyone in this room is wondering why we're in the crisis we're in, it's because the best thing we do in this town is kick the can down the road. We should have been doing incremental overrides along the way, and we wouldn't be in the shit show we're in now, the poop show we're in now.
Oh, poop's so much better.
My other point, there's a lot, we passed it, so great, but people were concerned about adding an assistant town manager. What $50 million business with over 200 employees, and I know that number is way down, I just was going off the top of my head, runs with one person managing the majority of it. Yes, there are committees, yes, there are other people, but what business that's $50 million runs with that many people, with one person? Same thing with the school committee. We're talking about adding resources there. They're $30 million of the $50 million, and they are the lion's share of that 200 employee effort. So what business runs at that level? We like to compare our public to business. It's a totally different model. You can't do that. Partly why our government's a mess right now. So anyway, we don't pass overrides. That's why we have a monster override in front of us now. We have been letting the town bleed out for years, and we finally have a medic who is trying to do the work of resuscitating this town, and it's going to cost a lot now, so that we don't have to do this every year. Or what we do every year is an incremental increase. 2.5 throttles what we can raise. Inflation has been more than that. Just like it costs us, it costs the town. And if the town can only go up 2.5, and in 27 years, we've only let it go up 2.5, we are not funding our town appropriately.
Thank you. Over here.
Andy Gilman. I'd like to make a motion to cut off debate and vote on Article 11.
Well, that's We're not going to cut off debate yet, okay? I know you all want to go home to soccer. I get it. Mr. Moderator has to decide. I have to, Ms. Gilman, there are a lot of people here who'd like to leave. It hasn't been that long a day. We've been here till 6 o'clock some nights. I'm not going to move the question at this time. I'm not going to move the question at this time. I'm not going to move the question at... I can say it's out of order, absolutely. Absolutely. It is out of order because I have to decide if we're done discussing it, and I don't feel we are. Look, you can disagree with me. I'll lose control of this meeting. That's fine. I will lose control of this meeting. Okay. We are
By show of hands, who wants to vote right now?
Okay. No. Ms. Gilman, no. I'm going to control this meeting. That is out of order. Thank you. Mr. Bowen, sit down. Sit down, Mr. Bowen. Mr. Bowen, sit down. Thank you. The moderator can decide to cut off debate. The moderator can decide. I've read this over many times. I've been at this 18 years. The moderator can decide to cut off the debate. The moderator can decide to not cut off debate. That's part of what the moderator has to do. We don't have a lot of responsibility. That's one of them. I'm not cutting off the debate. I cut it off before because I thought we had enough people in line that I could do it. But I'll do it soon when I'm ready. Sir.
Adam Burney, Goodrich Street. I think what we've heard a lot of debate tonight about this. It's all been very microcosmic about the impacts to our children, and it lacks the context of Prop 2.5, which was instituted at a time of hyperinflation to prevent towns from overtaxing their residents. The override process was built in as a release valve to that, to understand that 2.5 is not a normal inflationary rate. I think the town manager alluded to this, that our service costs have risen well above the 2.5%. This isn't a bug in the system. This isn't a wildly out of character thing that we shouldn't do. This is something towns all across the Commonwealth are doing. It's intended to be a check and balance. I think the previous speaker noted our lack of passing overrides and the resulting kicking the can down the road. A lot of the debate in the public sphere has revolved around deferred maintenance, expenditure costs, properties the town owns and things that have not been maintained over time. If we continue to fail to keep up with inflation, we're going to end up in the situation that Fitchburg is in. I grew up in a community that was in receivership in my youth. They're still working to recover from that. Everyone who owns a home in this town is at risk of their home values dropping if our schools fail, if our town fails. Whether you prefer one or two or none, all of that is irrelevant. This is a function of 2.5. It is part of the system. It's not the town mismanaging. It's trying to keep up with an overburden of inflation and cost that we're not able to raise funds to match. I'm in favor of Tier 2. I understand other folks have different perspectives.
Okay. Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, I once again have a question about the meaning of our vote on this Tier 1 motion.
Go ahead.
Should I vote yes for Tier 1? Should we vote yes for Tier 1? Then we will vote for Tier 2 on the next motion.
Correct.
Okay. Should we vote no on this one?
Yeah.
Will that affect the motion, the next motion on Tier 2?
I don't think so. No, we can then vote on Tier 2.
Okay, thank you.
But, I mean, seems like people that are in favor of override would vote on a yes on both, but that is a possible scenario. Sir?
Clark Nixon, 47 Holman Street. Again, I'd like to move that we limit time debate to no more than 20 additional minutes on this question.
Thank you. Thank you for your offer. Over here, please.
Hi, Julia Turner, 90 West Town Road. I am up here as a mother of one of the most critical need children in the Lunenburg school system. And to speak a little bit on what Dr. Fortuna had said earlier about the BRICS program. and many people may not know and understand what that is. It is a program to help kids like mine who are in the Achieve classes and who are developmentally delayed, extremely, what's the word I'm looking for, sorry, I'm not used to speaking, developmentally delayed, challenge, thank you, at the highest level, that need the most services. They need the one-on-one aid, they need the teachers who are either special ed teachers, BCBAs, all kinds of things. The Bridge program helps those kids once they get to the age where they age out of school, so that they can possibly have a productive life in society and contribute to society as adults. Without that Bridge program, we drop off children at the age of 18, and once they're done with the school year, and with the other kids, without a diploma, with a certificate, our kids don't graduate. Our kids go on to the Bridge program and learn how to be your backyard market basket. They learn how to be custodial workers in the schools. Without that program, we are leaving them behind in a way that you cannot fathom unless you have one of these children. It is detrimental. And as far as the school system possibly becoming unaccredited, I can tell you, we dance the line of being able to just give these children in middle school and high school what they need legally. We dance the line because we don't have the funds, we don't have the staff, we don't have the programs, we don't have a school psychologist. These things are written in legal IEPs for these children, and we are not providing them, and that is against the law. We are trying to provide them, they are doing their best, but we have to fund these programs, or we leave the most vulnerable kids that cannot care for themselves, that are the highest risk in the dust. So I ask you as a mother of one of those medically fragile, developmentally delayed children to think about this, because you could be in the situation that these kids are in, or your families or children could be in the situation that these children are in, like that. And it is what it is. It's terrible, but we've got to pass this, and we've got to help these kids.
Thank you. Over here.
Jane Hall, 73 Pine Grove Road. I would just like to ask that we vote yes, because I'd like to see it brought to the town so that all registered voters could vote on this. So for no other reason, so that every registered voter has an opportunity to vote on this question.
Thank you, Mrs. Hull. Over here, please.
Maura Lizick, 747 Cage Street. I am a former classroom teacher and current special education teacher in Lunenburg. And the biggest thing that jumped out at me was the first to fourth grade teachers. If we think that students are struggling to read and write and learn math with normal classroom sizes, when those sizes go up, we're going to see such an increase in the need for remedial services, special education services, Title I services, like all the things are just going to increase so much. Why wouldn't we try to mitigate that by passing an override? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lizick. Over here, sir.
My name is Joe Mule, 139 Cove Road. My wife and I don't have any kids in school, but we're going to support Tier 2. There's two things that I want to make a statement about. And the first one is we have one of the best libraries in the state. And if you don't fund that position, the young adult position, you're not taking full advantage of where the school is. It's a strategic advantage that the school is so close to the library. That's why the library's attendance is so high. It's a huge number for a town this size. So they're doing a great job over there. They're very disciplined. And to not have a young adult librarian in a town this size that is on the campus of the school is not a good choice. The second thing I want to say, and I am not claiming anything, but I am offering a way of thinking of why you want to support the school budget. The only way you can get yourself out of a tax issue with being too high is to grow. You can cut or you can grow. because nobody's going to come in and give us $1 million as a gift. Towns don't get gifts. So the reason why you might want to consider is a virtuous cycle that goes something like this. Everybody knows your property values go up and stay up if there's a great school. That's not news. But what happens is, with property values going up, families who move in buy more expensive houses. They pay more taxes. As a result of that increase in housing, development happens to increase the inventory and bring down the cost of houses. That increases town's receipts on getting on permitting. Permitting is one of the biggest ways a town can raise revenue without impacting anything else in the budget. It's a revenue source. You don't have more growth, you have less revenue. We want more revenue. And the other part of that, of course, is that local businesses succeed. We have restaurants, we have package stores. Who's going to want to buy more beer? The new people who move into our town. That's going to increase sales, which is also going to increase taxes. So there is never a good time that a person wants their taxes to be more. You know, we could say, well, if you want to pay more taxes, why don't you just do it? This is a Commonwealth state. Every town is a Commonwealth town. And you could decide, I have no kids in the school, I don't care about school, and vote it down. Where are you going to get revenue to keep this town afloat? Without a good school, you won't. So consider that there could be a virtuous cycle could happen with the best school in the state, and watch people flock to Lunenburg to want to be part of a good time. That's what happens in Neshoba. People move from all the way east to live in Lancaster because the school system is so awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. Okay, so I'm going to end it with Mr. Beardmore at the end. Mr. Chenis, I think you skipped over thinking it'd be a faster line over there, but that's okay. All right. So we're going to take in 4 or 5 more people, and then I understand you're ready to vote. Let me say, as the moderator, okay? People come here because they want to speak, okay? People stay here all day to say their piece, and to simply cut off debate before people get to say their piece, I'm not in favor of that. Over here.
Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street, recovering select board member.
Recovering, I get it.
I just want to preface my comments just to say one thing, because I follow Facebook. I make that mistake. Just, Facebook warriors. I do have a substantive point to make about this stuff. That whether I agree with any or disagree with any members of any of these 3 committees that worked on this tri-board, or worked as boards or committee individually, I've never had a reason to question their good faith that they brought to it. They brought their diligence to it. And I just saw a lot of unfair comments on Facebook about that. People calling it dirty and secretive, and nothing was secretive about this. I mean, it's been out in the public for months, since last summer. So I just want to thank the people for sticking through this and having perseverance. I was there. I know what it's like. So thank you all. When I got up, I've been thinking about what to do here. I have more clarity now than I did when I came here this morning about what I was going to do. But it never really mattered. It doesn't change my current analysis. 3 speakers ago made a similar point. I want to add clarity to it. We are not being asked to approve an override here today. We are being asked to approve appropriations contingent upon the passage by the voters of an override in 2 weeks. So all we're being asked to do here today, the way I look at it, and Chris is going to love this, Mr. Menard, I am the radical democratizer. That's what I called myself on the select board. We are being asked to democratize this question. That's it. if we don't appropriate it here, yes, technically speaking, the ballot could still approve the overrides, and then we would have to call back and have another special town meeting to try to get the appropriations. But as a practical matter, we're being asked to democratize the questions here today. If we do not vote in favor of it, as a practical matter, it's killed here. It is not democratized. I'm just saying, let's democratize the question. It doesn't matter what my position is on this. I vote and sign petitions all the time in front of grocery stores for measures that I would absolutely hate to see become law, because I believe in democratizing the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Go ahead, Mr. Chenisek, clear the line over there. Go ahead.
Good, so you can say I'm last over here on this side.
You are the last over there.
Ken Chenis, 265 Sunset Lane. I just had two minor points to make.
Go ahead.
The first one was about tax revenues. It's a fallacy to think that bringing more families to Lunenburg increases the tax revenues and doesn't increase the cost to the town. It's been proven time and time again that that's a net loss to the town. The more people that move into town because of the schools, the more our taxes have to go up to cover the cost of services for those additional families that come to town. What we need in Lunenburg is more industry that'll compensate for those taxes so that our house taxes can stop going up. And the second point I wanted to make is just on the school budget itself. A lot of people are like panicking about the way the school budget looks with the cuts and everything that have to be made. And whether these two overrides pass or not, I just want to point out that that budget is not locked. We don't vote on the school budget. We only vote on the town budget. The school budget can change and be adjusted however the school committee and the school chooses to adjust that once they know what their total amount is. The total amount can't change, but how they appropriate those funds within their own budget is not voted on by the town. They are free to change that however they choose once these votes are done. That's the only point.
Thank you, Mr. Chenis. Over here, please.
Hello there.
Hello.
My name is Quinn Lane. I live at 654 Flat Hill Road, and I preemptively apologize if I sound like utter garbage. My respiratory system is currently fighting with the trees, and to put it lightly, the trees are winning. So, I tried to plan what I want to say before I get up here, but because of the fact that I can't control my own position in line that much, I will sound a little bit like a broken record because of the fact that I will basically be reiterating points that have already been said, but with different words. But my main thing, as I have been, sitting back there and watching this all unfold, is that, we aren't making a decision just yet. We are simply just allowing this decision to go forth to the general populace of the town. And I know that I have a lot of friends in town who would like to be able to voice their opinions, but for one reason or another are currently busy today. And so they sadly cannot devote the, however long it's been since I entered this time-dilated jail of a room. And so they just don't have the time to commit to, show up here and deal with this mess. So, I think that, whatever side of the aisle you're on, depending on, whether or not you support the just regular balanced budget that was approved in Article 10, or whether or not you support the Tier 1 override or the Tier 2 override, or maybe you want us to ditch the US dollar and switch to the Zimbabwe dollar so that we're all trillionaires, you should vote yes on this so that we can let the general populace speak in 2 weeks and we can see what they say. But my second point is that, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting deja vu here because of the fact that, I have a bit of fun experience of going to, go off to college and go to Boston and do that. And, I graduated in 2024 from Lunenburg High School. And, after my graduation, what did I immediately do? I came here and I listened to my friends and we advocated for an override. And now I come back from my spring semester after getting absolutely wrecked by finals, and look what I'm doing again. I feel like when I'm off at school, I don't really keep up much with town politics, and so I basically had to figure out what the hell was going on in, a limited amount of time, to the point where I basically went immediately after doing finals and annotated my whole town warrant that I got. With tabs, too. I put effort into this crap. And so, it's like...
The man has sat here all day to speak his mind. You may not want to hear everybody, they didn't want to hear you, but he's going to finish what he wants to say.
And, I don't know, I watch this town kind of, from afar, but, I just see it like slowly but surely sinking into the ground. I look at what we're cutting in the balanced budget, and I look at how people are talking on Facebook. Not that I'm on Facebook, I didn't make that mistake, my mom did. But, I see how people are talking, and it's like, we're cutting all of these, we're cutting the school, we're cutting things in the library, we're cutting, recreation, we're cutting all of this stuff, and, all of these things are wildly important for our town. Even if you don't use the services, they're still wildly important for our town to have. These, spaces, the library gives us an excellent third space for, teenagers and, seniors and adults of all kinds to...
Hey! Respect! Finish your conversation. I think people are getting tired, but finish.
But, I feel like all of these things are very important, and so I just want every single one of you, as you are voting, I want you to really look into your heart of hearts, no matter how blackened by Facebook comments it has been, and I want you to really, really consider what exactly is at stake as you flip through these pages and as you listen to what we are voting on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin. Howdy.
Bob Martin, 54 Longwood Drive. Again, I had one question, one comment. Previous gentleman addressed the comment.
Good. So you don't need to. Go ahead.
Just to reinforce it.
Well, you don't have to reinforce it. He spoke long enough. Go ahead.
Town has to vote. The entire town has to vote on what we come up with for Article.
At the ballot,
It's not
right.
just us, it's everybody.
Right.
Second question is for the attorneys in the room, I guess. What I've been looking at for Mass General Law, it says that the 2.5% is the 2.5% of the full and fair cash value of the city of town, which means that it's not, we can always get 2.5% over previous years.
Yeah.
It means it's 2.5% over the tax price. Agreed? Okay. Section C says that if we exceed 2.5%, if we exceed the limit that's been imposed, then we have to reduce the taxes until it gets down. Again, with all legal documents, it says, but if you do such and such. That says if the amount is less than the required limit, then the total taxes will be maybe 1.025 of what it was last year. So that gives you an area to increase if you had less than 2.5%. Once you go over 2.5%, then we get into subparagraph G, which is where we are now. Town meeting is where we vote to see if we can exceed anything additional.
Eventually we do, yep.
Eventually, yes. So, but that comes at the time when we vote.
Right.
So, anyway, if at some point, whether it's here or later, if we can get some clarification or an indication that I'm totally speaking off the wall, then I appreciate it. And with that,
Clarification on what, Mr. Martin? I think you've just read Mass General laws to us.
yes,
Okay.
well,
I didn't see Mr. Costa tell you you were wrong. That's the law. Okay? Was there anything he said that was not the law?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I don't believe so. I had a bit of trouble following it, and I'm not sure what the previous speaker is requesting clarification on. He was speaking about overrides. He was speaking about the potential of an underride in certain circumstances.
okay, I guess my main point in all of this is that everybody says 2.5% is the maximum that we can increase
Yeah.
the level. But according to this, the 2.5% is, to start with, is 2.5% on the tax base in the town. Is that correct?
Just voted.
Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let's give Mr. Martin some clarity.
If I think I understand the question you're asking. So this is the FY '26 levy limit. This is the total tax base for the town of Lunenburg. The 2.5% is on that number. That's the allowable growth without a Proposition 2.5 override. So this is Prop 2.5 right here, the 2.5% increase on the FY '26 levy limit. And then by a override vote, you are increasing above and beyond what is allowed without an override. Now, you don't need to, I think you were talking also of when you have excess levy capacity, which is a little different, and I don't want to confuse everybody else in the room, but you don't have to appropriate all the way up to your levy limit.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that helps.
Got it?
Yes.
Excellent. Mr.
I'm
Beardmore.
not sure about the tax base that you referred to. I don't know if that number was the tax base or something.
That's the
Okay.
tax base. That's the $32 million in tax base.
32 million is, it's how much do we have a tax base? If you consider everybody that's been assessed, how
Well,
much is that number?
Mr. Martin, you're invited to come up afterwards and get the numbers with the town manager. Mr. Beardmore, you have the final word. How often do people say that to you? Go.
Usually it's, please shut up and let's move on.
That's true. I'm
Thank you
getting
very
that
much.
message.
Pleasant Street. I will be brief.
Good.
I grew up in Lunenburg. I put a letter in the Ledger yesterday, which I hope many of you wrote. It was written from the heart. It was personal. It told some stories that I've experienced both positively and negatively in and around Lunenburg, as well as my family, which has been here for just a year or two short of 100 years. Lunenburg, I was educated here, my brother was educated here, my two children were educated here, my son is a junior in high school, and Lunenburg is the basis for who we are and our success as individuals, not the only basis, but an enormous contributor. This community, the reason why I have served on the boards that I previously mentioned is because I feel like I owe it to this town. I feel like I owe it to the people who have been a part of my life. As I think about the kids and the preponderance of the benefit of this override will go to the schools. And to hear the superintendent speak this morning about the impact of the cuts that we are going to feel as a result of the balanced budget, regardless of how you think about how we got there, are going to be devastating to not only our vulnerable kids, but also our high achievers. Because the mandated dollars go to the vulnerable kids. The unmandated dollars, those have a tendency to get pulled from the high achievers. My youngest son has fallen into both categories in his life. He was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder when he was 2 years old, went into the primary school on an IEP when he was 3, had a full-time paraprofessional that was paid for by us for 3 or 4 years, You'd never know it today. As a junior in high school, and you would never know it. When he was 11, he ran into Steve Kajonian, legendary Lunenburg track and field coach, who was also my freshman football coach. And he said, "You're a big kid. You should throw shot put. You could break some records." Not only has he broken records, but he will be recruited by Division I schools and be competitive for academic scholarships. In fact, he's taking 3 AP exams in a few weeks. That is a credit, not only to his teachers and to his parents, but it's a credit to the town of Lunenburg and the support that we give our kids, no matter what. And I can't tell you how much it pisses me off to listen to the trolls and the distractors try to take away from them and criticize the people that volunteer hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. Not only our volunteer time, but the additional time of our teachers and professional staff. Not only do we owe our town and our staff and our volunteers the greatest amount of support that we can possibly muster, but we also owe that to our kids and to ourselves, because without it, Lunenburg is going to fall into a state of neglect and disarray, and we cannot afford that either. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so the baby has woken up. The baby was motivated and excited by all your conversation, and the baby has woken up. So we have Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 has been moved. It's before you. You don't have to choose, okay? You can vote yes on both of them, okay? So it's not an either or. It sounded like some people were thinking that way, okay? Because you don't know what's going to happen at the ballot. The townsfolk could vote only for Tier 1, okay? Or they could vote for both. But you, right now, as a body, can vote in the positive or the negative on each article separately. It's not an either or, okay? So, assuming nobody's having a problem with their clicker, I'm going to declare that voting is open on the Tier 1 motion as moved by Ms. Moore. Voting is open. I'm going to go with the Twix bar. Still clicking away, Mel, right? Yeah, okay. It's very important that we get everybody's vote, so I want to leave it open as long as I need to. What's not working? Okay, if your clicker's not working, wait like 15 seconds and try it again. But if it's still not working, go see Ruth out in the hallway. Anybody else? Ruth? Gentleman coming down, maybe a bad clicker. No, he's coming down. Battery's dead. Go think it. They're all programmed for 2 hours. By the way, my battery's showing low. I don't know if anybody's in the booth anymore. Mel, does it look like everybody has voted, other than the gentleman who went outside? Looks like it's pretty well done. So Ruth will signal me when that last... All right. Go ahead. Get outside, get a chance to vote. Ruth, there's one more person coming. What? You're good, but one more young woman needs to get down and get her clicker. Another one coming, Ruth. Well, it shows low. I mean, it's still working, but it shows low.
Yeah. Let me swap that out. Maybe leave that out for just a sec. begin now.
I don't mean to be a pain in the ass, but people come here to talk.
I'm paying $40 an hour so my special ed kid can be watched. This ain't cheap for me.
Okay.
I'm simply asking that we put a time limit. I've looked at the rules. It's available.
Oh, it's available?
Yes, it is. To
Right.
say time, to say
yeah.
limit debate to 20 minutes.
But
That's all I'm asking
I
for.
believe that after you've sat here all day, that you want to speak, that you get to speak. I'm not going to cut everybody off. I'm not going to time them. I'm just telling you my opinion. You know, and as the moderator, I get that discretion. But I don't mean to be short with you. I apologize. All right. Sure, everybody has voted, Mel. What are the results of the first tiered override? You ready? You're ready. Go. Show me. 331 in favor, 105 opposed. So the tier 1 passes by a clear majority. Ms. Moore, would you? Oh. Well, you could all read it. You didn't need me to tell you. All right, Ms. Moore, would you move Article Tier 2, please?
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $3,248,545.83 to supplement the general operating budgets of the town and the Lunenburg Public Schools for fiscal year 2027 as voted under Article 10 of the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting, as depicted in the column titled Tier 2 of the document titled FY27 Budget, Balance, Tier 1 and Tier 2, printed in the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting warrant booklet, pages 43 through 45. Provided, however, that such appropriation shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of a Proposition 2.5 Tier 2 override question in the amount of $3,300,000 in accordance with the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21CG, irrespective of whether or not the voters approve or fail to approve a Proposition 2.5 Tier 1 override question in the amount of $2,400,000 in accordance with the same law.
Second, thank you. Select Board, your recommendation on Tier 2.
Yep, Select Board recommends approval 4-1. 4-1.
Thank you. And Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 4-2.
Thank you very much. I'm going to assume you've had everything you need to say about this. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ms. Lockwood has not finished saying.
It's going to be,
Go ahead.
I haven't spoken much, but the only comment that I have is for the people that spoke about, radical democratization, is that, and bring it to the ballot, is that, the voters are actually not being offered the keep status quo. So people speaking about radical democratization, we are not giving the voters that option. And I just want to clarify that I didn't want to bring the motion on Article 10 and have a discussion and create more time. So there was nothing evil about it. I just wanted to make that, only bring a motion if you needed to. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockwood. Okay, we're ready to vote on Article 2, Tier 2. The motion's been made, seconded. So the voting is now open. If you have a problem with your clicker, same process we've been going through all morning. Hasn't been that long, Kathy. Thank you very much. Kathy thinks we're moving along at record pace. Wait a minute. Some people laughed at that. Right. I know what you're thinking. I'm getting up and booking out of here. Please, I would love you to stay. I know some of you won't, but I would love you to stay because there are important things. Hello, lady with the baby. Okay, if you leave, please leave in total silence because I don't want to take a 15-minute break where you're all mumbling and talking about how thrilled you are with the vote, okay? Because I want to keep working. Don't forget to turn in your clickers when you leave. Don't forget to go up to the cafeteria and grab a bag lunch on your way home. Mel, let me know when you think it's totally done. Does that look done? 436 the last time. A couple people may have left. They were satisfied that the tier 1s were going that way. Okay, voting is now closed. Article 11, tier 2 motion. In favor, opposed. 302 in favor, 122 opposed. Oh, I'm sorry. 302 to 122. I'm not hearing silence. Thank you. You can talk when you're outside. Article 12, Mrs. Emke. Please, you don't need to talk until you get outside. I'm still trying to get work done here. Article 12, Mrs. Emke.
I move that the town, 1, amend the vote taken under Article 8 of the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting to fund the FY 2026 program of capital projects, option 2, by rescinding the authorization to transfer from Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting the sum of $325,000. 2, rescind the vote taken under Article 11 of the November 14th, 2023 special town meeting to fund the repair of the roof at the TC Passios building. And 3, reauthorize the transfer from Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting to be included in the funding of the $1,225,000 FY 26 capital plan, option 2, as appearing in the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Select Board recommendation.
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Thank you. Finance?
Finance recommends approval 5-0.
Okay. Do you want to tell us about this article?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I have 2 slides to help explain this article. This is largely a housekeeping article, but if we can just walk through these slides here. So the first vote was at the May 22nd annual town meeting. $325,000 got voted for the primary school hazardous abatement. That project got funded in another way, and those funds were not spent. In November of 2023 at the special town meeting, those funds were appropriated to the FY23 those funds were appropriated to fund the TCP roof repair. These funds did not get spent. There was a bookkeeping error, and this was not appropriately noted. So these funds were then reappropriated at the May 26th last year town meeting to fund the 2026 capital plan. When the issue was noted, we did not expend the funds. So, almost like that. So, we have the money here gets appropriated here, gets appropriated here. Neither was spent, and we need the money to go from here to here. So we're gonna undo this vote. We're gonna undo this vote, and then we're gonna redo this vote to this vote. So it's basically taking this vote that was done at the last annual town meeting and redoing it so that the money gets to the right spot. This is reauthorizing a vote. There is no new money being spent. This is just a cleanup article.
Okay. Anybody at the microphone need to ask a question about cleaning up the articles? It's Article 12. No one at the microphone. I'll declare we're ready to vote. This is a majority vote. The voting is now open. We'll see how many people are left. Click away. No, we still have a lot of people here. I'm happy about that. We got people out of here by 1:30, which is actually not bad, considering all the work that we had to do. Mr. Bidwell, we're voting on Article 12. You okay with that? you're standing at the microphone, you ready to go on the next article?
Next article.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, Mel, does it look like we're all done? I would say voting is now closed. Majority vote on Article 12. Cleanup article, 191 in favor, 6 opposed. So Article 12 has passed. We're now on Article 13, excuse me. This is the capital program. I know Mr. Beard more close to his heart. And so somebody move that for me, Mr. Leighton.
I'll be moving it.
Oh, you're moving it? Go ahead.
I move that the town transfer the sum of $991,627 from certified free cash, transfer the sum of $594,000 from the Special Purpose Vehicle Equipment Stabilization Fund, and raise and appropriate the sum of $244,576 for a total appropriation of $1,830,203 to fund the fiscal year 2027 program of capital projects as illustrated in the May 2nd annual town meeting warrant booklet, including all costs incidental or related thereto.
Is there a second? Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board voted to recommend approval, 5-0.
Thank you. Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Mr. Beardmore, can you tell us quickly where it's found in the book, in the warrant, so people can see what it is?
I would assume that I have a warrant in my hand.
Oh, page 29? Okay, anybody wants to look at what's in the capital plan, that I'm told it's on page 29. Anybody want to talk about the capital program? Nope. Ms. Warren, they're not interested in talking about it.
We can,
You're
I'm
good?
happy to present if folks want to present,
Nope,
or if they want to
nope.
vote, either way.
If anybody's got to vote, anybody needs to. Is that your pocketbook? Yeah, I wasn't leaving. Oh, you weren't leaving. We were just stealing. All right, okay. All right, so I don't think people have been here all day. They're not ready to debate the capital plan. So Article 13 is now open for voting. Please go ahead and click away.
I'm just going to scroll through while you're voting, so you can see the photos.
More people left or nobody cares anymore? Maybe you're not awake. Pretty much done, Mel? Looks done? There were 200 before, we're only at 170. Give it another minute. Didn't seem like it was driving a lot of controversy. Kathy's had enough. Okay, Article 13 is now closed. Mel, what's the vote? 165 against 10. Simple majority, more than enough. Article 13 passes. Article 14, Public Education, PEG, PAC, their operating budget. Mr. McLeod.
I move that the town appropriate from PEG access and cable-related revenues the sum of $177,000 and transfer from PEG retained earnings the sum of $40,847.55 for the total sum of $217,847.55 to fund the operating budget of the PEG Access and Cable-Related Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 27, including $20,972 for indirect costs to be paid to the general fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, what's your recommendation?
4-0 in favor.
Thank you. And Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Anybody want to talk about the PEG's operating budget? The good people that record all these meetings and everything else in town so that you have something to watch on TV at night. Nobody at the microphones. We're ready to vote. Voting is now open on Article 14. It's a majority vote. Looks like it's pretty well done, Mel. Yeah? Okay, 1 or 2 stragglers. Voting is now closed. Article 14, majority vote. 163 to 8. Passes by more than a majority. Article 15 is the capital budget for PEG. Mr. Nuzzulo.
I move that the town transfer from the PEG retained earnings the sum of $77,000 to fund the fiscal year 2026 PEG Access Enterprise capital budget, specifically for the purchase of a replacement Castus system.
They're going to buy a new cactus?
A Castus system, in my understanding of what that is that it's the software that our local public access TV channel and the broadcasting and live streaming run on. And that's the only item, and that's what the funding is going to go towards to replace.
Is there a second? Select Board, your recommendation.
Select Board voted to recommend approval 4-0.
And Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Anybody want to discuss PEG buying some Castus equipment? No one at the microphone? You want to talk about it, Mr. Rogers?
No. John.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why I haven't heard from you all day. I'm shocked. Yeah, he's drinking. Yeah. All right, Article 15 is now open to vote. Click away. Mm-hmm. Our numbers are dwindling, but I thank all of you for staying, for your patience, keeping after the system. I really do. Okay, I think we're ready to, maybe one more. All right, voting is now closed. Mal, what's the vote on Article 15? It's a majority vote, 160 to 11. You have your new cactus. Okay, moving on. Article 16 was in the consent calendar and it was passed. Article 17 was consent calendar, it was passed. Article 18 was the consent calendar, it was passed. Article 19 was the consent calendar. I should put more things in the consent calendar. Article 20 is the salary administration plan, a COLA adjustment. Mr. Nuzzulo.
I move that the town replace the current salary schedule in the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70-8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, specifically Schedule A as referenced therein as amended, with a FY 2027 salary schedule as printed on page 49 of the May 2nd, 2026 Annual Town Meeting warrant booklet, which authorizes wage increases for fiscal year 2027 for permanent employees not covered by a collective bargaining unit agreement or individual contract, and further, to transfer the sum of $54,003 from the FY 2027 Salary Reserve Fund line to fund the wage increase for fiscal year 2027 for its salary administration plan employees.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. And Select Board recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Thank you. And Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
What is the COLA adjustment, Mr. Nuzzulo?
The COLA adjustment is a cost of living adjustment. It is for 3%.
3%. Yep, that's what I wanted to ask.
Yep.
Anybody have questions about the employees getting a 3% raise? Cost of living adjustment? I don't see anybody at the microphones. I think we're ready to vote. Article 20 is now open for voting. All right, looks like we're pretty well done, Mel. What is the results on Article 20, simple majority? 139 in favor, 16 opposed. The article passes. I believe we're on 20. Are we on 20? Oh, we 20. We did 20. 21 is all the firefighters. So we have 3 unions that we're going to address. With the firefighters, we've got the municipal employees, and we've got the police, I believe. Ms. Warren has slides, if you're interested, about what's included in the contracts. That's not debatable. They've already been contractually obligated. But if you'd like to know what's in any one of the 3, she has it available to you. If you don't want to hear what's in the contracts, we don't have to. I don't see anybody at the microphone wanting to know any more details than what you've negotiated. So we're going to start with Article 21, which is the firefighters union. That contract, voting is now open.
Oh, Mr. Moderator, I have to make the motion.
Oh, you didn't give me a recommendation? Okay.
I didn't make the motion.
Hold on.
So I move that the town fund the first year of the collective bargaining agreement dated July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029 with PFFM Local 4358A, Professional Firefighters Union, with no further appropriation required.
And seconded. Select Board? Second. And Finance?
Finance Committee deferred, so do we have any questions or comments? All right, roll call vote. Mike? Anna? Jay? Tom? Jean? And an aye for myself.
Okay, 6-0. 6, yep, okay. Was there another point of order?
Moderator,
Go ahead.
I will say that the Select Board voted to recommend approval 5-0. Also, we are checking on whether or not we have the correct union number here. So
4538A?
5369. All right, we got it wrong, so we're going to have to amend the motion here, or I could just make a new one.
Mr. Nuzzulo, it's fairly short. Make it as an amendment. Just tell me.
I will amend my motion to strike out Local 4358A and replace it with Local 5369.
Got it? Okay. That's amended, that's seconded, and I assume your votes would remain the same. Anybody else need to debate, discuss, want to see the slides? I don't see anyone at the mic. We're ready to vote on Article 21. Click away. Okay, I think the voting is now closed. Article 21, simple majority, 132 to 5. It passes. The next contract is number 22, municipal employees. Ms. Emke. Ms. Emke is going to move this article. That's okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I move the town vote to transfer from Article 10 of the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting the sum of $25,414 from the salary reserve fund line under general government to fund the first year of the collective bargaining agreement dated July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029 with AFSCME Council 93 Municipal Employees Union.
Is there a second? Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Thank you. Finance?
Finance Committee deferred, so any questions or comments? All right, roll call vote. Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Jay?
Aye.
Tom? Aye. Jean? And I for myself.
Okay. I see you're at the microphone if you'd like to speak.
John Bowman, 62 Highland Street. Jen, is this going to cover, if it's voted for the new assistant town manager, going to be included in the bargaining agreement for this money, for the increase?
So this is the, excuse me, the clerical union, and the assistant town manager position is in the salary administrative plan.
Okay.
That title is coming up at a later article. They are not a member of the union.
All right, I just wanted...
Oh, you were concerned about the monetary amount?
Yeah, just basically whether or not there's going to be an increase because of what's going to change with what we already had done. Nothing?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay. No one else at the microphone? I think we're ready to vote. This is Article 22, simple majority. Voting is now open. Okay, looks like we're finished. What is the tally? Voting is closed on Article 22. Simple majority, 133 to 12, 2 abstentions. That article passes. We're now moving on to the Teamsters Union. Article 23, Mr. Leighton.
I move the town vote to transfer from Article 10 of the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting the sum of $51,046.33 from the salary reserve line under general government and to transfer from Article 10 of the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting the sum of $68,294 from the salary reserve fund line under general government to fund the first and second years of the collective bargaining agreement dated July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028 with Teamsters Union Local 170 DPW.
Is there a second? Selectman, your recommendation.
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
Finance.
Finance Committee deferred, so are there any questions or comments from the... All right, roll call vote. Mike?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Jay? Aye. Tom? Aye. Jean? Aye. For myself.
Okay. And Mr. Bowen.
Yeah, just a quick question. So can you tell us, because I know the DPW has been in a contract for over 2 years, can you tell us exactly from their last contract that they've been running on for 2 years ago to the increase this year and how that's going to pan out until 2027? Like, it can be real simple, like on a percentage basis for the money amount.
So we do have slides for all these. So the last contract, as you said, expired in June 30, 2024. So for the entire period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30, 2025, the DPW workers have no contract, no raises. So in this process, we knew we were going to have to catch up not only from the lack of time of bargaining, but also to take a look at the market We graded some positions, but overall, there's a 9% increase because of that large catch-up that we have to do, and then 2.5.
Okay, so it's gonna be 15% over 3 years for the next contract, roughly.
It's not how math works, but 9%.
No, I'm saying is if the cost of living increases and so forth, when we come up for the next contract, we might be 15% ahead, because I know a lot of that's insurance, the health
No,
insurance,
this has nothing to do with health insurance. This is their wages.
just wages.
This is wages.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Anyone else on Article 23, Teamsters contract? No one else at the microphone. Declare we're ready to vote. Article 23 is now open for voting. Where's the baby gone? Oh, daycare. Excellent. I think I need to be in daycare. Yeah, adult daycare. Might not be any room available for me. Yeah. Okay, it looks like voting is pretty well completed. Voting is now closed. Article 23, simple majority. Teamsters Union 136 to 13 with 3 abstentions. Thank you very much. Article 24, Mr. McLeod.
I move the town transfer from free cash the sum of $121,800 to fund TC Passio's operating costs and certain decommissioning expenses for fiscal year 2027, and to transfer from the assessor's overlay surplus the sum of $27,500 to fund the special assistant to the assessor for fiscal year 2027.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board, your recommendation.
5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Very good. I don't see anybody at the microphone to ask any questions about this special appropriations. Do you want to get up, Mr. Rabbit? All right, take your time. Or Mr. Beal can pass it to you, that's cool as well. I don't want to say you're looking capacitated, but I don't want to assume anything. There you go. Yep, that's fine.
In that,
go ahead, your name and address.
John Rabbit, 314 Townsend Harbor Road. In the movement out of the Passios that houses the food bank, are any of those funds related to helping the food bank move to another location? And the other follow-up question, is there another location?
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to address this with first not addressing your question directly, so I can let folks know what's happening here, and then I think in that you'll get an answer. That's all right. So for those folks that aren't aware, the TC Passios building, we had come before this body last year and asked for funds for partial decommissioning of the building. The building has a lot of deferred maintenance, and it is becoming more significant over time. So we expected that with the partial decommissioning of the building, we would see a correlation to a reduction in the operating and carrying costs of the building. So that is not the case. And so this conversation initially started with the facilities director having gone through the winter months, not seeing those utility costs decrease, coupled with the significant amount of deferred maintenance. You heard us earlier today talking about moving funds for a roof repair that never happened. Well, that roof is leaking, and it's leaking bad. I mean, there was lots of standing water within the building, and so in this budgetary discussions that we were having, we know that we are not going to be operating a TCP into the next fiscal year. So we are going to, at some point during FY27, work to fully decommission the building. That is why we removed the funds from the operating budget. We talked about free cash, you use one-time funds for one-time things. This will be the last operating for TCP. We are starting already to get our own staff out of the building. Cable access is relocating, voting equipment, we are buying trailers to store it. Obviously, the food pantry is the more difficult user of the building to find an alternate location. So this is not anything these are the annual operating costs that we have removed from the operating budget. These funds are to continue the building operating while we can. And once the building is fully empty, we're gonna decommission it fully before probably coming before this body again to have funds requested for demo. The town has talked with the food pantry. The town unfortunately does not have any space in other buildings for the food pantry. And so this funding is really about the operations of the TCP building as they are, and it does not address relocation of the food pantry.
Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment to Article 24.
Go ahead.
I would like to propose to move the town transfer from free cash the sum of $321,000 to fund the patio's operating costs and certain decommissioning costs, which would include the movement and assisted establishment of a local town food bank. And that's there. And to transfer the assessor's overlay surplus sum $27,500 to fund special assistance for the assessor, which is reasonable. Can I get a second?
Had to ask for it. Okay, that's the motion that's on the floor. You have to put it in writing so that we have exactly what it is you're trying to accomplish, and then we can talk about your amendment. In the meantime, we can just talk in general about this article, and then we'll get to your amendment next. So, Mrs. Johnson, you're next. Talk about the article in general, and then we'll get to the amendment
I
after.
have some general thoughts.
Go ahead.
Dawn Johnson, 357 Lancaster Ave. I am a member of the Food Pantry Board of Directors. I'm the treasurer. And my question is, first of all, how long is this $121,000 going to last? What is it being used for to keep TC patios going? I want to know what we're spending the money on that we're voting on. We have looked high and low for a new place for the pantry. We have a potential place to rent, but we are negotiating what the rent will be, what that will look like, but we're going to need a lot of money to move everything. We're going to need a lot of money to pay the rent, pay the heat, pay the electricity, all of the expenses that we haven't had to pay before. So the food pantry is certainly up in the air right now. But my question is, what is that $121,000 for? Also, want to point out to people that when we close that building, we are losing a very valuable gym that many people use every day of the week.
Pickleball! Go ahead, Mr. Beardmore. I'm just getting the amendment from Mr. Rabbit. Go ahead.
Information, Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
Are we talking about the proposed amendment right now? Or
No,
are we talking about the article?
we're talking about the article, and then we're going to get back to the amendment once he's finished it.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
Okay, Mr. Clark.
Well, Mike Clark, 275 Cross Road. There was a Vertex study done, I think, in 2018, because I thought the TCP was a 1955 school with 1955 boilers and everything else, but all of the mechanical systems that I've heard the study had been updated in the early 2000s. So as far as mechanical heating and ventilation, you know, that's all early 2000s, not 1955. So if you read that study, a lot of things had been done to refurbish or refresh that school over the years. And so I see, of course, with the food pantry there, they said they need 4,000 square feet. You know, basically, if they don't stay there, it's non-viable. 4,000 square feet is like the size of CVS or Cumberland Farms. So where are you going to get rental space anywhere in Eastern Mass, you know, that you can run a nonprofit? So I think with there needs to be, I mean, it's, the whole school is built in wings. I mean, obviously you could just take off wings. I walked around the whole school, and I mean, it's in the very far back of a elbow that water is apparent that it's leaking in. So I don't know why we couldn't look at this school. And we vote out of the school. It has functions, the band concerts on the front. I don't know why we can't surgically just take off, you know, 50% of it and leave a nice functional front end to it.
Well, why don't we ask Mr. Ruth, since he knows that stuff?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Ruth. Tell us why we can't just section it off and use some of it or preserve some of it.
So I'll answer that and a few other things. So this article is removing it from the budget because we don't plan to have the reoccurring costs of the building. It's that we need to keep it kind of limping along for the time being and start decommissioning. As for the question as to why we can't keep part of it open, we tried that already. We decommissioned the back 50% of the building. In the process of doing that, there have never been records kept of the plans of the building. So every time we shut off the heat, turned it back on, water started flowing out of random pipes. We had to shut it down again. Every time we have to do that and open the wall, it's a minimum of $5,000 just to deal with the asbestos abatement to get
If you can't read it, go down and ask him.
That being said, I just want to run through the list of the systems that are currently failing. The roof on the building was put on in 1986 with a 20-year lifespan. We're at 40 years. In 2012, they reseamed the roof, which is redoing all the seams. They told them at that time it was abandoned. The boilers are failing and leaking. They have not been well maintained. They're also wildly oversized because they used to heat the old high school. So even that boiler sitting at an idle, just wasting energy. The main boiler is currently leaking as we speak. There's a puddle of water underneath it, and the estimate is $10,000 to tell us why it's leaking. That's not addressing any of the repairs. The HVAC control system, as you said, was updated in 2001. It ran the Windows XP. It was updated to Windows 7, but nothing to communicate with it. We have to replace the whole system to even tell the number 2 boiler to start. That system is also months out if we would replace it.
Okay, well, let me show it to
HVAC
you.
systems have not been properly maintained in quite some time. In fact, the 2 units that serve the gym, we found the mechanical rooms that were closed off. The units have not been serviced since 2003. Somehow, miraculously, the belts have not snapped.
Can I have a copy of it?
The domestic water system has lead in the water.
I know.
Everyone that's in the building has to sign a waiver saying they can't drink the water. That's exacerbated by the fact that there's less users in the building, the water is not flowing as much, it can leak out of the fittings more.
You're going to be out of here for
Domestic
dinner
hot water
time. Look
system is currently running at 50% and could fail at any moment. The door systems on the exterior of the building are proprietary and the parts can't be replaced. So anytime something breaks, it's not just replace the door, it's replace the entire door system. There's serious air quality issues and mold because of the roof leaks. Also with the roof leaking, it's a wood roof underneath that, not steel. So we have no idea what the structural system of that is. There's lead paint inside and out that's flaking off everywhere. All of the flooring, for the most part, is asbestos. The main electrical system that comes from the street, the transformers are in the building, which is a very old style of doing it. Those transformers are leaking and will need to be replaced. The electrical distribution inside the building still runs off of fuses, not breakers. It needs to be upgraded. The fire sprinkler system has not been properly maintained or updated in about 20 years. It's also not fully protected in the building, only the hallways. The building envelope has not had any energy upgrades. The windows, the doors, all of that are leaking. We did do an estimate for a roof just over the food pantry. We're still coming in at $533,000. Due to the way the roof lines work, you can't do just the cafeteria. On top of that, I dug out a capital request from those of you who remember John Londa from 2007, totaling what would in today's dollars be roughly $15 million worth of capital improvements. Not a single one has been done since 2007. And all of these systems are on the brink of failure. In fact, when the food pantry was in front of the select board making their case, the boilers failed that night. We somehow managed to get them to restart, but I can't tell you when they're going to go again. And all of these repairs at the cost may start triggering mandatory code upgrades. You set on a certain dollar amount, you have to bring the building up to ADA requirements as well. So, as much as I would love for the food pantry to be able to stay, the building was not maintained for too long. It's all done.
Mr. Ruth,
In
thank you very much.
2018, the Vertex study didn't cover 75% of what it gave the condition of the building good to fair. So I know we can go through and pick things apart, but the old buildings, do you maintain them or just bulldoze them down? But there's a need here for the food pantry, and there's no option. Thank you.
Mr. Ruth, you're a treasure. We're lucky to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Over here, Ms. Lincoln.
I'm going to have to stand on tiptoes, so this is going to be really short. I just want to point out that in addition to the food pantry and the gym, we're about to lose our wonderful PAC studio. I know you folks are all fans of our wonderful community cable system, and the studio is going to go bye-bye. So that's something I just wanted to add.
Nobody mentioned pickleball.
Well, pickleball's part of the gym. So anyway, thank you to PAC for all they do, and hopefully they'll get a studio home soon.
On the article in general, Ms. Keeling.
My question is about, I don't know to whom I'm actually addressing it through you, Mr. Moderator, but it's about the other end of the article. It's about the assessor's overlay surplus funding a special assistant, which I understand that's a temporary position. But the rationale, I'm not really sure, could anyone talk about the impact of neighborhood codes, which I understand are mandated and we didn't decide it, but is that going to be is that going forward going to impact us in a revenue or expenditure way?
I was going to say, I saw Sarah Kammer here earlier and from the assessors.
My name is Sarah Kammer. I'm the vice chair in the Board of Assessors. The neighborhood assessment is a directive by the state to make sure that each and every property is assigned to appropriate neighborhood with the correct site indexes, which basically says, are these neighborhoods representing like homes and similarities and adjusting for differences between them? What does that mean for your assessment? That's what the neighborhood study is supposed to be for. Does it impact our overall tax levy? No. What it does is it tries to distribute the tax levy equitably among everybody in the whole town. And the neighborhood directive is to look at that and make sure that is actually happening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, no other questions just on the article itself. Mr. Rabbit had a amendment, and I think Melanie's going to put that up because she is quick with typing. Probably took typing when she was in school. She did. See, there you go. In my day, women took typing because they were going to be secretaries, and men took, I don't know, whatever we did. I made a birdhouse one time. Okay, do you want to talk about the amendment or the article?
The article. So
okay, go ahead on the article while she's getting
So my question on the article is just what the town expects the closing date of TCP will be and how that will jive with the food pantry, because my understanding is the food pantry has been told they have to be out soon. So
that's a great question.
Yeah, because I think the cost, that's part of why I think the question's about the cost.
Yep, so that is an excellent question. So we do not intend at this present moment to go through another heating season.
So we would expect that all parties would have to be relocated prior to the heating season, likely sometime in November. But you heard me talk about water earlier in a flood. There was a significant amount of water that came into the decommissioned portion of that building in the spring. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. You heard the facilities director talk about a leaking boiler. It's getting worse. Every time I see my phone from Mr. Ruth and I see his name light up, I wonder, is this the day that he's telling me that we have a catastrophic loss in one of the main systems? So it's hard to really capture exactly when. The longest, most likely by the late fall, but it could be earlier. And if it was earlier, that would mean it would affect everybody that uses that building. If we need to turn, that would be an immediate, the building is not fit for occupation.
Okay, very good. Are you going to talk about the amendment? Okay, we'll let Mr. Beardmore, you're talking about the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, so then stay right there.
Speak before me because it's his amendment.
Well, he was. So is this the amendment? Okay, this is the amendment that's been proposed, that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $328,800 to fund the TC Passios operating costs and certain decommissioning expenses fiscal year 2027, to transfer from the assessor's overlay surplus the sum of $27,500 to fund the special assistant to the treasurer for fiscal year 2027, to fund the assistance for the transfer of the food pantry as part of the TC Passios shutdown. Now, that's different than what was originally in the warrant. So this is when we always turn to town council, esteemed town council will say, and ask them about scope type issues.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. So I do have scope concerns, and they're really twofold. So when we talk about an appropriation article, we look at the scope question from two perspectives. We look first at the dollar amount that was in, if there was a dollar amount that was in the warrant. Very often with monetary or appropriation articles, it simply says a sum of money. But sometimes there are specific dollar amounts in the warrant. And so then the question becomes, is the amendment increasing? We tend to be less concerned with decreases, but is it increasing the appropriation substantially from the dollar amount that the public received notice of? And in this case, when I looked at what was published in the warrant under Article 24, it included two special appropriations, one for TC Passios operating costs and decommissioning at a total of $121,800, and the second being a special assistant to the assessor at a cost of $27,500. The amendment increases what was approximately $149,000 appropriation to now a sum of $321,000, which is not quite twice that amount, but it's a substantial increase. And so that's my first concern. The second concern is that, again, this Article 24 was quite specific in terms of what the appropriations were going to be. That's what the public received notice of, that there was going to be an appropriation for TC Passios, operating costs and decommissioning, and an appropriation for an assistant to the assessor. There was no notice of any sort of a food pantry relocation or relocation or anything really whatsoever involving the food pantry. So I have some concern about that lack of the specificity of Article 24 and the lack of inclusion of the topic that's now being brought before the body. Can I say with certainty that from Mass DOR perspective that they would strike down this appropriation? I can't say that, but I do have concerns on both fronts.
You want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Adam, thank you. Those were good thoughts. My thoughts are simply this. We have a food pantry that's fed maybe up to 10% of the town, including our children. We have a moral obligation where we have been providing that service and that source. I know I donate regularly, and I know a lot of other people do, because we believe that we're taking care of our citizens. In this particular case, there's a debate going on with regard to surplus cash. I know this particular item is a one-time expense to essentially assist our food pantry landing successfully and not going away. It's quite an endeavor. And there's a fit out, there's a part of, and that's why I said assistance with the transfer. I'm simply looking to try and tap into that unknown free cash number, the final number, and use that to help transfer our food bank. And if we don't, from what I've understood and read, the food bank does not have that kind of resources. I appreciate the Lions Club doing everything they possibly can. We need to do something to take remedy. This was an opportunity to put this in on top, and the $200,000, honestly, I can tell you where I pulled it out of, and maybe I won't tell you where I put it, but it just seems like it's a reasonable sum thank you, sorry about that. It seems like it's a reasonable sum to put up there. Remember, they don't have to spend it. They don't have to spend it all. And in this particular case, we'll help them get from point A to point B, and we'll keep those people fed and those children fed. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbit, appreciate it. So I have to take into consideration what Mr. Costa has said to me. The article as printed has nothing to do with the food bank. So people had no idea we were voting about the food bank. And so many of those families with children all left quite a while ago. So I do have to say that I think your amendment is outside of the scope. And even though I'd love to hear from you talk about it longer, I'm getting people mad at me because I let people talk forever. So if you have to say a last word, go ahead. But I think it's out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe where we're discussing shutting down the TC Passios, that would include the boilers, taking care of the asbestos and things like that. This is part of our obligation with regard to shutting it down. So I'm going to make the argument, strong argument, that we in fact are using this particular article to help cover the total costs to the town, not just asbestos removal and things like that and the demolition. This is part of our obligation. This is part of our transfer. As part of the transfer and shutdown of the Passios. So I sincerely believe it's relevant and in a moral sense as well. So
it is certainly within the moral sense. I would agree with you, but I do think it's outside the scope. So I'm not going to allow your amendment to go to vote. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Mr. Beardmore, on the amendment or on the article? Because the amendment's not going to be...
If the amendment's been disallowed, I don't think it would be a...
There's no comment talking about the amendment because I'm not going to allow it because I think it's outside the scope.
Okay, I will put it within the sum of the article then.
Well, you can do as you please.
Look, I think...
Say it again?
Mr. Rabbit's... my name is Peter Beardmore again, 282 Pleasant Street. Look, I think that Mr. Rabbit's efforts and the efforts of the Lions Club and the food bank organization are as critical as any other topic we have talked about today, bar none. End of story. And we have got to figure this thing out. I mean, if you think of what's going on in that building right now, by the way, the school department also uses that building for facilities and vehicles and such. Food bank is a 10, everything else is like a 1 or 2 in my mind. And not that we don't need all of those things, but that's just the order of magnitude here. We've got to figure it out, and with the cadence of town meetings that we go through, I just worry that, and God forbid the override fails and we find ourselves finding lots of creative uses for free cash in November, we could lose sight of this. So I would just ask, and I understand that it's a moot point in terms of the article and what we're going to do here, but the effect of what we're about to do is tremendous. And my ask would be for the select board, the school committee, the select board, the finance committee, and the town manager to put this as the new #1 priority after the election to figure this thing out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardmore. Over here, please.
Amy King, 3 Capes Place. I have a question for town council. You mentioned 2 comments about your concern related to the amendment. My first question is, you talked about the amount of the amendment. Is there a sum that you feel would be within a materiality that would not be of concern? And then as for the scope, I mean, could it be considered a decommissioning cost of TCP to remove what is there to a new location?
Well, we get his opinion, okay, and you can rely on his opinion, and I can rely upon his opinion, but in the end, it has to fall to me, okay? And I think there might have been other people that would have come to town meeting if they knew we were discussing and debating the food pantry, okay? So I just have to say, I think anything to say we're funneling money, doing whatever for the food pantry, I think it's just outside the scope. To me, it wasn't important about whether or not there was more dollars, because you're right, we could have just reduced the dollars. But there might have been a lot of people that would have come or would have stayed if they knew we were discussing the food pantry, and so I just can't allow it to go forward. It's a wonderful program, and it should be maintained. Over here, sir.
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. So, Mr. Moderator, first of all, I applaud your decision. I think it's the right decision, given town council's advice and counsel on that, because I think it is out of scope. But on the article, I want to kind of reiterate and bring back something that somebody said when the override was happening, is that, all of this stuff trickles down, and you have a chance to fix things and change things at the beginning of a problem, or you can wait till the end of it. With these buildings, the old primary school was one, TC Passios was another. There were many attempts at doing something with the building when it was viable, before all these systems failed, before the roof wasn't repaired, because we had all these ideas. I urge people, now some people weren't even here at that time, but I make the point for people who do come back, that the chance to do things and save buildings is at the beginning when they're going to be vacated. And I would urge any further building project in this town to either demolish the building as part of the project, or have a viable project that's voted on at the time of the vacation, so that we don't have this. The reason why we're in this position is because every attempt to do something was voted down by this body. And this is what happens when you do that and you don't address problems. I know it's spilled milk, but going forward, we have to address that, because I know that Turkey Hill, a project is going to be there, whether it's vacated or built on. That's coming next, and we should keep that in focus.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Over here, please.
Sarah Kammer. I am a member of the Board of Assessors, and speaking personally, I hope that the food pantry might consider other buildings in town, maybe the Brooks House. I haven't looked into it personally. I'm not sure if that is possible for them, but I definitely saw when I was walking my dog around the school grounds, the number of families coming into that food pantry. It's really important. Okay, switching roles, I am on the Board of Assessors. I have 1.3 years left on that board.
Oh, don't leave after that.
And one of the things I do want to point out is the neighborhood assessment has been a directive for my entire time on that board, and it needs to get done. And we are set up to get that accomplished, and I would like to see this pass. Thank you.
Mr. Tater.
John Tater, 135 Flint Road. I just have a simple question. Why not let the voters decide at the election?
Say it again?
Why not just let the voters decide?
Decide this?
This.
Well, it's not on the ballot.
Well, that's what apparently Mr. Rabbit would like you to do, is put it on the ballot.
Well,
do I understand that correctly?
Mr. Rabbit wants it to be decided by this body at the town meeting, and I already said I think it's outside the scope. Now, the select board decides what to put on the ballot. It's too late for the May ballot, so you can go to public meetings and talk to the select board about putting some things on the ballot for the future. You're certainly welcome to do that, but it's too late for that.
Too little, too late then.
Too little, too late.
Thank you.
That's about it. Mr. Bowen.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. I don't think we should be decommissioning the building until we find out what we're going to do with the food pantry, so I'll be voting no.
Okay. And Mr. Clark.
Yes, I think mentioning the food pantry is just semantics. The real motion is just to increase the free cash sum to extend the operating costs and decommissioning.
I mean, the town manager could have stood up here today and said, well, now that we look at it, we need another year. I want to put 200,000 extra on this, and we have people in there. The fact that we mentioned food pantry is irrelevant. My question would be, can we add $200,000 to that, or whatever the final sum was, to say to fund TCP operating costs and decommissioning expenses, because we want to give it more time?
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
So I certainly hear the concerns about the food pantry. I also have concerns about some of the ways in which this funding is proffered before the body tonight or this afternoon, in that there is an additional $200,000 somewhat arbitrarily decided for the food pantry. And if I had assurances before you today that taking and locking up $200,000 of free cash that then cannot be used on hazardous abatement, cannot be used on other projects, would accomplish that goal, if $200,000 is what is needed to relocate the food pantry, I think that is, to your point, I think that we could be having that conversation. But I don't think that that's, and I know that food pantry folks are here and you've had some numbers, but I think that 200,000 is probably woefully inadequate for what they're looking to do. I've heard folks talk about if we move them into 925 Mass Ave. Well, 925 Mass Ave, the old gas station, is facing about $100,000 of environmental remediation. On top of that, I don't know, $200,000 to $100,000 worth of reconstruction. While the intent, I think, is good here, I just don't know that this has been thought out in a way that the funds are sufficient to accomplish the task, but I would love to hear from some folks if they thought that that was.
Well, my question was, so I think you're agreeing with me then that we can change that number here.
Well,
So
she might be agreeing.
You cannot shut down the motion just because somebody mentioned food pantry.
Well, the
motion
amendment-
is to increase that sum to fund TC Passio operating costs and certain decommissioning expenses.
I promised your wife I wouldn't shut you off, so I'm trying not to do that. So the amendment that's written, okay, includes food pantry. So I already said.
Oh, in the terminology, it said food pantry.
It did.
So
okay?
we could strike
So,
that out.
Theoretically, okay? So it'd have to be a new amendment and a new motion and a new discussion on that, okay?
Sure.
So, but, okay. No, hold on. I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm still. My microphone's got to be on. Can't believe it's not on. So anyways, so the issue of the food pantry, for me, was a critical issue on the scope issue of whether or not that amendment was appropriate. Now, Mr. Costa talked about whether or not changing the dollars might matter, and I wasn't even paying attention to that part because I was focusing on the food pantry addition to it. So now your question is, and I'll ask Mr. Costa because I rely upon his expertise, if we're changing the number to whatever number, 200, 300, 400,000, are we outside the scope if we're just changing the number on the article and where it's coming from?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'm not so concerned about where it's coming from because the language of the article just references a transfer from available funds. So the language is broad enough to incorporate potential different sources. I do continue to have concern about an increase in the amount of the appropriation. The reference has been made to 200,000. I don't know if that's 200,000 in addition to the $121,800 that's referenced in Article 24 for TC Passio's operating costs and decommissioning. If it were 200 total, another $80,000, that would certainly be better than another 200,000. But there's, to answer a question asked by a previous speaker, there's no bright line test. So I can't tell you that a $50,000 increase is okay, but a $75,000 increase is not okay. It's a judgment call that needs to be made by me in offering an opinion, and ultimately by you as ruling on the appropriateness of the amendment. Certainly, I would say if the proposal was to increase the $121,800 amount by, say, $10,000 or $15,000, I would view that to generally be within the scope. That's a 10% increase. If it's to increase that amount by $200,000, that's a 140% increase. That's significant in my mind. And again, going back to the sort of generic and casual test we use, if you're a voter, you receive notice of this in the mail, and you were deciding whether to come to town meeting based upon what you received notice of, you might have decided to show up if you knew that Article 24 was going to appropriate $400,000 or $350,000 instead of only $140,000.
I don't agree that we have an obligation here to worry about people who decided to stay home and
but we do.
have a pizza. No. And then even with moving overrides so that the citizens can vote, because the people who put it together voted, and that was not unanimous, but the select board could have sunk that and not brought it to us. The finance committee could have sunk it and not brought it to us. It's our obligation here to decide what we want to bring to the general public for a vote. It's not, otherwise they should have just done unanimous. We'll do unanimous and let people show up at the voting booth to vote. That's not how it works. So I think if you're not here, you've forfeited your, or you've given your vote to us. We're their representatives. We're the legislative body here, not the guy sitting on his lawnmower.
Well, it's raining, so I don't know if he's on his lawnmower. So, Mr. Clark, the case law is very clear, okay? And there are cases that are so nuanced where people have litigated it outside the scope, inside the scope. So you'd be shocked. Yes. So as town council is right, small amounts, not a big deal. Super big amounts, going to be a big deal. Okay. I haven't heard from anybody to tell me what we need. I mean, is there a study that tells me 200? Is there a study that tells me 100? Is that relevant? Yes.
Why
do? Because I have to decide if I think it's within the scope of the notice that we have to give to the people. So at this point in time...
Based on a study, but no, we're talking about a dollar amount. He said a dollar amount determines what's relevant or not, not whether it's
okay. But let's
significant need behind that dollar amount. He said a dollar amount and a percentage determine whether you put it.
Okay, but let's understand something. He gives an opinion, he doesn't control, okay?
Right.
I have to decide if I'm confident, comfortable, that it's within the scope. And for now, without a number that I can hang my hat on, it's outside the scope.
Okay.
Over here, the BABA is back.
I move the question.
You want to move the question? Damn right. Okay, the question has been moved. I'm going to move it with you, so I don't have to call it to a vote. I think we've discussed it, great. Now, what we're moving, we're not going to do the amendment, because I've already said I believe that's out of the scope. So we're just going to do the article. So it is Article 24, right? Okay, 24. Nobody else at the microphone. We've moved the question. I moved it, and we are ready to vote. Voting is now open. How we doing, Mel? We're still doing. Thank you for all staying. Kathy says we're good, so we must be. Article 24, voting is now closed. What are the results, Mel? Majority vote. 116 in favor, 24 opposed, no abstentions. The article passes. And so I will say again, as I said before, and I'll say it directly to Mandy Johnson, you know, I don't want to be yelling at people, and I don't want to be stopping people from talking. I'm simply trying to move the conversation at times. Sometimes I don't move it fast enough, sometimes I move it too fast. There's no perfect balance, but, you know, I'm trying to get us out of here before the Celtics game. Article 25, Mr. Nuzzolo.
I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $335,437 to the OPEB trust fund that was created at the November 10th, 2010 special town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board.
Select Board voted to recommend 5-0.
And Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Okay. And Mr. Jeffries is here to address the article. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Go ahead.
Hey, Michael Ray Jeffries, 1170 Massachusetts Avenue. I understand what OPEB is. I have no real questions about the article, but I just...
Well, just tell people what it is, because maybe everybody doesn't know.
Sure. So this is the trust fund, other pay and benefits that, you know, goes to employees. I think that the town manager provided information that our liability for this is something like $52 million. We're slowly funding it. I think that's roughly where we're at. Am I incorrect, Caesar?
Yep, that's about right.
So, you know, what we're about to see in these next couple of articles are a series of what has become pretty standard transfers to help support the town's economic position. My question is for, I think, the Select Board. And, you know, right now we are moving in the direction of these overrides that have passed, but in the event that they do not pass at the ballot, you know, I'm kind of wondering if there's going to be another town meeting that gets called, another ballot that gets called, if there's going to be movement, like is there a plan B at some point, or do we need to today, because I really don't want to take up time in town meeting floor today of motioning to move all these things down to 0, so that way we have money available so we don't gut the schools, if there's some kind of plan in the works to do something.
I'm sure the Select Board would have that discussion after the election, but right now, I mean, can't say whether or not the Select Board would do that.
But broadly speaking,
it's possible.
Okay, but is there a general, like, I think what I'm asking, is there a general mindset that we can't hit September with the balanced budget as it is without trying to employ some other option here?
Speaking for myself, I would want to have that discussion.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm not going to motion then to move this money down to 0. Thank you, and I support the article.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Anyone else on Article 25? Oh, Mr. Alonso, please.
I have one question. Because this is not an obligation, but obviously helps our financial picture, I would like to hear from the members who voted for it why they would want to do this article now and not leave this money in free cash for the fall to provide us with ultimate flexibility, especially since it's not an obligation. Like, this is not something that has to get paid into now. And it could do it if everything works out with the override or something. We can certainly add it in the fall.
Anybody on the Select Board and or Finance Committee want to address their general opinions? Mr. Menard.
I will say from the Finance Committee's perspective, and at least mine as chair, we have a policy on this. It's a policy that has been adopted, recommended by the Finance Committee many years ago, and adopted by the Select Board. So if we want to change the policy related to that, I think we should go ahead and do so. But I think good governance in good financial matters come down to following the policies that you establish, whether it's in your personal life with continue to invest in your retirement when times are tough, or from the town side. So do I think we should look at all of our policies again, maybe given the current financial situations that we're in? I certainly do. But as of today, in my opinion, as one Finance Committee member, this is a policy that we have and we should adhere to it.
Anybody up on the select board want to address Mr. Alonso's question to you? as a
Yeah, and I'll
group?
just speak to the benefit of everyone here. So the town of Lunenburg's financial policies, the priorities for applying free cash, OPEB falls under the second priority. So it says, number 2, the next highest priority use of free cash should be to fund an amount equivalent to at least 10% of the previous fiscal year's certified general fund free cash to deposit into the OPEB trust fund on an annual basis. So like one of the previous speakers said, our OPEB liability is $52 million. We are currently 2.69% funded. At some point, maybe it will make sense to not do these deposits depending on our budget and our fiscal outlook. I'm voting for it tonight. I think we should still make the deposit, but it's not to say that in the future that we should start reevaluating some of these.
Well, Mr. Moderator, I'll just...
Well, let's see if somebody else wants to answer your question. Ms. Lockwood, I think, wanted to say something. Yes?
Well, I am concerned for a lack of flexibility, and if we defer to make this transfer in the fall, during the fall town meeting, we'll still be following our policy. So we can pass over this article and give ourselves flexibility if the override doesn't pass and we want to do an emergency appropriation for the schools. I am very concerned, like, for the children. Like, that's my main concern. So we could pass over this article, leave that and a few others, and if the override doesn't pass, we assign them. We'll be following our policies. It will be just delayed by, approximately 6 months.
Thank you. Anybody else in the two, Ms. Emke?
So I agree with what's been said thus far about the policy and following it, and especially, having some financial discipline is difficult in hard times. But the one thing I want to add is this is free cash. There are risks associated with using free cash with operating in an operating budget. You can create a structural deficit, and that is something I really cannot support.
I want to be clear, if I may, Mr. Moderator, just one...
Go ahead, let's make sure they've all answered for you. Okay, everybody got a chance. Go ahead, Mr.
So I'm fully aware of the policies. I helped write a lot of the policies and vote on them. So my point is that policies, all of them are policies and not mandates, and they all at least contemplate emergency situations. Now, we heard about what the budget situation is going to be if there is no override. Well, we heard from the projections what the situation is going to be even if we pass the override. So all I'm saying is that a delay in doing something that's not obligated, I don't have the same feeling about the stabilization fund, because again, that is a direct impact on our bond rating and everything. And in no way am I saying we should delay this to use for operating costs. Absolutely not. All I'm saying is that we don't know what we're going to be faced with. TC Passios, for example, we had the facilities director saying he holds his breath when anything is going to happen. It would be good to have that money available and still be able to follow our policy in the fall. That's the only reason I mentioned.
Thank you. Over here, sir.
Hi, Michael Gale, 122 Kilburn Street. Just because of the name, I want to be very transparent. Who has operational authority over this trust fund?
The trust funds, operational authority.
I'm looking for my finance director who walked away, but it's the treasurer collector. The treasurer collector of the town.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, nobody else at the microphone. We're ready to vote on Article 25. Those in favor will vote now, and those opposed will vote now. Article 25. I can't even see who's, well, Mr. Bowen, you're never slow about getting to the microphone. What's happening? He's getting it, he's losing it?
I'm just going to say this and answer this gentleman here. The trustee of the town is them. And you can ask the lawyer, okay? They are the trustees. And as chairman of the Trust Fund Commission, I can tell you the argument that I have is that they're claiming that they're not really the trustees, even though the law says otherwise. Those are your trustees right there for the entire town.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Okay, Article 25, voting is now open. Please use your clickers. Let's see how we're doing. Kathy says I'm looking good. Oh, no, you meant the voting. Okay. I think voting is now closed. Article 25, simple majority. Those in favor of the article, 76. Those opposed, 59. That's a simple majority, and it passes. Article 26, unused sick leave vacation reserve fund. Ms. Moore.
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds the sum of $10,000 to the compensated absences reserve fund that was created at the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting, or take any other action relative thereto.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board?
Oh, I just read the summary. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator.
Oh, keep going.
I'm getting tired. I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $10,000 to the compensated absences reserve fund that was created at the May 3rd, 2025 annual town meeting.
Everybody, okay, second. Everybody clear? She read the article as it was printed. Now she's reading it as the motion, which is appropriate. So the seconded, it's Select Board. What's your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
And Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Yeah. Any questions, comments, issues with the unused sick leave vacation? You came to the microphone. I thought you were going to talk. Never mind, Julie, never mind. Okay. Pardon? Nothing. Good. Article 26, voting is now open. Click away. I'm not having each one of the moving parties tell you all about their article. I'm assuming you have read enough of it and know enough of it. If you've got questions, feel free. Okay, I think voting is now closed. What are the results? Majority vote, Article 26, 112 in favor, 15 opposed. It passes by more than a majority. Article 27 is the 300th Anniversary Committee. I have my flower. Ms. Emke.
I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $15,000 to the 300th Anniversary Committee for the activities, programs, events, and celebrations planned by the committee and associated with the 300th anniversary of the incorporation of the town of Lunenburg, with such appropriation to expire June 30th, 2029.
Is there a second? Second, okay. Select Board, your recommendations?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 5-1.
Okay, 5-1. We'll all be around in 300th anniversary, I hope. Nobody's at the microphone. I'll declare we're ready to vote. Article 27, voting is now open. Sure, who's standing? Oh, hi, Don. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm here, Tim.
Yeah, sure you are. Usually it says in my notes that somebody's going to make a presentation, so I didn't get that, so I didn't know. But before you finish voting, hold your clickers in abeyance. Who are you?
You know who I am.
Oh, I know you are. You might be Bill Tyler from the Historical Society.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bill Tyler, the chair of the Lunenburg 300th Anniversary Committee. I'm sure that this article is going to be a little bit more upbeat than the other ones we've dealt with today. But everybody likes a party, I assume?
Yeah.
The town of Lunenburg will be celebrating its 300th anniversary on August 1st, 2028. The 300th Anniversary Committee was formed at the 2022 annual town meeting. We began meeting in May of 2023 with a total of 11 members. It is our charge to develop plans for the 300th anniversary celebration. We met only a few times a year until 2026, when we began meeting monthly. Since Lunenburg's incorporation as a town in August 1st, 1728, there have been several anniversary celebrations. This is slide 1 that shows some various pictures from, these pictures are from 1928 on the occasion of the 200th anniversary. Lunenburg celebrated its 200th anniversary during Old Home Week in 1928. It featured a week-long series of events, including athletic competitions, banquets, tours, and parades. In 1978, the 250th anniversary was celebrated with events throughout the year. There were house tours, pageants, a huge parade, and a grand ball to finish the year's events.
We could have the ball at the TC Passios if we hurry.
Yeah. In 2003, Lunenburg celebrated its 275th anniversary with many of the same events taking place, culminating in a dazzling fireworks display and the burying of a time capsule. 300 years as a town is an amazing milestone, and we want this to be the biggest and best celebration that we can. This is more slides. This is from 2003.
There's some people in the room that are in this picture.
I think there is.
Do we need to use the arrow?
We thought it might be fun to put up a slide of some of the articles that used to be a regular occurrence at town meetings back in the 1700s. This is just an example of them. I think one of the favorite ones that I have is the stray cattle one. It says, because stray cattle were eating all of the feed, it was voted that any person who brings, takes, or receives into town directly or indirectly by any ways or means whatsoever, any cattle or horses or either sort, being not on their own property or estate, shall, for every ox, cow, steer, or heifer, horse, mare, or colt brought in, taken, or received, as aforesaid, forfeit and pay to the use of the poor of the town the sum of 10 shillings to be recovered in manner as by law is directed, except oxen for labor and cows that give milk, them to be given to the town by any of the inhabitants thereof of their use and benefit too. Apparently that was pretty important back then. And in 1769 is another great one. Because mad dogs were running around biting many domestic creatures and bites were proving fatal, it was recommended and resolved that every person owning any dog should immediately confine or kill the dog to prevent further damage. It's just kind of interesting to see what was important back in those days. Okay.
You missed one. There was some great shit there.
Probably not. Our first event will be called First Night, spelled with a K, on December 31st, 2027, with an evening of family-oriented events in the town center area, ending in a fireworks display to kick off the year's celebration. There will be some historically relevant presentations by the Historical Society as the year progresses, and hopefully if Mother Nature cooperates, we can have some fun activities during the winter, like skating on Marshall Pond.
Oh, yeah.
In the spring, we plan on to have some Main Street tours to showcase the history of some of our town buildings. And because this next event seems to be on everyone's wish list, in June of 2028, we have every reason to believe that we will have a bonfire. On Saturday, July 29th, 2028, we will have a huge town affair with games, arts and crafts, a petting zoo, music, food, and entertainment. It will be a carnival-type atmosphere with activities for all ages. To conclude the day's events, there will be an aerial display, the likes of which Lunenburg has never seen. The Grand Parade will take place on September 10th, 2028. If you were here in 2003, you know how big that parade was. We plan for this parade to be as big or bigger. Other events in the works are a Halloween cemetery walk with reenactors to portray some of Lunenburg's past citizens. An event that has been done in the past is called Cow Chip Poker. We hope to revive that as well. Okay, there we go. In March of this year, we put out a call for designs for the official 2028 300th anniversary logo. Last week, a winner was picked out of multiple entries. The winner was Haley Atori, a history teacher at Lunenburg High School. Her design checked all the boxes and what we were looking for. This logo was described as follows. Lunenburg, Mass. is a place that seamlessly weaves together its agricultural heritage and rich history. The design features Cherry Hill Farm and the town hall atop two hilly fields that represent farmland. The interesting part of this design, the star-like design inside the logo, is the exact shape of Fort Wood in New York City. And for those who don't know, the Statue of Liberty is built upon Fort Hood, named after Eleazer D. Hood, a Lunenburg resident who served and died during the War of 1812. Congratulations to Mr. Torrey. This article before you today requests $15,000 to fund the celebration and to subsidize some of the fundraising activities we are planning, which will include 300th anniversary branded clothing and other items. We invite you to check out our Facebook page, Lunenburg, Mass. 300th Anniversary, and join our group. That way you'll stay in the loop for upcoming events. We also have an email address that you can use to contact us, lunenburgmass1728@gmail.com. This QR code will take you to a survey with several questions about things you'd like to see happen in 2028. Finally, we are going to need some help when it comes to some of the events, such as the carnival and the parade. If you'd like to help, please reach out to us by email or Facebook. Thank you for your time.
Fantastic, Bill. Really nice to have that at the end of the warrant after a long day. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Okay, anybody at the microphone want to volunteer or ask Bill? Okay, he's a treasurer. Article 27 is now before you. Click away, funding $15,000 for the party. This child is absolutely delightful. She's entertained me all day. What's her name? Maria Teresa. Like Mother Teresa, yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to close out voting. What are the results, Mel? Can't be anybody against that. Oh, 11 people. 119 in favor, 11 opposed. Just try to save every penny, I'm sure. Article 28 is now before you. Mr. Leighton.
I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $250,000 to the stabilization fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Selectman, your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
Thank you. Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to talk about the stabilization fund? There's been a lot of talk about it in general. Okay, I don't see anybody at the microphone, so we'll vote. Article 28, simple majority, it's in front of you, click away. You can smell the end, right? See you later. Thanks for coming. Okay, Article 28, excuse me, voting is now closed. What are the results, Mallory? 112 in favor, 12 opposed, passes by more than a majority. Moving on to Article 29, Health Insurance Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. Mr. McLeod.
I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $250,000 to the Health Insurance Special Purpose Stabilization Fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board
Recommended approval 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval 5-1.
Thank you. Anybody want to talk about the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for health insurance? Nobody at the microphone. We're ready to vote. Article 29 is now before you. Please vote. Okay, looks like voting is now closed. Article 29, those in favor, 91, opposed 15. Majority vote passes by majority. I think I'm losing my voice. Article 30, Mr. Nuzzulo. This, by the way, unless things have changed, is going to wind up being two different motions, funding the liability for vacations in part or in full. So Mr. Nuzzulo, go right ahead. Do you want to just read, are we still doing two motions?
Yep, so I'm going to make the first motion and then we'll go from
Do
there.
that.
So I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $51,000 for the purpose of funding a buyout of accrued vacation time for town employees in connection with the transition to an accrual-based vacation system adopted at the November 25th, 2025 special town meeting, and similar provisions adopted through collective bargaining agreements, said funds to be used to compensate eligible employees for a portion of their accrued vacation balances as of June 30th, 2026.
There is second. Second. Selectmen, your recommendation.
Select Board voted to recommend approval 5-0.
Finance Committee.
So Finance Committee voted approval 6-0 when it was 1. Does anyone object to keeping that recommendation? So we recommend approval 6-0.
Thank you very much. So explain to us what's going on here, Mr. Nuzzulo or Madam Town Manager.
I
and
could
why it
try,
might
but
be-
the town manager is going to do a much better job. So
Okay, and why it might be two votes. Thank you.
Okay, so folks may recall at the special town meeting, we amended the vacation accrual system for the salary administrative plan, otherwise known as non-union personnel. And we have been negotiating that change through the collective bargaining agreements that we have been negotiating this year. So this is confusing, and it's confusing as to what town meeting is voting on, so I'm going to try to take it slow, but hopefully these visuals will help. So the old system, the employees would work, hold on. Yeah, okay. The old system, the employees would work, and then I am missing a slide, hold on, I know one, there we go, that's why I'm wrong. Okay, the old system, the employees would work during the calendar year, accrue vacation, and then all of that vacation would drop on July 1st. So depending on the time of year that you were hired, you might go many, many, many months without having access to any vacation. The other thing is that the vacation time was tied to the fiscal year. So you start accruing your time on July 1st, you have to use it all by June 30, and that doesn't always work for people. So we changed that system, and town meeting is not voting on that change. You already did for the salary administrative plan. So now vacation time is earned monthly and accrued each month, and folks can use the time as they accrue it, and they can even use it in the red, and this clicker is not working. Okay, so, however, to make the change from the old system to the new system, folks were still getting the time that has been accruing for the whole year that drops on July 1st, and then they're going to start accruing time going forward. So that we do not have double vacation time, we came up with a system of a vacation bank. So I have two examples up for you with two different hypothetical employees. The one on the left is an employee who has been working here for a long time and has 5 weeks of vacation. The one on the right is somebody who's newer and has 2 weeks of vacation. So, if you are an employee that has 5 weeks of vacation that would be dropping on July 1st, 2026, that vacation time is not going to drop in the same way that it normally would because we're going to start accruing going forward. But the town still owes that money to those employees for the vacation time that would have dropped. So how do we deal with that? Well, for the employee that has 5 weeks of vacation, anything over 3 weeks, we're buying off immediately. So that is the article, that is the motion, the first motion before you today is the $51,000 to buy off any time over 3 weeks. The remainder of the time, whether you have 3 weeks or you're in the employee on the right that would only have 2 weeks, gets divided into buckets for 3 years. So, I really wish this clicker was working, because it helped, but, oh, there we go. Okay, so you have your 5 weeks, 2 weeks bought off today, and then 3 weeks go into a vacation bank. 1 week in FY27, 1 week in FY28, 1 week in FY29. They need to be used first. So this employee will start accruing 5 weeks of vacation starting on July 1st, and they have 1 week in the bank for a total of 6 weeks. After year 3, the vacation bank is fully used. Compare that to an employee who we're not buying off any time for. They have less than 3 weeks of vacation that they receive, so whatever they have, in this case it's 2 weeks, goes into the vacation bank. Here it goes in fractionally. So this employee in year 1, they're going to earn 2 weeks, plus they get from the bank an extra 0.67 weeks, and so they have a total of 2.67 weeks. So that's the way it works right now. We knew that we were going to have to buy off at the minimum of $51,000 of the vacation time, but with that higher than normal free cash, I thought that this was an opportunity to present to the town meeting a way to buy off 100% of the vacation time at today's dollars, and to ease some of the administrative burden of tracking that time through a separate system over the course of the next 3 years. Now, employees individually will be able to decide whether or not they want their time bought out or they want it put in banks. But under this article, $51,000 would need to be bought off for all the time above 3 weeks. But $270,000 of free cash gives the town the option, if the employees agree, to buy off 100% of the time from the old system. So all the time that would be
That's
dropped.
the motion 2.
That's motion 2.
Right.
So, well, actually, technically, motion 2, I think, is $219,000, because the total liability is $270,000. We have to buy off $51,000. We can buy off the additional $219,000. I don't want to complicate this any further, but if folks do have questions, I understand. So I'm going to stop there and see if there's questions.
She's got, oh, she was up to ask a question.
Hi,
Go
Mary
ahead.
Coleman, 3 Southborough Road. In the change of the vacation system, is there a cap on how much employees can accrue in the future?
Yes.
What is the cap, please?
So the employees can, so they're going to, and this has already been voted, but.
I wasn't at the meeting, I'm sorry.
So it's your annual accrual plus 1 week.
Okay.
So if you took no vacation time throughout the year and you're somebody that earns 2 weeks, by a year and a half, you're gonna have reached your cap that you'll be at 3 weeks, and then you'll stop accruing, you'll have to burn down your time. The only way somebody's going to really reach that cap is if they don't use any vacation time at all, but all employees are capped at their accrual plus 1 week. And then
Great,
they
thank
stop.
you.
Anyone else? Okay, so what's before you now is just the first one, the 51,000, right?
Correct.
That's what's been moved. Go ahead.
Heidi Ash, Wildwood Road. Are we giving the employees the choice of option A or option B, or are we voting on which one of those we're going to allow?
So the employee, we are required to pay the employees under option B, the 51,000. We have to pay that. We owe that to them. We've already agreed either through the SAP here or through collective bargaining that we will do that. If we buy out the remainder, whatever would be going in what I'm calling the bucket time or the vacation bank time, each individual employee will get their choice whether they want to be bought out or whether they want us to continue to track that time over 3 years. The $270,000 gives us the opportunity to buy out all of the employees. If there are employees that don't want to be bought out, whatever remaining free cash will be returned and we can reappropriate it at a future meeting. But I'm hopeful that most employees will want it because it's going to be difficult to track. But as much of this as we can get off in today's dollars especially would be beneficial.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowen.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. It's a little confusing because when you look at the warrant, it says we're voting on the 270 and we're only voting on the 51 if the 270 fails.
So the summary that was printed was before Attorney Costa advised me that we have to do that in opposite order.
Very perceptive of you late in the afternoon. Okay, we clear? We're on first motion that's already been made. That's the minimum obligation that we've got to cover. After that, you can decide on motion 2 whether or not to fund the bank more so that we can buy out people more in total now with, as she put it, today's dollars. So on the first motion, I'm going to declare, nobody else at the mic, that we're ready to vote on the first motion, the minimum number 51 grand. Voting is now open. Thank you. Okay, I declare voting is over. All those in favor of Article 30? How many, Mel? 102 as opposed to 9 opposed. That first motion passes. And the second motion, Mr. Nizzurlo.
I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $219,000 for the purpose of funding a buyout of accrued vacation time for town employees in connection with the transition to an accrual-based vacation system adopted at the November 25th, 2025 special town meeting, and similar provisions adopted through collective bargaining agreement, said funds to be used to compensate eligible employees for a portion of their accrued vacation balances as of June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second? Selectman, your recommendation.
We didn't do two separate votes, so it's still recommend approval 5-0.
Okay, and Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to understand the second motion any differently? I think it was explained. Okay, then voting is now open on Article 30, second motion. Maria, you're doing a great job over there, Sweetums. Okay, I don't see much more activity, so all those in favor, I'm going to close voting. All those in favor of Article 30 are 70, 24 opposed. Article 30, both motions have passed. Article 31, Salary Administration Plan. This includes the assistant town manager. Ms. Moore.
To see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, I'm doing it again. Sorry. Okay.
I move.
I'm going to read the motion now. I move that the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Schedule A, entitled Classification and Salary Schedule as followed. That the position of Assistant Town Manager be added and assigned to grade 17, and that the title of Assistant Town Manager / HR Director be amended to HR Director.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen, your recommendation.
Selectmen recommend approval 4-1.
And Finance.
Finance recommends approval 4-2.
Thank you. Do you want to tell us about the article, Ms. Moore? Somebody going to explain the need again?
To the extent town meeting has any further questions, I'm happy to answer them, but this is really just putting the assistant town manager position on the SAP grade, the grade scale, and taking the current assistant town manager, HR director, and retitling that position, leaving it on the grade scale as it is, but retitling the position to HR director.
Good. I think, okay. Yes, Anna, Ms. Lockwood.
So when I made the motion to, I asked us to vote against the regular budget because, again, I didn't want us to waste that time and the room was packed, which is fine. But another way to stop us hiring an assistant town manager when we are firing 4 teachers, eliminating athletic transportation is to vote no on this article. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this article? Okay, Article 31 is now before you. You may start voting. It's a majority vote. Okay, I'm going to declare voting is now closed. Article 31, what are the results? Simple majority, 75 to 32, it passes. Article 32, notice of town meeting. Are you moving, Mr. Franco? Are you moving this article?
No.
Just talking about it. Okay, Ms. Emke, move the article, please.
I move that the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 81, entitled Town Meetings, subsection 1, entitled Warrants, by making certain deletions and additions as printed in the May 2nd, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Warrant Booklet.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen, your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval 5-0.
And Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 4-2.
And this is about not mailing the warrant, but sending postcards and letters, right? Okay, Mr. Franco.
Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street. Don't worry, I'm not speaking against this or speaking to pass over it. I am here because this was Article 12 last November. I was the one responsible by putting a motion forward to have it passed over so that it could be put on the table to have some new language inserted. I am speaking with the authorization of the Council on Aging, who voted to allow me to negotiate new language with the Select Board. My concern was at the time that the older population, while I had no question that this Select Board and this town manager would have done the right thing and what their intentions were, I wanted language in there that bound future Select Boards and future town managers to cater to the older population in the sense that, yes, there's going to be a mailing going to every resident, notifying the residents that the warrant is available, but there was nothing saying in the previous version of this article that residents, you had to kind of have a computer, essentially, to either go on the web, or you could opt in to get a mailed warrant. But this new language now says that copies will be made available at various locations throughout town, actual paper copies, that people can go pick up and take home. And that was my main concern. It's been addressed. The chair of the select board and I discussed this language over coffee. He brought it back. The select board.
Who paid for the coffee?
I think I bought that one.
Oh, yeah.
That was on the government nut. No. So anyway, it was done to my satisfaction. The Council on Aging said if it was done to my satisfaction, they were good with it. The select board voted this is the language they voted on and approved. So I'm satisfied. To the extent that I was holding it up last time, I'm no longer holding it up.
Okay. Mr. Bowen.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. What is the cost of the mailing?
Tell us about the costs.
So in calendar 2025, the total cost was $15,000. The large majority of that cost is in the printing of the booklets themselves. So if we are to print postcards and mail those postcards also have a lower postage rate, and then we're able to even print some booklets in-house, we will save substantially. But $15,000 between the mailing and the printing for both the annual and special town meeting in 2025 calendar.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So this is my last booklet being mailed to me. Maybe.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, real quickly, it's not if you opt in to our mailing list. So I just want to be clear. Our goal was to make it as easy as possible for anyone who still wants to receive the entire booklet to receive it. So the Select Board's office is going to maintain that list of residents who still would prefer to receive the entire booklet mailed, and it will be mailed to them. Oh, is there a presentation?
I don't know.
Oh, I didn't know if you were making it.
No. I'm just trying to put up things behind your head.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Alonso.
I just have a quick comment. I think this process worked well. The previous speaker talked about holding it. I had a request also that people could opt in. I was so glad to see them see this. I will say for people in the audience today who have a water district meeting scheduled on May 27th, I think we should use this. I may put this forward to the water district to apply this because there's no indication from the water district when they have any of their meetings, certainly not easily. And this is a great way to do it, to cut costs where people are proficient with mobile devices and computers and other people who are not. So I really applaud the team who worked on this.
Thank you. Anyone else on Article 32? Okay, oops, come on down.
Hi, Nina Schulten, 3 Oak Ave. I just had a question, and my question was whether the Select Board had studied any other towns that have adopted this policy and what the results were on participation in the town government procedures.
I have personal experience in my former town where we did change from a mailed booklet to a postcard. There was a lot of consternation and concern in advance that folks wouldn't have the access. Nobody ended up actually signing up for for the special list because they were available in all the places that folks could just go and pick them up that they're normally attending, like the library or the senior center and the like. But not to say that we won't have a list here. I know, too, the other thing that we kind of haven't not mentioned is that this booklet really drives the timing of the Finance Committee in a way that they do not have as much time to deliberate on things as they would like just to get it through the printer. So if we're able to print, if we don't have to print 6,000 of these and we can print a couple hundred in-house, that changes things dramatically.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Deb Preston, 100 Boucher Road. I hate speaking here, but I will anyway. What's happened is over the few years, we had a warrant that was 20 pages, then it was 40, now it's 60. We don't need to have all the arguments to inform the warrant. We just need to know what is on the warrant. And if we need to see it, then we can go to the town library maybe if we don't have computers at home. I don't even have the cable TV, so it didn't come to our house until I got a satellite. So that could make it easier and less costly, and everyone would get it. And the other part is, that was basically, it's the cost, and it's we need to see it, but we don't need all the things in it. We just need to know what the articles are. And you say it takes you longer. Well, if you're going to send a postcard to people, that's going to take more time to find it, to organize it, to send them out. And frankly, the post office is not the best sometimes, I'm sorry. Okay, and that's basically what I want to say. I think maybe you should just pass over and get a little bit more creative, and if you don't have time to do it, maybe you need to move town meeting a few weeks beyond this so we get the whole information, not to say take a sum of money, because we don't know what the sum is. It'd be more effective to know what the amounts are when we're looking at the warrant. And if you don't have time for it now, make time and do it later. We have time. Okay? Sorry.
I have a question.
Thank you. Anybody else want to talk about Article 32?
Can I ask a question?
I don't know who you are. Where are you? Oh, thank you.
I saw printouts that the postcard will contain articles information. It was just on some, is the intent that it will have articles information, or will just say when town meeting it will be and where people can find it?
What is the postcard going to say, Ms. Warren or Mr. Nuzzulo?
I'm going to in a minute, but I just want to read from the actual language because, so I'm going to read first from the legalese and then I'm going to show you an example. So the language says the notification, and they're talking about the notification through mailing, the notification shall include sufficient information to reasonably direct residents to the full text of the warrant. The language does not require each thing, but we do have each warrant article, but we do have a schematic showing what it could look like.
Right, so the language that we are changing to does not require that postcard.
The language requires a notification. It doesn't require the exact, there's nothing that says that this postcard that's an example is the one that we will send out. The language does require a notification.
So the postcard will just say, hey, town meeting will be May 2nd, and you can find the warrant on the website, or you can email and contact us. I just want to, without the legalese, get clear to what we are signing up for.
I'm going to read the language relative to the notification. The select board shall cause a notification of the date of town meeting and availability of the warrant to be mailed to each dwelling in the town in which a registered voter resides at least 14 days prior to such meeting. The notification shall include sufficient information to reasonably direct residents to the full text of the warrant. In addition to this notification, the Select Board's office shall maintain a full list of residents who opt in to receive a physical copy of the warrant and shall mail copies of the warrant to those residents at least 14 days prior to such meeting. That's the language.
Okay, so I still don't have, I know you're a lawyer, I'm not. I'm just asking, the way I read the language here, it just says that the mailing will say where the warrant will be. It's not indicating that there will be a description of the articles as you have displayed.
I'm going to try again. This is an example. This is illustrative. The language does not, the language of the warrant article does not require this postcard. This is an example of something we could do and is likely what we will do. But the language of the warrant article itself is not prescriptive as to what the postcard looks like or mailing.
Oh, okay. So I, along with my friend Jay here, voted not to support this in the Finance Committee. The reason I did was I, again, felt that we're just trying to move government more away from people. The language does not require to even give indication of what the articles are, what the money articles are. It just says that you're gonna get a postcard that will say when town meeting is and where you can find copies of the warrant. So I don't think that's sufficient, that we go from this being mailed to us to now being mailed a postcard with a website and the date of the town meeting. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So do I sign up once to get it mailed to me every single year? Right?
One opt-in list.
Anything else on Article 32? Voting is now open. Majority vote. Okay, I declare we're ready to close out voting. What is the result on Article 32? Simple majority, 85 in favor, 24 opposed, passes. Article 33 is a 2/3 vote. It's about Kids Kingdom, care, custody, and control. Mr. Leighton.
I move that the town transfer the care, custody, and control of a portion of the land with the building thereon, known as Kids Kingdom, located at 1079 Massachusetts Avenue, more specifically identified in the assessor's records as Map 60, Parcel 55, from the school committee presently held for school purposes to the select board for general municipal purposes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board?
Select board recommended approval 5-0.
Finance Committee?
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay. And did the school committee take a vote on this?
We did.
Mr. Leighton, please.
It was, I forget if we had 4 or 5 at the time, but it was unanimous.
Unanimous, okay, very good. Anybody going to address 33? You got a map there, Ms. Warren?
So, kind of a rendering showing the area that we're talking about. On the left-hand side, you see the Eagle House with the playground. And then on the right-hand side, you see overlain above it a schematic of what the parking area could be. So it does require a little bit of encroachment into the playground area, potentially. And this is just a preliminary design. But I think that the fear that Kids Kingdom would need to be entirely moved to accomplish this playground with this rendering, hope show that that's not the case. There was a fear at the last town meeting that kids, to accomplish the playground, would have to move Kids Kingdom in its entirety, and you can see in the center there is the parking area, and then, did I say the wrong word? Yeah, parking lot. Yeah. Oh, the parking lot you can see in the center area, and then Kids Kingdom is shaded above. So, Kids Kingdom remains in the black shaded area.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Jackie Hazley, 506 Mass Ave. I just kind of wanted to talk about Kids Kingdom a little bit in relation to what Townsend just did with their new park. I know there was a lot of community involvement and fundraisers for it. So I was kind of maybe wondering if, in addition to transferring it, if when Kids Kingdom is moved, and instead of just moving it, because some of the pieces are already falling apart, try and maybe see if we can come up with some funds as a community to improve the park as well, instead of just move it.
Mr. Moderator, to clarify, we are not physically moving Kids Kingdom under this article. What we are moving is the authorization of control. Who is in charge of it? From the school committee to the select board.
I understand.
So we're not moving Kids Kingdom. There's no, under this article, there's no redevelopment of Kids Kingdom proposed. There's no upgrades to Kids Kingdom proposed. It's about the legal care, custody, of control of Kids Kingdom, because eventually this parking area will have some encroachment on that upper side with kind of the bollards are showing in the dotted area.
See this spot that I'm pointing to right there? Okay. To the right of the parking area, to the left of what is crossed out as a playground. That little strip is what's being taken, I believe, right along that line. Is that correct?
This is just a schematic.
It's
but
a
it is-
schematic, but
It's showing
basic-
that we're gonna have to encroach a little bit into the Kids Kingdom area, but we are not going to have to move Kids Kingdom playground.
If you've
But
been
none
to
of that is
Kids,
happening today.
if you've been
This
to
is
Kids
just
Kingdom, there's
transferring-
little things you can write on right on the end.
I
Go
love
ahead.
those things. Hi, Laura Brzezowski, 21 Francis Ave. I am vice chair of the school committee. I am speaking for myself as a citizen and not the school committee. First of all, as on the school committee, I voted yes for this. I want everyone else to vote yes for this because transferring care and custody to the select board has been on my to-do list since I joined the school committee 3 years ago. So I'm really excited about this. My concern is that when I voted on the motion at school committee, it was with the understanding that whatever changes would happen to Kids Kingdom would be with the input of school committee, but that language did not make it to the article.
So I'm not aware of that language, but of course we're gonna work with the school committee and the council on aging and all the other stakeholder groups on this.
Okay, because I have concerns about that and parking spaces facing in, and if someone messes up, drive and reverse and all that. And I have concerns about plans for future funding and prioritizing a parking lot, a third parking lot for the senior center over Kids Kingdom, where it looks like a pretty big portion of the playground, not the main structure, but the smaller structure would go away under this plan. So I have some concerns about, in the future, our plans as a town to invest money into this 25-year-old playground.
So let me help ground where we are and why we are here. So we are really here on this article because of last year's FY26 capital plan. In the FY26 capital plan, we appropriated money, I believe it was, Chris, it's 25,000, 30,000? Okay, somewhere between 25 and 30,000 in last year's capital plan for the design work alone for the parking lot. Not for the playground, the design work alone for the parking lot. This is not the outflow of that product. We have not started the FY26 capital plan to truly design this parking lot. We are just trying to get there. And so getting the ownership or control under one entity of both the play space and the playground area will help ease that through the design process. So first we need to procure the design contract, then we need to engage in that design, then we will need to seek funds for the construction of that parking area. I would imagine we are at least this time next year, if not further. And depending on what that design study yields, we're going to have more specifics about the playground, what the actual area of encroachment may be, what areas we might need to upgrade some things. But this really is just about the legal holding of the property so that we can start the work on the design of the parking lot.
And I do support this, and I ask that everyone else vote yes on this. I also ask that as we go into the construction phase of things, that it consider the playground as a part of the parking lot construction, and it consider putting money into the playground to replace all that will be lost under any hypothetical situation. That's my ask, is that the playground itself be considered equally as important as the parking lot.
Thank you. Over here.
Hi, Carol Ash Shambo, 662 Page Street. I have to say, we were talking about scope of articles. This article didn't say a word about parking lots. I had no idea that this was about the parking lot in this article. And maybe I didn't read enough information. I vote yes because I don't think the school committee should be in charge of the playground that it doesn't touch any of their facilities. And the school committee continually pays for broken slides or whatever, and it's not their property at this point. But I was really confused that we're talking about the library. The parking lot.
So in the summary, it does say in 2025, the town meeting authorized funding for the design of the additional parking to support the Adult Activity Center. While the town has not yet engaged a designer, it has been suggested that the new parking configuration may need to expand into the area where Kids Kingdom currently sits. This article is jointly sponsored by the Select Board and School Committee and does not represent a decision to definitively relocate Kids Kingdom, and that decision will only be made after substantial opportunity for public input. This is an administrative step that enables the town to continue studying how to best meet both the needs of the senior population and the community's desire to preserve the legacy of Kids Kingdom in a thoughtful and respectful manner. So,
Okay, in taking my year off, I have read the warrant articles, not the rest of the information, so I'm guilty as charged. So, my error. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, anybody else on the Kids Kingdom article? Even though it's not a Kids Kingdom article.
If I may, one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I was just looking at the aerial view of this, and I don't physically see it possible with the size of parking lots versus what is here without Kid Kingdom having to be moved. It might not necessarily be the large portion of it, but I definitely feel like the small aspect of Kid Kingdom is going to have to be shifted.
And that will all come out in the design work. And that's what we'll talk about in the design. We have to engage in the design to see that. This is a rendering, but it is certainly not engineered and is not designed.
I think it's just important that the people know that, because earlier you said to me that Kid Kingdom wasn't going to be moved, but it's possible that something will be moved.
It's not if you see Kids Kingdom on the right, all the play structures, the vast majority of the play structures are not impacted. There may be a few play structures that will need to be relocated, but the fear was originally at last town meeting that the entirety of Kids Kingdom was being relocated, and that's not the case.
Okay? And I think they're going to have to come back at some point in time as well.
I know, I'm just trying to see if we can work together now to not just move it, but make it better. That's all.
Yep, good job. Mr. Layton.
I think to the previous speaker's comments and questions, I think it's a process, and we're going to go through that process, and we're going to be looking for, the select board's going to be looking for feedback from the public, from the school committee, on any designs that come out of this.
Okay. Mr. Scalabrini.
I don't want to have to make another comment, but just so that everybody is clear, the school committee did consider this specific warrant article. The playground plans, all of that stuff, that's fine. They'll consult with us. The real issue here is we do not want to spend money maintaining a playground that is not related to a school when we have such a shortage in funding for teachers and other critical needs. So I would really hope, please everyone, just vote so that the select board can take control and custody of this property. They're not going to destroy childhoods. Let's just transfer it to them and move on.
They like children? Okay, I get it. Article 33, no one else at the microphone, we're ready to vote. Simple majority, all in favor of 33 can start voting, all opposed can start voting. Let's see how it turns out. 2/3 to change custody and control.
Mr. Moderator, just point of information.
Mr. Costa.
You said simple majority, it's a 2/3.
It's 2/3. I thought I corrected myself, but thank you. 2/3. Yep. We're getting so close, folks. Okay. Declare voting is over. All those in favor of Article 33, care, custody, and control. 2/3 vote, 100 over 9. I would say that's more than 2/3, and the article passes. Article 34. Mr. McLeod.
I move the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 12, entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by inserting a new Article 9 entitled Open Space Committee as printed in the May 2nd, 2026 Annual Town Meeting Warrant Booklet.
Second.
Second, thank you. Select Board
Recommend approval 5-0.
and Finance.
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0.
Thank you very much. What do we need to know about this? We're creating a new committee, having trouble filling all our other committees. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator, I was not paying attention.
Oh, neither was I.
I'm not sure where we are.
We're creating a new open space committee where we don't have a formal committee right now.
Has it been moved?
Mr. Moderator?
It has moved. Hold on a sec. Okay, hold on a sec. Tell us why we would want to create a new committee.
I'm happy to drive for Mr. Toohill.
Oh, okay, sir, go right ahead. You know about this. Tell
Yeah,
us.
my name is Mike Toohill. I live at 41 Stone Fence Road, and I'm the chair of the Open Space Committee.
Excellent.
We are currently an ad hoc committee of the Planning Board, and the purpose of this bylaw is to make us a standing committee of the town, which is good municipal practice. It codifies who we are, who's on the committee, how we're put on the committee, what our duties are, what we do. We are simply advisory. We're not regulatory in any fashion, and we have no power of the purse. We have no financial impact. We hardly even use town staff to help us out.
How many people on your committee?
We have 7 members of the committee. We have a representative from the Planning Board, from the Conservation Commission, from the Parks Commission, and then we have 4 community members. I'm a community member myself. We're trying to get another representative from the Agricultural Committee that will maintain it as a 7-member committee.
Excellent. Thank you for the information. Thank you for volunteering. Mr. Clark, you want to volunteer? They're looking for committee members.
Yeah, I wanted to amend it. I'm
Go ahead.
the chair of the Cemetery Commission, and so I would like to say add 1 member or designee of the Cemetery Commission, and I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
South Cemetery is 6 acres and pretty much dedicated to burials. When you go to North Cemetery, that's 10 acres dedicated to burials, but the entire wetlands behind there is over 20 acres that comes under our jurisdiction. And then if you're at North Cemetery at the far end where the cemetery building's across the road, all those woods down to the first house, and that's over 10 acres, is Cemetery Commission. So we have a lot more land of non-dedicated area versus what's dedicated to burials, and we're always wondering what to do with that, and even within the cemetery, you know, there's passive, say, recreation, and do we want to open up more, less to dog walking, areas for this or that, or restrictions, and if we're going to put restrictions on, what other open spaces are in town that people could, so I think the cemetery is, you know, we're pretty, we got a big property area. We're open to, other than burials, other things, and also long-term, you know, South Cemetery is limited. There's no much expansion space. North Cemetery, we're expanding in that small back lot, but at some point, we're going to need a new area, you know.
Okay, well, let me ask.
So I think getting on this.
Okay, before you go too much further, I just want to add, because I don't know anything about the Open Space Committee. So I'm going to ask the chair over here if they can, or how he feels about adding another member. So I don't know what the regulations are, how they're established. I don't know anything about that. So can you weigh in on Mr. Clark saying that maybe they'd like to join in?
Well, that's the purpose of the bylaw, is to codify how many members we have, who's elected and everything. So we're open to that. This is honestly the first I've heard about the Cemetery Commission having interest in having impact in the Open Space Committee, but there are several ways to do that. Come to our meetings, number 1. Number 2, We have 4 at-large members. One of our at-large members right now is representing the agricultural community. We can have one of our at-large members represent the cemetery commission as well and attend your meetings, as opposed to expanding the board. I'd rather not personally expand the board to 8, 9 members. We have quorum issues right now with 7. It would become progressively more difficult if we were to have 9 members. We have to have 5 at every meeting. And so that's my personal preference is not to expand the committee, but certainly open to discussing the options of having open space include cemetery properties.
So, Mr. Clark, can you go to their meetings and start to work with the committee to see if there's a way that the cemetery commission can be more involved with open space? Would that satisfy it for now?
That could, I'm just, and we see parcels of land come up.
I get it.
Like the one in the center of town.
I think the gentleman, I hear you. The gentleman is making an overture to you.
Yes.
To say, come to the meeting, let's sit and talk, let's see how we can involve the cemetery commission. Does that satisfy? Okay, for now?
Could I clarify one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't hold any land. We are simply advisory. So we're advisory to the different boards and committees in the town that holds the land. So if a parcel came up that was appropriate for another cemetery, I would think the select board, planning board, your committee would weigh in on that. We're simply advisory. We don't hold land.
Okay, well then that would work.
Yeah, so let's plan that you're going to go to the next open space
To
committee
get it on
meeting.
the radar.
I designate you to be able to go, okay? Fantastic.
Open meeting.
Okay.
All
So
right.
that's like Mr. Brett?
Second Wednesday of every month.
All right. Find each other at the end of the meeting. Come up and get some chocolates. Thank you much. Mr. Brenner, go right ahead.
My name is Matthew Brenner. I live at 619 Northfield Road. I am the chair of the planning board. The planning board did not take a vote on this article in particular, but the way we got to this article was Mr. Toohill in the Open Space Committee coming to us and saying, hey, it's probably time we're not just an ad hoc committee of the planning board, but we should be our own thing. And as a result of joint board meetings, the planning board did agree with that assessment. So I can't tell you that the planning board has voted in favor of this specific article as written, nor am I trying to dance around words and imply we don't like it or something. But the way we got here was 100% planning board approved.
They're seceding from the union, I get it. Okay, all set?
We are.
Let's move along. Article 34 is up for vote. Clickers are now open now. Let's see how it works out. Please vote now. Majority vote. Still got 100 people paying attention. 101. I love you people. People came here to participate. It's wonderful. It's messy sometimes, but this is the heart of a democracy. Absolutely. Okay, voting is now closed. Article 4, simple majority. Codifying the Open Space Committee, 99-4 and 1 abstention, it passes. Okay, I think we're now on to 35, sewer bylaws. I think there's a language change here.
Yep.
Who's going to move that, Mr.
I will.
Mazzullo?
Yep. I move that the town amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 200, entitled Sewers, Section 200-18, entitled Waivers, by replacing in subsection A1 the phrase, quote, emergency circumstances with, quote, unusual or extraordinary circumstances, as printed in the May 2nd, 2026 annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Is there a second? Somebody said it. Select Board.
Select Board recommended approval 5-0.
Thank you. Finance.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay. Do you need to explain Mr. Nuzzulo? Can you explain?
I will explain just by saying that the Sewer Commission apparently has determined that the phrase, what was it again? Emergency circumstances was too restrictive, and so they wanted to change it to unusual or extraordinary circumstances so that it could be applied a little more broadly in non-emergency cases.
Okay. Mr. Bowman, go ahead.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. The lawyer in me sees the opposite problem. If they drop out the emergency, are they going to be faced with emergency circumstances that aren't unusual or extraordinary? I would propose an amendment instead of replacing subsection A1 with the phrase unusual or extraordinary, add after emergency the words unusual or extraordinary circumstances, preserving all alternatives.
Okay, there's a second to that. Now, the question that I would have now is anybody here from sewer? Nobody? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. All right, somebody, thank you.
How are you?
Mr. Proctor, go right ahead.
I'm
So
Dan
he wants to-
Proctor, Dan Proctor, 1529 Mass Ave. I'm also a member of the Sewer Committee. We spoke to town council. He told us this is how we should word it. So I guess two lawyers can go at it, but this is...
Oh, that's how we make money! Come on! Okay, Mr. Bowen, do you want to go forward on your amendment? Or do you want to withdraw your amendment based upon Mr. Proctor's statement?
I will withdraw.
Okay, good enough, we still made money. All right. Article 35 is now before you. Voting is now open. Please start voting. While you're voting, I would say again that I have more than enough candy that I got from Mrs. Archambault in the bag up here. I think you'll also find that everybody in one of these tables up here probably has more candy than they need, although some of them have children. So please, before you go, come up and say hello and take some of this candy. Okay, number 35. I think everybody has finished voting. Article 35, voting is closed. What are the results? 91 in favor, 3 opposed, 3 abstained. Article 35 is passed. By the way, the rules of town meeting rule, when you finish your warrant, you have finished the meeting. Thank you all very much. You don't need a motion to stop. And thank you, everybody. What do you want? Take me out, please. Look at all the candy there are. Look at all kinds of things. Yeah, please. Take some candy.